Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to High on Politics. I'm your host, Pep Talks. Nice to see you guys. Nice to meet you guys. Let's get the week started strong. Try, how's it going, buddy? Hope you're doing well. Hey, boss, where's the beef? Wow. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that little experiment. Again, I can only strive to be like the man that did that. The fact that because that was kind of that derived from a challenge. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, in the Discord, I posted a picture of somebody had gone out. They don't want to be public. They just wanted the picture out there. They were just like, "Hey man, can you do me a favor?" So he went around. He collected 8 of the top beefs in Chicago and decided to do a taste test and do like a comprehensive review and breakdown, except he doesn't YouTube or do anything. He doesn't even use social media. So it was just one of those situations where I think, had a conversation with somebody, and it was that. I mean, I have to say, good luck finding any like 2 Chicagoans that agree on the mainstays of Chicago as far as our food. That's just a thing that will always, I don't know if it's like the Cubs Sox thing, but it's a thing. But yeah, he did a taste test, and I have to agree with his assessments on everything. I also have to say I have my own opinions on it. Portillo's is the most overrated, but unfortunately it's the one that most you guys can get. So if you guys do have a Portillo's near you, give it a shot. It's pretty close to what a Chicago beef is. It's definite. It's a fair sandwich. Like, it's actually, if one sandwich will feed 2 people generally, unless you are a hungry person, then I could see that being just fine. How is everybody? What's up, Scott? How you doing, dude? How was your weekend? Let me get the chill music on. I want to chill with you guys for a little bit. We're going to start the week off chill. I had a pretty interesting weekend, I have to say. We had a severe thunderstorm come through, and it came in randomly, just out of like completely nowhere. Not even on the radar. That was how bad it was. No, it actually pushed in from the north, so it was a really weird cell that I have no idea how it happened. Like, to this moment. I think that we have somebody in here that is the resident weatherman. Panic, I will allow to give their expertise on that subject matter specifically. Even though they didn't really know the difference between, what the flood clouds and the storm clouds. But it was the cue. Yeah. What's up, Pinkerbell? How's it going? Just kind of doing a little summary of my weekend. Had a nice chill weekend up until legit. We got a warning that in 20 minutes we were going to be slammed by this just absolutely massive storm, and it happened. I was one of the lucky ones that didn't lose power, but man, I lost multiple trees. The cleanup was pretty much an all-day affair, so that was tons of fun. And apparently, I am one of the only people in the entire, region that decided to be like, hey, because I kept asking my neighbors that were bringing stuff out to the curb, and, we're bringing, trees and all this shit. But then, you had a guy come in with a chainsaw and started chainsawing his stuff, and I'm like, hey, am I supposed to be cutting this? And he's like, I don't know. I have no idea. I assume it's like, okay. So I went around and asked some of my neighbors that had like the bundles, and I'm just like, hey guys, like, is the city coming to pick this up? Like, are we just kind of, this is the spot that we're just putting stuff? They're like, I don't know. Nobody had an answer. Literally nobody. So I was just like, fuck it. I guess I'm calling the village. So yeah, I was the only one that took some initiative, and I became like the de facto storm leader or storm cleanup leader of my neighborhood, which was pretty funny because I just drove around and I was just like, make sure everything's out, make sure everything's out. I don't know why I care, but trying to help. Storms are no joke. I hope everyone came through. No, not everybody came through okay. I can tell you right now, one of my friends, he lives about 30 minutes away from me. He has not had power since Saturday, and he, like, half of his house is, like, severely damaged, and he just bought that place. I feel so bad for him. Oh, man. Block captain. I kind of am. Like, for some, I kind of took the de facto block captain. It was kind of funny. But yes, I kind of felt like, I'm like, do I need to like put something like something on my car that just says, you know, just pull your stuff out. Just pull all the trees out and put it on the side of the road. Come on, guys. Come on. Let's work together. I was worried about that, though. I really was, because we talked about the HOA kind of situation that I don't have, but we have a city situation. So, for instance, if we didn't have, because they actually declared a state of emergency for, I think, the entire Chicago region. So, anybody that got hit by it, we have like special, I guess, you know, permissions to kind of help. You know, they're like, yeah, we're sending out storm crews and blah, blah, blah. But the thing is, they didn't post this anywhere, or there wasn't even a mailer. So had I not called, I guess we're all just kind of guessing. Now you need a little whistle and a clipboard. I'm not going that far. I don't want to be that guy. But yeah, that was crazy, but it was also, it worked. Like, I hate to say that it was very effective. You should see my whole block. Everybody's got their stuff right in a row, ready to go for the storm crew. So yeah, you know what? I did my civic duty. Now, give me a tax break or something. Give me something here. Come on. I literally did a public service. But yeah, the storms are no joke. And actually, we have another cell that's just about to hit. So I'm kind of fingers crossed that it's not going to slam us the way that it did. They're saying that we can expect an average of 2 inches of rain. So that's not that bad. It's not what we had. Not this last one, because that was more like tornadic winds. The one before that, they were just like, yeah, if you have a basement, make sure you're not in it when this is hitting, because this could be one of those. Yeah, there was a town in it's probably about maybe hour and a half away from me, called Plainfield. They got so slammed by that one that I got a buddy that lives there. He woke up to my nightmare where he just opened his basement door and there was just water and nothing he could do about it. And he's a collector, so these storms are no joke, but I've been thinking about it because every time that these storms come through, I've had to deal with my insurance. I just keep thinking about how these insurance companies are starting to dip off and they're increasing premiums based on the weather, not based on the people like reporting anything to them. Yeah, if you guys have a mortgage, definitely make sure you stay up to date on your insurance premiums, because yeah, they tried to pull some shenanigans there. It's not cool. Oh, man. That coffee's hitting today, by the way. Oh, but yeah. So we had some storms. I also released oh yeah, that because of the storms and all the cleanup, I didn't get to do my full. I was gonna do like a Pep Talks Cribs edition, where I was even gonna film it from just like, hey guys, like, welcome to Pep Talks Cribs edition, or welcome to Pep Talks Cribs, blah 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 blah. But as we have also established, I'm not the best at scripted content, so yeah, I just decided, screw it. I really wanted to show you guys the bookshelf, which I know it seems kind of lame in retrospect, but that's like my favorite stuff. Like, if there was one thing that I'm going to like Hulk out and carry with me, if there was ever like a home emergency, it's that. So, yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed that. You guys can you could also take that as my reading suggestions. I've read every book that I have there, so if you have any questions about any of them, let me know. The one thing that you did not see there was my Bible. I don't know how to like, do I display that? I don't know. It's like the one book that I have like hidden away, surprisingly. But most people would argue it's like, no, you need Jesus, dude. Come on. Oh, by the way, guys, here I'm gonna link the Twitch. I could use a little help over there. So, I'm not sure what the hell is going on, but they are burying anything that uses. It's not like they kind of figured out the just chat thing. They're starting to go through our the tags as far as like, you know, politics, my name of my show, live, all that stuff. And I have to, if I do not register like that I'm doing news coverage and political coverage, that could also constitute some sort of, you know, fraudulent activities. So yeah, I can't just like clear those and just be like, oh, what do you mean politics? I just call it High on Politics because it's like I'm high and there's politics out there. I mean, but yeah, here, you guys can do me that quick favor of hopping over to Twitch and doing whatever the hell you need to do over there. I wish there was like a like system. It's the one thing that's a little confusing, but definitely leave a comment and or something. Leave some love. I appreciate that because Adpocalypse 2.0 is here. Now here's the bitch of it for the for me. It's not gonna affect me that much. It's not like I was, you know, pulling in all that much from Twitch, but I was pulling in enough to definitely notice a difference. They are going after political channels, so fun times. Also, just so you guys know, if you guys like the chat over on Twitch, it is a little bit quicker, but I also know it drains the hell out of your battery, so that's always fun. But same thing goes for over here. Appreciate everybody that leaves that like or hits that like button. If you guys do, the earlier you do it, the better, the more I appreciate you, and also the more it actually helps me out. So you know how it goes. Also, this is just the part of the show where I'm going to ask things of you. I know it sucks. I hit the like button, pun pa. I really appreciate you, man. Oh, and thank you for the follow. Hey, look at that, Tinkerbell. Because some schmoo decided they did not want to be part of my community anymore. You just became the 425th follower over on Twitch. Congratulations. I will. Nope, this thing is still clogged. All right, so that's what I was going to do. I'm going to declog this. Wow! Defrag the brain. We will also be going into politics here within the first half hour. I know, guys. I know. I'm also breaking protocol. But, oh, hey. So, a few of you guys might remember a few weeks ago, I got bit by a mystery bug, right? And I mentioned last week that I had to get some tests. Yeah, I'm a little on edge about this one because when I saw the doc, they weren't exactly just like, oh, that's not a big deal. So, yeah, I'm a little on edge right now with that one too, gotta be honest. Also, good news, the dog is doing very well. Again, this is day by day, so any day that I get to come down here and say that my dog is still with us, and I had a really good weekend with her. So last night, I don't know, man, she must have had like a burst of energy or something, but she followed me upstairs and we had like a normal day, or like a normal, bedtime, which was awesome. because she hasn't been able to really go upstairs for a while, so that was weird. I was also a little worried. I'm like, uh-oh, will she be able to make it downstairs? That's great about the dog. Thank you. No, I really appreciate that. Man, I really, this sucks that this always happens, but it's always like, near the end of an animal's life, you start doing the thing where you're just like, oh man, I really do appreciate each and every day that I have you here. I don't know, it's given me a pretty healthy outlook on other stuff too, gotta say. It works! Woo! I fixed it. My one review about these, they clog. They clog easily. Not that big of a fan of them. I had to get them for, it was like a, oh my god, ow, ow. Fuck. Just caught me. Excuse me. What the hell? Oh. My belt spike is pointed up. Give me a second. Oh, man. I was like, what the hell is stabbing me? Oh. Okay. There we go. The clogging's so annoying. I can't stand that. Especially when, like, you really, really want that hit and you don't have anything that you can really unclog it with. That's the worst. But I'm just preaching to the choir on that one. Oh, it's already storming hard. All right, hold on. Hey, there it is. There's the 420. I was trying to get my my vape ready. But then that was just for stream. But then Bloodstone comes in doing what she do, reminding me that it's the 420 and that I need to pack it up. Then have a nice little smoke sesh with y'all. Cool. Okay. All right, so guys, I watched a video this weekend that we're gonna watch at some point today. I think I'm gonna save it for the 420 fun half. But it got me thinking about some stuff where there's a lot of like rage bait out there, right? And I've been kind of going through it where I've been going through my channel, and anytime that I start kind of fiddling with like the titles of my streams and going and just kind of checking on stuff, because I had a few situations too that I just didn't know, like I got flagged for. I got flagged for something that it was reporting on something. And apparently, oh, no, it was Gaza. That's what it was. Fuck. Yeah. We watched a report on Gaza, and this was like 2 or 3 weeks ago, where I was wondering about this, by the way. They were showing a bunch of stuff where I was like, well, if they're showing this, then this must be okay, because it's not. What am I? Well, it turns out that it's not okay. Which also kind of got me angry, because it did kind of make me start thinking of like, yeah, this is kind of it's not just kind of censorship, it's censorship. So you have the prioritizing of like all this hateful bullshit where it's just, and I know that this is obvious because we've seen it all over social media, but like YouTube's getting into it hardcore now, where they're prioritizing anything that's rage baity or something that just makes you go, whoa, like not even rage. It's just like, what? Huh? Great. What? That's crazy. Like confusing. So just after I watched this video, it was so crazy because I went through my own algorithm and I saw an increase in a bunch of like these ancient alien videos. What now? Which I haven't seen in forever, right? And then, did you guys see that this general blah, 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 like a lot of alien conspiracy content going on? And then I've also been seeing, yeah, like the just deliberate suppression of the news on Israel. So I'm not sure if you know where I'm going with this, Pinkerbell, but they flagged a bunch of my stuff just for having Israel in the title. And I was like, oh, interesting. And when I say flag, it wasn't like they weren't going to remove the stream or anything, but they did like a partial monetization strike on it where it was just like, oh, you know, certain regions you can't get monetization from certain regions, and this will also affect, and sure as shit, one of the regions was America. And that's where I was like, what? And here's the bitch of it. They don't tell you directly that it's that. They just say, we have found an abnormality in your content that is, that goes against our TOS, blah, blah, blah. So I just, process of elimination. And I was just like, here, let's take this out. Literally, green-lit it right away. So I noticed that this happened with another one I had a double tag in it because it was Israel mentioned. I also, and it was Jeffrey Epstein. Both of them. I changed one, it stayed. Changed the other, it was gone. Like when both of them were gone, but when both of them were there, so now that we have the one tech to show people, or now that we have the tech to show people the real world, but the ones who control everything don't want you to know the truth, rage bait and numbness, the limited choices to keep us in line. Yeah. Thank you for kind of summarizing that. That's where I was going with it, is I'm starting to just feel like it's so obvious at this point, right? Like, we're not conspiratorial for pointing out the just complete obvious. YouTube always deletes my comment with no notice. It's, yeah. Yeah. Although I'll say one thing that YouTube doesn't do is they don't do like the auto flagging. Oh, wait a minute. No, they do. I just don't see it. That's the difference. Because, yeah, I've had like so many people just be like, yeah, my comment didn't go through and it was pretty innocuous. I've had people send me like it through like a private message on Discord, and I'm like, what the hell? That got flagged on YouTube? Huh. Yeah, I don't know, guys. Am I the only one kind of noticing that this is getting more intense and like that they're kind of coming after certain subsects? Listen, I know that I have a little bit of the paranoia aspect of, or like a little bit of the paranoia because, hey, but for real, when you start noticing the trend of like, hey, why can't I put Gaza in the title? Why can't I put Epstein in the title? Dude, I put U.S. decline in the title and it hit me. I've gotten so many comments that just don't go through. It's so annoying. That sucks. That really sucks. Okay, this is why you guys do need, like, and here, for the contingency, if you guys do have a Twitch, I know a lot of you guys don't. Here's the Twitch link again, just in case you guys want to have, faster chats, all that kind of stuff. U.S. decline, how daring. It had a question mark. It wasn't a little clickbaity where it's like, U.S. in decline? Huh? Whatever. But yeah, like right now, I'm definitely dealing with it over on Twitch where, oh my God, because they finally figured out that guys like Hassan and all these other dudes they're just staying in Just Chat, but they're political streamers. So they're trying to get around like the ad stuff, which I wonder if they're going after those guys. I wonder. I am legitimately curious. I don't know. But speaking of Hassan, I actually watched a few videos this weekend. Got to catch up on some of his stuff. Like, I did not know that there was so much pushback about the GQ thing, which that's kind of funny, kind of say. Ethan Klein, though, man, like, he's going on another crash out. Apparently, his court cases are not looking as promising as he thought. Go figure. Although it does look like DEMS might be settling at some point. Her and Casey Tron got the same attorney, and the guy is pretty. He's pretty good at doing like settlements. So, according to Legal Mindset, so take that with a grain of salt. Stupid, sexy Hassan. That has to piss off so many of the fucking right people, and I love it. Is GQ even really relevant anymore, though? Like, who reads GQ? I'll be honest, I've never read GQ, so... I was a Men's Health guy. It's so tiring living. It's so tiring living in this world. Feels like doing anything is pointless, but I don't want it to feel that way. You know what sucks? I totally can understand that thought process, and I've been there more recently than you know. Literally before starting stream. God. I've gotten so many comments that just don't go through. It's so annoying. Okay. They don't want us to see the truth. The U.S. is declining, and it's seen miles. Oh, yeah, dude, it was seen miles away decades ago. People just haven't caught up with it. Caught up until wait, what the hell? I said say two different things here. Wait, did it edit your comment? No, you're on YouTube. Okay, so my multi-chat just must have stopped working. I got the front end of your comment, and I didn't get the back end. So I'll have to read off my screen. People just haven't caught up yet until, well, now with the BS that's happening. Yeah. Well, this is kind of part of what you were saying earlier about the rage bait, like, diverting the attention away from what's actually going on and the stuff that really does affect people, because we can say this all day, and you know that I try here. I try my best to just be like, listen, I don't care if you agree or disagree with me politically, but if you're working class, I really am just trying to talk to you and just be like, hey man, like, stop with the sensationalist bullshit. Stop with the, like, stop leading with your emotions and start thinking for just a half second, and then maybe you'll, number one, realize that you're kind of an asshole. And number two, that, like, you treat people like an asshole. And then number three, that you've been getting fucked by the people that you've been standing up for. While simultaneously, like, calling people like me, you know, oh, Democratic shills, you're a centrist Democratic scumbag. I'm like, no. Oh, you're a far left activist. Like, you notice how they don't have any positive, like, there isn't anywhere that you can sit where you can look at the other side positively, and I've been looking at that where it's kind of like, huh. But in real life, I have that where, like, I have certain friends that voted for Trump, but they were single Trump voters, where, like, and they did it because they felt like it was an extreme on the other end, where you have no idea. Like, I wish I could just interview my friends, because they've so many times said to not, but they have the opinion that having Kamala just thrust upon us and, like, having no primary was insane. They thought that was the end of democracy right there, because they were just like, oh, so that's the way you're going to get around this, is by putting up a dead guy and then just taking our ability to even choose who we have? Okay, fuck that. And we really, like, I underestimated, I'll speak for myself, I underestimated how much that mattered. And it sucks, you know, but. Hey, what's up, Anna? How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Finally off work. Hope you are doing well. Yeah, I hope you had a good weekend. Also, yeah, shit. I totally meant to message you this weekend. Crap. I wanted to ask you about some of that stuff, but it's okay. It was okay. Well, you know what's up. We will have some fun here. As much fun as we can covering the politics. You know how that goes. Ethan's wait. Ethan having a bunch of Hassan pics all over his desk, cursing at them, hoping for Hassan's downfall, but then Hassan does the photo shoot and Ethan goes overboard. Why are you so what? We all knew where this was coming from. I just think that it's ridiculous that this did hit the courts. I'm still pissed about that. I hope you guys understand that. Like, that's my main takeaway with like the Ethan Hassan stuff is that I'm just pissed off that it went to the courts. Or not even Ethan Hassan, the Ethan Hassan orbiters. God. The fact that it was them and then he's like, yeah, I'm going after their mods too. It's just, I don't know, man. I was just talking to my buddy that was an old, like, Ethan fan, and he was like, I don't care, because he doesn't care about politics either. He's a rare one, where he's like, I didn't want to hear about the bullshit anymore, and he got weird about that. It's like, I should say hi to Madison and Jess, since they're listening with me right now. Well, hello, Madison and Jess. Good to see you guys. Well, ish. Everybody say hello. Give me them Reddit mods now. That's insane. Like, the way that realistically he was using the court system to go after Discord, like the Discord mods and the Reddit mods. Although it worked. Did you see that Twitch and Discord were just like, we're not even gonna try to protect these people? They gave everything up. Not sure about Reddit though. Like, what's the deal on Reddit? Because Reddit, that one's, if they got the records from Reddit, then that, yeah, all right. It's got to be harder though, because I thought that Reddit had like a stronger degree of anonymity and all that. I don't know. As someone who has stayed away from it as much as possible, and when I do peruse, I tend to remain anonymous and just use the whatever the one that you don't need an account for. Yes, I know. Edgy of me. I've told you guys, I've stayed away from that shit, and I'm glad. There are 3 things that I can say that I am proud that I stayed away from. Tattoos, because I'm sorry, I would be so full of regret they'd be fading. I don't want to keep up with them. I'd either have them all blacked out because I was bored of them, so glad that that's not a thing. Shit, I just went on a tangent about tattoos and I forgot what the fuck I was talking about. Ethan will sue everybody but his son. Notice how he's not doing that. Also, yeah, the whole thing about Hassan trying to take his content back, I still think that would have been, the way to go, but whatever. I don't control any of that. God damn it. I was making a point. Now I'm actually mad at myself, where it's just like, you had a good point there. You had 2 other points. Well, maybe they weren't as good as I thought. Oh shit, that's right. I forgot. Tomorrow also. Why is this not popping up? Oh, okay. Well, this isn't gonna work now. I guess it's gonna still remain a secret. Cool. Thought I had this graphic all planned out. Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be a special show. At the start of the show, we will have a guest. I'm very excited for that. Yep. Damn it. And it was like a little teaser. So for the people that are in the know, you guys would know, but everybody, Ethan will sue Hassan or everyone. Oh, Fingerbell, I just got your comment. Oh, Top chat. Hey guys, top chat's for losers. Sorry. I was in top chat on my own. Well, that's always fun. Dang, Miss 420. PP Jackson, what up? Yeah, you did. You did miss the 4. Well, no, you didn't. Come on now. We just abide by the rule, and you know the rule. Top chat is for dweebs. I know. The fact that I was in top chat, I always it's always like a thing where I click over, but I also forgot that I refreshed my YouTube. Happens. But oh yeah, guys, now that enough of y'all are here, if you didn't see the members only content that I dropped, it's fun. It's just a fun little look at my bookshelf where I did it for a reason. You guys can kind of go through from the very top with all the graphic novels. Every single one of those I would consider one of my favorites, because if it's not, I got rid of it. That's the only thing that I think that I've ever either sold or just gotten rid of stuff, where it's the books where I was like, fuck that book. Wonder, did I get rid of Ender's Game? Because I remember finding out that guy was like a major racist, and I was just like, that was one of the rare ones where I didn't know that, so I still liked the property, but now that I know that about him, I don't think I'll ever be able to read it the same again, so... Who was your disappointment? Actually, yeah, guys, this is a broader discussion here. Yeah, who was legit your celebrity disappointment, where they did something, like they got canceled for something, or you found something out about them that is just irreconcilable with and you're just like, fuck. Let's see, who's a good example? Oh, Bill Cosby's the main example, I guess. Because yeah. Not sure if there's a few of you guys that definitely know the context where it's like, no, he was America's dad, dude. When people found that out, legit, it was just like, wait, Mr. Huxtable? No. Then you find, it was about the 80 women. Oh my god. It's like, holy shit. Can we also, acknowledge how wild it is that 80 and, when did we first hear about it? That is wild. I feel like a channel should get to opt out of Top Chat until they reach a significant size. That makes the most sense to me. Yeah. Yeah, actually. That would help me. The small annoyances. I like where I'm at right now, though. Gotta be honest. I just don't understand why yeah, because anything under 100, man, you don't need Top Chat to even be functional. I didn't realize that I had as much of an opinion about that as I did until right now, where I was just like, no, yeah, they should definitely have, no, fucking even 100. Let's see. Over 50. All right, 50. But still. Anyway, people are here for politics. I keep forgetting that sometimes, where it's like, oh yeah, welcome to the show, guys. If you are new here, I kind of just hang out and vibe with my audience for a little bit before we go into the depression that is the political atmosphere. So, Jello pudding pop spot with the Jesus, Tinkerbell going there. Oh, I did. I did it in the funny voice. Never mind. Hey, listen, if you put quotations in something that is meant for an impression, I am sorry. That is just, I will do the correction afterwards, because unfortunately, yeah, I'm a little too eager to get the impression out. No, plus that was, come on, you beat me to the Jello pudding joke. Although, the fact that you went to Lutz. Oh, wait. You guys never answered. Think hard. Come on. Who was disappointing? Because I'm trying to think of... Oh my god, why am I blanking on his name? The guy that, the Fairly Odd Parents. Butch, Cassidy? Yeah, I think it's... No. Butch Cassidy was the cowboy, right? Damn it. Butch something. Yeah, that was a big one for me. Just because, again, like, now I can't look at the fair... Oh, plus he's, like, super hardcore Christian on top of all, like, some other alleged creepish activities. Oh, the guy that created Ren and Stimpy. That guy. That's another one. Shit. Alright. Wait. I got breaking news and a weather alert right at the same time. Area flood. Oh my god. Area flood watch. They just extended that all the way to my area. Shit. Okay. Well. Nickelodeon was crawling with creeps. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, the dude that had all that. Yeah. Did you guys watch that? I forgot who did the documentary. I know that's on HBO Max. I think it might have been ID Discovery, but they did a series where it was the dark side of like the 90s. They did a episode on the Power Rangers, which I highly recommend watching that one. And then, yeah, they were talking about Nickelodeon and just how it was just rife with freaking creeps and just... The thing is, apparently, a lot of people knew about this shit, and that's what's wild. Oh, the Drake revelation was the one that was like, wait, everybody knew? Like, what is up with this shit? You go back to Corey Feldman, and Corey Feldman was blowing the lid on this, like, he might have been the earliest one. And then, yeah, everybody called him crazy, and then, he got blacklisted on, well, it doesn't help that he did, like, the Michael Jackson, like, you know, thing, and then the one person that he's just like, no, you know what? Michael Jackson was the one guy that never actually diddled me. It's like, well, I mean, he might have not, it's like, he might not have you, but, oh boy, oh boy. Oh, that's the main one, right there. The industry that exploits children attracts creeps. Who could have predicted this? What up, pimps? And pimpettes? You misspelled pimps. Just gonna throw that one out there. The fuck I walk into? Oh, we're just we were just talking about the creeps that are in the entertainment industry and just how rife with all that bullshit. I mean, on top of creeps, you had people that were like the Power Rangers one. They were legit working for like, I think it was something like $200 or $300 per episode, and they didn't have licensing or any of this shit. So it is crazy the way that they exploited those kids, in financial terms there. But there is also some, you know, well, on Power Rangers, was there? I think no, because I think the biggest scandal, surprising, like, okay, since we're talking about the entertainment industry, it is a little surprising that it's like there were no stories to come out about that kind of stuff. But there was the one where, you know, the guy stabbed a dude with a sword. And he was like one of the Red Rangers from one of the ones that was way beyond my time. I have to say, they have a Power Rangers comic, and just like a complete aside, when they started introducing all these other like legacy Power Rangers in that comic, I was just like, oh, there it is. I'm old. I don't know who the hell any of these guys are. Stop that, Zeo. But yes, that's what the hell you walked into. Oh, hey, I've also noticed that there's a, so with the Roblox thing, there I'm glad that this is kind of putting Roblox on blast. Like, dude, did you see that they lost billions in market cap? Yeah, that's what happens when you side with pedos instead of the guys going after them, who were legit too, by the way. Like, I saw some of their okay, so you see some of these YouTube vigilantes, which I want to kind of bring that up, where it's like those guys do make it harder for the guys that actually work with the police to do this shit. And I remember Chris Hansen kind of said, like, back in the day, when this was just becoming a thing, where he's just like, guys, it actually it hinders our job when you guys go and do this privately, because if you guys are just embarrassing them and alerting the community, the problem with that is then they cannot be tried for it in certain regards. It's like, well, why not? Because if the evidence is like, this is what I've always never understood, is if civilians collect evidence and it's on video, like, what the fuck? How is that, like, not admissible? I don't know. Like, that's crazy. Oh, there it is. There's the, storm is, right above us, so just so you guys know, anytime that there is a heavy storm like this, I have to give the warning that if stream cuts out, you know what happened. Pink Ranger forever. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I saw her at Comic-Con recently, and she looks fantastic. Gotta say. All right, well, I'm starting to get a little blushy over here. Oh. And is that a siren? Dude. Okay. I'm gonna look up a weather report really quick, if you guys do not mind. I know. This is, anytime I do this, people are just like, no, I came here for politics. All right. Let's go to... Are you kidding me? The one that I... Okay, fine, I'll go to him.
Honestly, I'm literally tempted because I just got up into like some really open terrain with no cornfield to my west. I'm tempted to just sit here.
Alright, so they're out in the suburbs.
I mean, like Gobby just said, the way it's oriented
So this
right
is
now, it's
out west of me.
kind of ride by here. You may even have to go back north if you want to get on it.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to hang here for a bit, honestly.
Brandon Kopic.
Copy that.
All right, Chad, since we got like 4,000 here, where's everybody watching from?
So, kind of like that.
Where's everybody watching from? We got a lot of people in the Chicago Metro watching.
I'm just going to put the drone up and enjoy it.
Yeah, because we need you to... I need some updates here, man. Although you're... Yeah, you're not anywhere that's going to help me. What I need here is, yeah, here. This radar right here.
Wow. Look,
Holy
did you guys
shit.
see that?
Oh, he's on Route
Wasn't that
31.
incredible?
I do know where he's at. Okay.
Those bolts were wild.
Live Highland Park.
Where is this great cornless land that you speak of?
Next road to your right. Yeah, I see you coming up on me.
Old man weather watch. Up next, John Wayne movie. Oh, looky here, partner. I'm not doing a weather watch. I am just. I was looking at the updated radar that he has there, Because these guys, I'll tell you what, these Storm Chasers and the guys like Max Velocity, they're outdoing the Weather Channel by a long shot, man. Their coverage is way better and more comprehensive, so I'm just going to say. What a critique. I hate John Wayne movies. Can I just say, like, my mom, she dated a dude that was, like, huge into John Wayne movies, and I remember he was like, yeah, watch The Green Beret with me. The Green Beret. Number one, that movie is fun. Like, I know that's based on, like, true events, and, like, I remember specifically the Spike Pit. I remember that scene, and I was like, whoa, okay. And then he, like, went into, you know, full Charlie in the Bushes mode on me, where I was like, oh, no, he's, like, having flashbacks. Oh, shit. Like, started, like, crying and talking. Like, that was crazy. I remember just being very uncomfortable, too, because, like, he was a newer boyfriend of my mom's at the time. So I was kind of like, oh, this is... and... he also made me watch The Longest Day with him, which was the longest movie. I'm 99% sure that he did that because he was just like, this is how you babysit. You show them something. You tell them, like, yeah, this is kind of like G.I. Joe's. And, you know, he knew that I was really into history. He's like, yes, this is very, like, one of the most historically accurate movies, or something like that. Historically accurate movies ever produced, yeah. Yeah, no, it just turns out that it was also, like, long as shit. So, watched Patton with him. Like, I watched all those, like, old war movies with him. And then we saw Saving Private Ryan in theaters. Him, my mom. Oh, God. My mom was a hippie, too, so, like, she would actively say some shit that really, like... that would kind of piss him off, where she'd just be like, yeah, you know, when you guys came back, we were not for you. And he's like, yeah, I know. And he did not, like, talk with any reverence for, you know, hippies or hippie culture or any of that. So it was also kind of like, what are you doing here, man? It's wild. Growing up with a single mom was crazy, dude. Just the amount of watching my mom, and this is my favorite moment, was like when I got cognizant of it, where I was about 8 or 9, when I just remembered having a chat with her, where I'm like, you're not into this one, are you? Like, what are you doing? She's like, oh, he's a nice guy. I'm like, yeah, but you know, it seems like you're just kind of going through the motions with this one. Okay. I remember that one stuck with me because I was right. Not sure if you guys ever have your kids do some shit like that, where they'll come in with an accidental moment of poignance where you're just like, oh, huh. And then you start thinking about it, you're like, huh. All right. Well, we're almost to the, I'm such a stickler to get to that 1 hour mark so I can just be like, all right, now we're doing the news. News. I need to do a bumper. That's what I need to do. I need to make like a news bumper. Whenever Kirk decides to show up, I will bother him for that. Which I know our man has been pretty busy, which is good, I guess, but at the same time, yeah, sucks for us. Our entire, let's see, the next hour. Breaking news. Breaking news. Pep needs to go look upstairs. Dude. Okay, yeah. No, that is some heavy ass rain. I'll be right back. Watch, you guys get to watch me panic and just take... It's like, guys, I gotta end stream. Gotta take the PC. Bye! It looks like it's gonna miss me. I'm either in the eye of it, or it looks like it's gonna miss me. That thunder is freaking really loud, though, man. Angela, what up? How's your weekend? Kaz, what up, brother? Dog's reaction was priceless. Just, huh? Huh, good. Yeah. He slept through a tornado once. My dogs do not react to the weather. Mine are not the ones that, like, you know, will alert you to something like that. Oh my God. One of my favorite things that ever happened was my old dog upstairs. This is before she lived with me. I locked myself out of my dad's place. So I had to like break in.
$2.
Yeah, she didn't even wake up from the nap. It's just like, come on. Anxiety snacks. Whoa. Yeah, he does actually have a little bit of anxiety right now. Oh, wow. Yeah, you're like curled up. Oh, buddy. As I say, he's not like one of the ones that alerts us about weather. I'm like, well, yeah, anxiety is not good. How was yours? Sounds like you're having some storms. We're at about 95. Yeah, we got some really bad storms hitting right now. Matter of fact, I'm going to go back to that guy. I'm going to just keep him up here for a minute. On silent. Yeah, here we go. Hey, he's over by my friend. Okay, so St. Charles, Illinois is getting creamed right now. Let's see, it's about 40 minutes away from me. Ish, yeah. Well, I'm going to keep an eye on what's going on. Because, Angela, yeah, I went through some storms this weekend. That was fun. Ugh. Yeah, unfortunately, I have a really old tree, which I'm fortunate to have, and it's a nice, it's decent size. But, man, when those things lose branches, yeah, you also get some damage, I got some porch damage and just, wow, no lag. Oh, there's no lag? Oh. Wait a minute, really? Oh my God. All right, so, Try just sent me something in Discord. It's Gavin Newsom holding a bottle of ketchup over his ear. The only problem with it is it's AI. I wish he just did it. Because I'll just say this. As we kind of get into the politics here, I do have an opinion on what Newsom is doing, and I'm not going to do the libbing out stuff where you have one side that's like blue MAGA-ish about this, where they're so happy. They love every second of it. They also apparently just love cringe comedy like that much, where they're just like, oh, they don't have any, I don't know, low expectations, I guess. I don't know. Comedy is subjective. I'm trying to be fair. But for real, the capitalized tweets are hilarious, and what the funniest part of it is the way that he baited Fox into just being like, oh, this is childish. This is childish. How come he has to do the all caps thing? And it's just like, you're not seeing it? Come on. So that's funny. But But what I'm not, I am very uncomfortable with the fact that you have a lot of people already talking about putting that motherfucker in the office, and I'm just like, oh God. Like it just like took the wind right out of my sails of enjoying the fact that it's like, oh no, he's just being a good governor. He does have balls. He is pushing back, but when you look at political strategy, it's literally, that's why they're telling everybody else to shut the fuck up. That's why Hakeem Jeffries won't support Zoran Mondani. Blue wave. It's just weird because, like, you got that being said by two different contingents of, like, the left, and it's not even, like, you know, the lefty lefts. No, I'm just saying, like, you got DSA left that are finally just like, no, this is it. Like, I don't know, man. Apparently the convention that happened, I think, last weekend, that really inspired a lot of people. They seem to have a lot of faith in whoever the hell they're putting up. I know that they're waiting for the right moment to kind of reveal it, which don't wait too long. Liberals are so desperate for a daddy, it's sad. Well, that's everybody. That's everybody. Everybody's like got this idea of what a American president is. You know, this goes back to like the Bill Clinton. I remember this shit when I was a kid, where I was just like, the way that it started getting legacy-ish, after Clinton was about to leave office and we were going into it and Bush 2 was running, and I'm just like, so wait, we're going Bush, Clinton, Bush? I thought we didn't do that. I thought that we were just kind of like, nah, we don't do oligarchy here. We don't do... That's when the no oligarchs or no kings protest should have started. You have the left, and then you have the left, then you have the crazy attack on all the left. That's how politics works. Then again, both ways. Politics is just kids fighting. I mean, it is kids fighting over a toy, but I've been applying a lot more wrestling to this, guys, because, okay, I'm going to give you guys just a small wrestling education. I'm not going to go into, you know, storylines or any of that. It's just work, shoot. If you guys don't know wrestling terminology, when you have a work, that is when you have a promoter that has full control of the outcome of the match. Everything is essentially pre-scripted down to, you know, the spots that these guys work out. That is what you call a work. So anytime that you see somebody like at the end of a match, they take a really, really sick bump, which means just, you know, having a move land on them that looks very convincing. Then they will fake an injury, and that will be a work injury. Now you have shoot injuries and shoot angles in wrestling that end up happening where there's real heat there, where it's like you're taking, like, say there's a locker room fight, for instance, right? Some promoters have absolutely no soul, so they will take what's going on in the locker room and they'll just be like, go at it, fucking do it, because they know that they will get a really good or really bad match out of it. And trust me, there is no in between there. I've seen ones where it's like, guys, one of the worst ones was, one of the most famous ones was when Hulk Hogan wanted to come in and take Jeff Jarrett's championship, and Jeff Jarrett just laid in the ring, didn't do anything, and had Hulk step on him to count to 3 to win the championship, because he was so mad that they were doing this to him, and it was one of those moments where the storyline took a back seat and Jeff Jarrett's ego was just like, no, fuck this guy. And like, usually you would just suck it up and do it for the company, and just, you know, fans would be like, all right, cool, like, Hulk's back, whatever the fuck. And that's kind of where I'm seeing this applied to politics right now. I don't know what's a work and what's a shoot, which is scaring the fuck out of me. Usually, I have really good eyes for this. I really do. You know, most wrestling fans that are into politics, I'm going to be discussing this with Jake from this space coming up, but yeah, we have kind of touched on this, but we see just, again, like we're always looking for the angle, and we're always like kind of trying to guess the spots, and we're always, and you like when you watch wrestling for long enough, you can kind of just predict where this shit's going. Like it is at some point, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not necessarily like rehashing, because it is organic, where things just, they happen in cycles, you know? I think most GOP infighting instances are shoots. I know! Fire Fist. The MTG, Laura Loomer stuff, that's shoot shit hardcore. Like, yeah, you can't even, like, fake that, because there is no in-between. And that's kind of where you can almost see it, is where they'll have like these back and forths like on Twitter or whatever, but you'll usually have like this weird grace period in between, right? Where it's it's almost like their teams have this, it's either pre-agreed upon where it's like, okay, we're going to let this one sit for about an hour, then the next hour you guys can respond and we're going to keep this going. Whereas Laura Loomer and MTG is literally bing, 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 bing. It's just like, oh shit, she is going off. Let's see. The Epstein stuff, no, that's shoot. But now, yeah, I hate to say it, because now there's the MTG like versus the GOP angle, where I'm like, is this the Laura Loomer thing, or is this actually her versus the GOP? Because like, it doesn't help that we have the Adam Mocklers of the world that do kind of, you know, make videos about this the second that they happen, and they're like, look, oh my God, guys, can you believe it? Dude, that is the Midas touch. Like, the way that they do things is just story breaks. Can you believe that Donald Trump did this again? Blah, 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 blah. It's just like, yes, I can. I can't, I just cannot fathom having that much energy constantly to just be like, again. It's actually a good litmus test. Are the handlers doing the tweets, or the actual politicians? That's kind of where, yeah, no, that is a good litmus test. You nailed that. Good one, Firefist. Because, like, yeah, that does kind of show where it is like the machine. Because you have to think that any politician over the age of, like, what, 50? I'll give even like 45. Like, they're not tweeting. They're not, come on. They definitely have a team. Or their kids are doing it for them. Which, we gotta find the one politician it's obviously his kid. And then we gotta find listen, the first politician that hires the PR department that handles Wendy's tweets, then they'll win every election, I'm telling you. Have you guys read Wendy's tweets? Like, and I'm talking about the fast food chain. It is some of the, like, most fire fucking tweets ever. They will constantly just go on, like, the offense and just, like, call out Burger King for being shit. It's hilarious. Every once in a while, they'll go viral with it, too. It's just like, oh, I see what you're doing, Wendy's, and you're doing it well. Newsom shuts down. Newsom shuts down Trump sycophants. Video has no Trump sycophants being owned. Thank you. I have that problem. You actually kind of touch on something, Legend. That's why I don't watch a lot of Midas Touch here, is because of that kind of sensationalist bullshit that they do. And you just said it. How many times have I gotten, like, burned by the clickbait angle, where it's like, guys, I was actually expecting, you know, Luke Beasley. Luke Beasley is actually another one, and I hate to do these call-outs, but they need to be done. Because these guys, they need to do better. Like, I get it. The YouTube algorithm, your impression rates, your ad revenue, all of that shit, you can start looking at and just go, oh, if I do this, then I'll see a boost here. Or like, and man, I got uncomfortable with that. Like, if you guys go back and like look at my titling on number one, every stream, this is why I just put it all in caps, because it's just like, fuck it. But if you go back in my videos, I totally played that game, and I admit it. I totally admit, like, I would see, when I was making videos, I would see this thing happen where I would title it with just like, you know, your generic title, and I'd forget to do a capitalization, or I'd put the capitalization in the wrong place. Then I'd adjust it, and I'd watch it just shoot. Like, into the stratosphere. That is the beginning of YouTube. It's like you get your first 1K. You're describing Base Mike Lee. He has 20-year-old Groypers tweeting for him. Oh. Wait. So, Base Mike Lee. Who's he? Who does he represent? Because that's hilarious. This dude's got like a team of 20-something-year-olds fucking tweeting for him. Oh my god, I didn't know that. Like, it kind of, every time I think about this now, I do think of like the scene from Superman. Sorry if you guys haven't seen it there, but this one has been on the internet. There's the scene where they show like all the hate commenters are just a bunch of scientifically augmented monkeys. That's what I couldn't think of the term augmented. I was like, organic? I'm like, no. But yeah, they're scientifically augmented monkeys that just aggressively type on a computer, which is hilarious. Utah Senator Mike Lee. He's got one of those names though, where like you do like the commercial where it's a bunch of, you know, twangy Western music. Bow, 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 Mike Lee. Mike Lee gonna do something for you, Mike Lee. Wait till you see the big beautiful bill is so fire, no cap. I mean, wasn't that TikTok? That was TikTok leading up to it though. Like that really was. That was TikTok during the election. I have to say, for everybody that was talking about like the cringy Trump stuff, the Kamabla, or not Kamabla, like the we need you to be the Mamala or whatever. Like that shit was cringe. Oh my god. And I'll just say, as somebody who covered a lot of her content, a lot of her speeches, it didn't help that she came off as a robot. Like, her first speech was fire because it was the first time you heard it. But then she did like 4 more speeches, and she got criticized about this halfway through, and her excuse was, well, they haven't heard. Bullshit. No, people have heard this. They're seeing the clips. They're seeing like those viral moments. And the thing is, you're going for this viral moments with the same shit. You're not even trying to update them. Like, that was egregious. Going back to my point where it's like my one friend that just said, nah, man, I am not feeling the fact that they did not give us a primary. I go back and I'm like, oh, I did not give that enough credit. I really didn't. So, it ain't no Mark Wayne Mullen. F. Luke, all up in arms about Putin, but Israel has a right to defend itself nonsense. Wait, Luke is doing the... oh my god, did he do the Pac-Man thing? That's interesting. I didn't know that. I already just don't like Luke's... it's his delivery. I don't know what. There's something about it. There's something that just comes off as super disingenuous with his content. And I get uncomfortable about it. Also, the fact that my original critique of him was he was just doing an impression of David Pakman, and that's why Pakman hired him. Because, like, go back and watch some of that. Although, Adam Mockler's friend, same thing. I hate to say it, man. It is kind of funny where it's like, oh, you guys are... there's this guy, Paul Verzi, that used to open for Bill Burr, and he was his opener for, like, almost 8 years. When you hear Paul Verzi and you know that about him, you're like, oh my god, he sounds just like Burr. And he didn't do it on purpose. Luke and Hassan gonna be... Mark Wayne, 2 first name, have an ass. First name. Yes. Most famous one, Jesse James. I remember, I think that might have been like around the first time that I was like, hey, he's got 2 first names. Every comedian has it. Alrighty. Well, speaking of all like sensationalist bullshit, so this is also what sucked. And this is why I'm doing the Midas Touch call out, is because this weekend I broke my rule. I broke the rule where I watched political content almost exclusively yesterday. Which, man, I have to be better about that. Because, yeah, I like having my, just sit there, read comics, do video game stuff, do anything but have politics on. But with cleaning up my yard and all this shit, it was a good time to get caught up on some news and also watch some Hassan. Way to ruin your own Sunday. It really was. It really was. It sucked. I felt like shit afterwards. Like I got done cleaning up my yard and I was mad. I remember I was watching one of the Kyle Kalinske ones. And yeah, I ended up being angry. And I sat down, I smoked, and tried to rebound. And for some reason, my brain was just in politics. I should have just streamed. I really should have. God, next time, I'll just do that. If my brain's going into politics mode, I'll just do that. I went to the pool and drank too much. That sounds like a dope weekend. Although you gotta be really careful with getting too drunk in a pool. I've had that one where you're a little too comfortable. You like, especially if I'm just cracking some beers. Yeah. Because there's that whole thing when you get out of the pool, your body does this thing where it equalizes and then it tells you like, oh boy, you're a lot more hammered than you think. But Angela, I'm glad that you had a fun time. I full on recognize that I ruined my own day. I get it. Especially the fact that I was watching Midas Touch content. Like I was just... But man, I wanted to... Maybe this is also the content creator in me. But I was thinking about that where I'm like, I don't watch a lot of Midas Touch. So let's try and put my objections aside because they are just rising through the ranks to be like, I think they are the #1 podcast right now in America, which is crazy. Oh, by the way, Mountain Time 420. Let's go. Rape Kim. Pretty good. Didn't smoke on my day off because I thought maintenance was coming today. No one came. Ah, lame. Well, make up for it now. They are rising so rapidly because of the things that make them annoying. What's that? Their centrism, their literal eager beaverness to just want, like, again, the Gavin Newsom. This is where I got the Gavin Newsom thing. Watching him, Ben Meiselas specifically, the way that he kept talking about him, and then Brian Tyler Cohen, who, God, you want to talk about a disappointment, man? Like, that guy, is he gonna go farther left or what? Like, he seems like he's in full support of Zoran and, like, even the DSA, but then walks it back to go fucking full corporate Dem. What is happening with that one? That one genuinely confuses me. But also, yeah, I'm trying to figure out what you think. Like the clickbait crap and taking 10 minutes to say exactly fuck all, but sensationalist garbage. Yeah. I don't get how they do it, though. Their impression rate is fucking impressive. And I've noticed myself going and watching till the end, just being like, when are you actually getting to this? Oh, you're telling me that you actually don't. You're telling me that this was like a complete clickbait video. Here, let's see. let's find what the last like major clickbait video. Uh-oh. Max Velocity just went live and he's talking about my area. Give me 1 second. Oh no. Oh no. Are you kidding me? This just, okay, breaking and just developing. It looks like I might be having a tornado fucking developing right near me. This is, dude, why is this happening so often? Oh my god, man. Seek shelter? What? Oh, shut up. Oh, no. Okay, I might be lucky. That's a little bit south. Well, if the alarm goes off, I will definitely I'm where I would be. So I'll just have to go and carry my dog down here. Although funny enough, you guys might be able to meet her that way. Or it's just like, come on. Bah. Sylvie, what's up? How you doing? How was your weekend? By the way, I checked out a bunch of your the stuff that you uploaded in hobbies. I am enjoying it. I'm just wondering, like, so are you doing these separately and then, like, putting them together to, because I heard a few of them that sounded like they could have been part of the same song, but... Forgot I wanted to ask you about that. Man. Okay, so... Yeah, it is heading southwest of me. Although, man, that hotspot is... It's like right over us. Make a new channel that's a parody of centrist YouTuber and do YouTube shorts. Oh, okay. You know what? Screw it. I followed this guy specifically to show you guys this. Yeah, this guy. All right. I have a bone to pick specifically with doxing. Now, for people that are, you know, egregious pieces of shit that are breaking laws and committing hate speech, these people are, I do think, are, you know, fair game. But this guy's been going after some people that they ride this line of just pissing him off. So this dude's like apparently like a local creator to me. And I enjoy his content, but lately he's done this weird pivot where he has been focusing specifically on doxing people. And going and finding people. So here, let's see. Unless somebody did like an AI fucking generation of him that's like, we found this guy, we found this guy, we found this guy. Is here. Where's the video that I was looking at? Here. Let's go to my history. It'd be easier if I could make this point if I had this up. But also, to be fair, I wasn't exactly looking to talk about this guy. Ah, here it is. All right, so that's been that guy's content for years. It has. Okay, well, see, I guess I've only been seeing a lot of his like commentary, because when he does this,
there's no audio with that, but you can probably tell just from the video that he isn't exactly saying nice things. This happened in Villa Park, Illinois, to a friend of mine named Qasim, who was driving with his sons
It's a little too close.
to go to the grave of their grandfather, his father, to pay their respects. And I'm just going to let him tell you exactly what happened.
Last Friday,
Okay, so yeah,
I
no,
was
go ahead.
taking my boys to the cemetery to pay respects to my dear departed father.
Screw it. We'll just go through it.
Somebody knocks on my window.
Because again,
I'm like,
I feel torn on this one. I enjoy the guy's content. I know what he's doing here, but I have a pretty consistent stance on doxing and doing. It's like it's a fine line,
he starts
man.
cursing me out and called me a sand ninja. Yeah, right to my face, right in front of my children. I pulled out my phone and hit record and dared him to say it one more time, at which point he cursed me out again.
Okay, well, this guy's absolutely just wow.
And rode away.
See, this is where I wrestle with this. It's like, well, the guy did kind of put it out there.
With his sons in the car on their way.
What did Arab Simon Pegg do? He did really look like Simon.
Pay respects to their grandfather. This guy decided to roll up and call them sand and words, something Qasim has experienced his whole life, and then he got to witness.
Ew. What is with the mustache?
Happened to his son.
Ladies, can you please just like weigh in on this? What is with like why? Why are these guys ever convinced that they should have a mustache? Is that like what did Tom Selleck do?
Firsthand in
Ruined
2025.
an entire like
he recorded this.
Multiple generations of men now look at that and are like, yes.
The phone was connected to Bluetooth, so it didn't record audio. But he
Ooh. See, like this.
got images.
This guy's straight up getting doxxed. Like, that's wild. I thought that there were laws against showing license plates and shit like that. Like, this is...
That guy of his bike, of his license plate. Self, Dawnish, multitude of people started looking for this guy. And an image from the video like this quickly led me to this, wedding photography.
The kids who are doing it now don't know who the fuck Tom Selleck is. See, now that's the most egregious part. How in the hell are you going to have a mustache and not do it in honor of Tom Selleck, where you're like, well, if it worked for him.
And this guy was like,
I mean, I watched a few episodes of Magnum P.I. where I was just like, well, I mean, it works for, yeah, you know, fucking,
this looks
if it works for him, maybe I want to grow up to have a mustache. And then
familiar.
I remember the one time I shaved a mustache, I'm like, oh my God.
Oh, look, here's the same, like, kind of unique growth pattern to the mustache. And the great giveaway, the matching chin mole, because moles and tattoos will always give you up. That and other information.
Okay, why are you like now, like, are you pro facial recognition? This is where I'm confused.
Provided led to
Remember to hit that like button. Oh, thank you.
a name
Yes,
of a
please.
person. And when I went to that Facebook page
If you guys are enjoying the content, please hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you have not.
and scrolled down around the date of that wedding, oh, would you look at that? He was posting pictures from that wedding on his Facebook page. Now, a few people who knew him in real life had given some information about him.
This is okay.
One of them had said that he used to have his employer listed on his Facebook. And
Why do most importantly, why do natural blondes think it's a good idea to have facial hair at all?
around the time that post was kind of getting some traction on Instagram, mysteriously, his employer disappeared from his Facebook page.
Because they all think that eventually they're going to look like Thor. No.
But not from his LinkedIn.
I'm pretty sure that Chris Hemsworth dyed his hair, and that's why he was able to have a beard.
Where I think he maybe removed the picture. I don't know if he had one there originally or not. But the employer's still listed there. But
Oh my God. See, like, I know that on YouTube and like social media and all that. So amongst creators, this is kind of like widespread. This is whether you're on Instagram, YouTube, or Twitch. You don't go after this like jobs. You don't go after like real life jobs. You don't go after sponsors. So I know that this guy put it out there for everybody to see. But fucking hey, man, this really does. Like,
ultimately,
this makes me uncomfortable.
Qasim is a much bigger and better man than Eric here will ever be. And I'm just going to let him say what he said at the end of his video.
Like I said, I have a very consistent stance on non-doxing. Like, so when people go like full internet detective on these guys. But again, he did this. He put it like he's not a content creator. He's just a piece of shit.
Because he didn't even want the.
But I've seen like this led to another one where I saw that it was like a guy like at a Trump rally that was shouting some shit, and they're like, "Find this guy." I was like, "This is getting uncomfortable." Like, because again, I maybe it's my whole like do unto others type of thing. I don't know.
This guy to lose his job over this.
I don't want him to lose his job. I do want him to recognize that this white supremacy, bigotry, destroying our country will not be tolerated, and we will not take it sitting down.
Okay, but he's gonna lose his job. Wait a minute.
Like I said, bigger and better man. I, on the other hand, think if you want to go out of your way.
No, and I appreciate him standing up for him.
To just spew hate at someone for just simply existing, you probably deserve everything that comes your way.
It is critical that we remain united.
I think they are entitled now. Letting them get away with it just makes it worse. And that was kind of the argument that he was making there, and that's why I do agree with that. That's why, as I said, I'm torn on this. Like,
against this bigotry, as that is the
you have been playing Armored Core.
Only way we are going to save our country from white supremacists.
I need to play the new Armored Core. I never played the one that was made by the
destruction. That's why I'm so grateful.
Oh my God, whoever made Elden Ring.
Literally thousands of people, black, white, brown, all backgrounds, reaching out to me to share their love and compassion and to reject this violent bigotry.
People love to bully. They need to find a person who they don't act like to feel better about themselves. It's usually adult children who never grow up. Yes, but I can also admit my imperfections where I've caught myself doing that to like a right winger where I said some shit recently to somebody where I was like, oh, that was said to me once. Oh no, I'm doing the cycle. And it really made me reflect on like, why am I putting this out there? What am I doing?
This is what gives me hope. So please do continue to raise your voice. Do not be a
FromSoft, you poser. Dude, I don't.
Bystander.
I'm a gamer.
This country is worth fighting for. Let's get to work.
Plus, I don't play. Didn't I mention that? I haven't like I have played Bloodborne, and I didn't make it far, so I said, I'm done. Dark Souls 2? I didn't even play Dark Souls 1. I played Dark Souls 2, and it's why? Why do you want games that are so hard where they're just like, no, you don't get to respawn. You have to go and do this again, and don't die, dummy. Like, parry this, dip. Like, fuck. I don't want to play. I want a parry system that is more akin to Ghost of Tsushima. I've actually, hold on. As I'm making this point, I've also heard that like people said, "Oh, well, Ghost of Tsushima is like right up there as far as like difficulty." It's like, is it? Is it? You know what they don't do? They don't. God, the respawn point. It's not those like psychos were playing the Aladdin game on Sega Genesis and the Lion King, and both those games, if you guys don't know, same thing, where it's like you could make it to like the 9th level. It's all on one life. Like that just means you are that good. Sorry, I can't. And that is my take on FromSoft. Excuse me. But no, but that's the thing. I like Tizzy. Tizzy Entertainment is. I'll just call him Tizzy. I like the guy. It's also wild because I do like know that he is pretty local to me. He's always like showing some videos from like around our area too, where I'm just like, oh shit. Oh, dude, thank you for the $5. Also, thank you for the 2.
Triplug Jiden $5. Russians when they saw Hexeth, hey comrade, how are you? Oh I mean hey what's your name buddy?
You don't think that when they saw him they were just like, oh, you know what? Say what you will about that everybody else in the Trump cabinet. Hex. That's not a good Russian. You want to go drinking with Hexeth? That might be dangerous even to us Russians. Man drinks, does lots of drinking. Lots of drinking. So much drinking. Boy. And happy puppy. He is very happy. Hey, you gotta chew that. He's like, I know. You good? All right. I think he's ashamed that he choked. He's just like, "Mm." Are you good? I mean, you haven't hacked yet, so. He has a little problem with that, where he'll eat a little too quick. But here, let me update this, and then we're going to the next story here. But I hope I was clear about why. Number one, it's not like I have a huge problem with Tizzy's content. I hope I didn't overstate that. It's more so just, again, like, I just feel like that rides the fine line with doxing, so. You think they will come to an agreement to end the war? No. Because it's all going to be contingent upon Zelensky giving up something. And also the whole no NATO thing, I don't think that is a starting point. But we'll see. You're allowed to have your opinion just like we are allowed to have ours? Oh, no. Absolutely. I'm just also... I hope everybody understands where I'm just like, Because I just see that... Because, look... Again, shoe on the other foot here. We are doing a protest, right? I say some shit to... because I've had this happen at one of my protests where we had some Trump counter protesters that were asking us questions, which, surprisingly, I think they were legitimately asking us because they didn't know. The guy asked us, he's like, what's this no kings thing? It's like, wait, do you not know what's going on here? And the thing is, I realized that I was being condescending. I'm like, oh, shit, I don't think he actually does. So that kind of woke me up to that a little bit, where I'm just like, oh, I don't think these guys are functioning on, any of the information. So I tried to be nice about it. And for the most part, it was a good interaction. But then you go to the comments, and it doesn't seem like that. And my point being is, if somebody in those comments, all of a sudden was just like, oh, I don't like this guy's opinions, let's find him, I wouldn't be cool with that, you're, oh, thank you. I just want everybody to play nice. I really am that. Everybody, sit down! Time out! Everybody gets a timeout to breathe. And then reassess why they're so angry. Alright, so... And we're at 7? Yeah. Cool. You know how it goes. Get that 20. I'll go cozy mode. Which, that's the final, yeah. I never settled that whole price thing. And I'm all over the place, guys. Sorry, my brain is all caffeinated up, so I'm trying to slow down. It did it again! Ah! I just declogged this thing. Right back to why I hate these things. Man, Twitch really... Dude. It's also weird because nobody's able to really talk about the ad stuff. I know that they're not too happy about that. On Twitch's side. Which Oh God, did you guys also see, like, with all this Ethan Klein stuff? I just happened to catch the bit where he was like, "Yeah, and we're taking the show to Kick now." I was like, "Oh God." Worst people. Worst people. And I know some leftist creators that have had to go there where I feel so bad. I'm just like, oh God. It's just their business practices are they're bad. They're so fucking bad that honestly it is kind of like ridiculous. Where it's like you really are kind of like, if they're taking a portion of your revenue, then you are supporting this platform that really sucks. But it's the same thing with YouTube and it's the same thing with Twitch. Like, they're all fucking evil corporate assholes. So, but I don't know. Has Kick gotten better? Because yeah, if it has, let me know. Actually, legitimately, guys. Like, if you guys are like watching any Kick content, and yeah, let me know, because I am willing to give it a shot. It's just after what I found out about the owners of Kick, I was like, oh fucking hey. Not that it helps when you're streaming, but a hairdryer works wonders on unclogging those. Really? Really? Like, just you aim it at the... No shit. I didn't know that. You know? I think I know that. No, I just have my handy dandy hobby stuff. This wire. You use this to create effects and extra weapons and stuff on miniatures. At least that's what I do with it. No, you guys just get to see my method. Here, let's see. Whoa, look at that. See the little spider web that came out with it? Holy shit. Whoa, that's crazy. It's like a legit dab. Whoa. We're in business. McGruber. Whoa. Okay. That needs to stay there for a minute. Whoa. But I just got that unclog hit. Woo! Wasn't prepared for that. Oh. Yoy. All right. Well, let's get to the news of the day. I don't have a bumper right now, so we'll just go news. Here's the news. Why do I do what I do? Hot Mike catches Trump saying Putin wants to make it. He wants to make a deal for me. All right, so he says a lot of things and has been saying increasingly more and more things, which it's turning into Biden. If everybody was just so used to Biden being Biden that they just were like, dude, that's him. While simultaneously ignoring the fact that he's in a severe mental decline. Wait, where would I have known this from? I don't know. Crazy. But President Donald Trump seems to have privately boasted with a fellow world leader that he believes Vladimir Putin will make a deal with him. As crazy as that sounds, Hot Mike picked up Trump's comments just before a meeting with European leaders at the White House on Monday afternoon, following a Friday summit with Trump in Russia. I think he wants to make a deal with me. Trump could be could be heard saying to a fellow attendee on a hot mic, "I don't understand. It's as crazy. It's as crazy as it sounds." Even he's just like, this is fucking nuts, guys. I didn't actually think I'd be able to do this, but I might actually make some peace. Like, dude, I hate to say this, he might do it. If he's as surprised as everybody else, holy fuck, this is the first time that I'm gonna say it. He might pull this one off. Which, You know, Jesus Christ. It just sucks because he's literally said the thing where he's just like, listen, I could cure cancer and they would still hate me. Sit down, everybody. I think we'll let the press come in for a minute. Now we cannot know for sure what he was specifically referencing. Blah, 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 blah. Okay.
Well, but he may not like the terms that are being laid out before him as he's about to walk in. Overnight, President Trump wrote on social media that Zelensky could end the war almost immediately, which Putin started, by giving up Ukraine's claim to Crimea and its hopes of joining NATO. And this is the message from Russia overnight. Moscow launching a new series of attacks, a new series of strikes that hit a residential building.
Do you think that he actually had the moment? I've made this joke before because we've been in this position before where he's just like, God damn it, Vlad.
Killing at least 7 people, including a toddler. President Zelensky posted that this kind of attack is exactly why Ukraine needs security guarantees as part of any deal in order to make sure Putin actually will stop and not relaunch a new war just after. CNN's Elena Treen standing by at the White House, where it really is about to get underway, all of this in this series of meetings that will be happening.
She has major Jennifer Connelly vibes from the 90s.
What's the very latest you're hearing from there?
Well, look, this is going to be very crucial, Kate, to how this moves forward. And I think one key that is very much clear from the United States side.
Never mind.
Is that
from that far away, she did.
the president wants to try to end this war
More Caitlin Collins.
as quickly
Again, man, CNN, you want to talk about like the Fox News type? CNN has a type.
swiftly as possible. That's why we've seen him move at great speed to try and organize these types of meetings. However, what's unclear is whether or not Zelensky, but also the 7 European leaders who are going to be joining him today to meet with President Trump are willing to make the same type of concessions that President Donald Trump is. One of that is, of course, the message we saw the president lay out last night. He essentially said in order to end the war, Ukraine must be willing to give up Crimea, a territory that Russia, I'd remind you, illegally annexed in 2014, and also agree not to become a member of NATO. Those are among the conditions we know that Vladimir Putin laid out on Friday that he believes are necessary in order to reach a peace deal. But there is also
Please elaborate.
a bright spot for Ukraine. We did hear
Oh, just, Burnett, Hazel Eyes.
yesterday from Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. He was on CNN
They have multiple
saying that Russia is willing to accept security
that, like, they look like they're sisters. Because there's another reporter that made the same joke where I'm like, she looks like Caitlin Collins' sister.
guarantees. And we have heard from our reporting, particularly on from some European leaders, that the U.S. is far more
Whereas the Fox News one is, blondes.
open to being the ones to provide those
Trump is useless. Zelensky should never give Putin the edge.
security guarantees than they had been
Well, I mean, Zelensky, if he signs an agreement, then
in the past. One thing as well that I think, of course, is worth noting is that we are now hearing the president say that he is not going to be pushing for a ceasefire. This is very different than the rhetoric we had heard in the past, particularly, the president, I remind you how we got here. The president had given
wait, so
Vladimir
if it's not ceasefire, is it just an end to the war?
Putin a deadline of August 8th to either agree to a ceasefire or face severe
But he just said he wasn't interested in a ceasefire. Now I'm confused.
economic pain
What
and
up, Fred?
sanctions. That is now changing. Friday as well, we heard the president, when he was heading to Anchorage, Alaska, say that he would be very unhappy if they did not reach a ceasefire. But then just one day later, he said, actually, a mere ceasefire is not what we're looking for. We're going to go straight ahead and try to push for a broader peace deal. Of course, something that has potentially left some people in Europe and in Ukraine a little nervous, because that does give Russia, of course, more time to continue the fighting that we saw them really aggressively ramp up last night. All to say, this is going to be a very, very important meeting as to see whether or not the talks can progress in the way that the Trump administration wants them to. We know a key goal for them is to try and set up a second
I got the Nobel Peace Prize. Come on, guys. Give me some credit. I'm better than Obama. Just say I'm better than Obama. Say I'm better than Obama.
Second meeting, this
That's all
time
he
having
wants.
it be a trilateral meeting between
Love me. Come on, everybody. Love me. My daddy never loved me. My mama never loved me. I just want you to love me. Everybody loves Trump. Everybody loves Trump.
President Donald
Except they don't. I know everybody hates me.
Trump, President of
Do
Vladimir
you think he ever has that moment?
Putin, and President Zelensky. And so we'll see if that's actually something that is achievable today. But again, we're hearing, we did hear from the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, kind of lower expectations, saying they're not on the precipice of a deal. This is all about making progress. So we'll see what kind of progress actually can be made once these leaders arrive.
This is what I do. I make deals. It's like, no, you don't. You objectively have been very bad at business over the fucking, 70-something years you've been doing this?
Now for more on this, the CNN global affairs commentator, Sabrina Singh. Sabrina, just on the fundamental first basic issue of a ceasefire now or it doesn't matter now, the dramatic swings in position that we saw and heard from President Trump going into his meeting.
She's so sick of his shit.
With Putin.
I do appreciate the fact that, I've said this about her. She presents everything as, the centrist CNN robot. But occasionally, the disgust of Trump it just comes out. And it's usually, near the end of her day.
Saying a ceasefire was needed in order to get to a peace deal. Leaving the meeting saying that's no longer necessary at all. If he now comes
God, watching him, sway, walking on that was wild.
Today, doing, I don't know, a 180 or even something slightly short of that yet again. I mean, what does that mean?
One of us has to let go. He gave him a tap. Then they both they are such insecure douchebags. It is hilarious. These are world leaders, and they're just nope. Vladdy, I'm going to keep my hand down longer to establish dominance. I read this in a book somewhere.
Trump in the United States being the peace broker here.
Well, you...
Aw, dude, thank you for the 5. Appreciate that, dude. Let TTS do its thing.
$5. Vlad said my hands were not tiny. He said they are the biggest hands he's ever seen, and my hair is so thick, not thinning, and I am a great golfer.
Not as good as my impression there, lady. Vlad said my hands are not tiny. He said they're the biggest hands he's ever seen, and my hair is so thick, not thinning, and I'm a great golfer. He also didn't go PU in the limo. He actually didn't, by the way. I saw that going around a bunch of libs, the older liberal circles on Facebook, and they were convinced it was real. I was just like, it's not real.
Continue to see
it just didn't look right, and then sure shit, it's
the president flip-flop on his positions. I mean, he went into the summit
Look at the Jets.
on Friday with
Look
two
at the
objectives
Jets.
to achieve a ceasefire. And
We put the red things on the Jets so you can't see what's in there.
if that didn't happen, there would be severe consequences put on Russia. And both of those objectives really fell apart. So I think today's meeting, if it's now, we need a ceasefire back on the table, we're accustomed to seeing President Trump flip his positions. I think what's dangerous here is the United States losing its credibility on the world stage to be able to really broker peace deals.
Nobody respects this guy.
Seriously, at the end of the day,
Crazy how nobody respects him.
Great and powerful nation is our steadiness and our being able to lead nations all around the world. And so that's why the president's words really matter. And when you hear that flip-flopping of positions, it makes European leaders, the Ukrainians, and others around the world very skeptical about each time they have a conversation with the president.
And as we know from our Elena Trine was just talking about, the main goal today is to get to a place of having a trilateral meeting next. I mean, from just a communications perspective, if they leave this meeting and President Zelensky is not on board with, a trilateral meeting.
Our CNN commentator
not on board with a trilateral
licking
meeting.
his butt.
I mean, what does Donald Trump do next? If the trilateral meeting
this is what he has to think on the subject.
is the prize that he's trying to achieve short of actually ending the war. I mean, what are the chances you think they actually get there today?
I think it's going to be really hard and very difficult. I mean, a trilateral meeting, while I understand that is the White House's objective, and ultimately this war will end at the negotiating table in a diplomatic fashion, the reality is that both sides are so far apart on what peace looks like. And we don't have a ceasefire in place. And so you're continuing to see these Russian aerial attacks hitting cities overnight, right before the summit took place on Friday. And so if there's not
residential areas too,
not a trilateral agreement.
The one thing, just so you guys know, most of like the big cities in Ukraine, they have very comprehensive bomb shelters, and that's where we I was told not to like freak out. They're like, worry for us and definitely worry about what they're like going to do on the world stage here. But he was like, also be aware that most of the time we do have like a good enough warning to get out of the buildings.
Or a meeting set. I don't think that means talks were a complete failure. I think it's a good thing that this administration is engaging.
Although he also did say that it's a lot scarier when they started doing it with drones because those do have less warning.
With the Russians, is engaging with the Ukrainians. But at the end of the day, putting posts out on Truth Social, basically blaming again Ukraine for the start of the war, it's just not helpful. And saying that Ukraine is ultimately the one that could end this war. That that really flies in the face.
Well, I mean, he's been doing that since day one. Why are we like he was
invading its?
He didn't even change the playbook. He was just waiting.
Sovereign.
God, and again, in between all this, the Epstein stuff, and then did you guys hear that like Ghislaine's getting work release?
Neighbor and sovereign
that just didn't get covered.
Territory who's just trying to fight for survival at this point. So I, while I hope there's a trilateral meeting at some point, I don't know that we will get there.
Yeah, and saying, Ukraine can end this war almost immediately, it is not something we really, it's hard to find President Trump ever saying that about Russia, which obviously is the aggressor.
Yeah, she's so sick of this bullshit.
This war, immediately. On, as you were saying, the messaging going out on social media, the president did
work release.
Just send out another short
like she's going to be able to leave prison
message on social media saying this. A big day at the White House. We've never had so many European leaders here at one time. A great honor for America. Let's see what the results will be. It kind of speaks to there's also this element of the show and of the stagecraft that is going to be on display at the White House today around all of this.
What work does she have to have other than crime?
I think that's exactly right. There's a lot of show.
We really do live in like a ridiculous, like that one does bother me. There's no jokes there. Like this is just, it's wild. How many people like did the thing where they at first were outraged by it, but then they were just like, nah, the left went a little too crazy about this. Where were you before? To, yeah, you know what? We really don't care anymore. Oh, he's just doing what with Ghislaine? We really don't care anymore.
That Alaska summit on.
Just keep transes out of, our sports, and that's all we care about.
Friday, the president also tweeted or posted on Truth Social, high stakes. This is a high stakes game, but what makes, diplomacy is very difficult, and it takes steady leadership. And so while there are, high stakes with this meeting and the one, of course, that came out of Friday, at the end of the day, what we really want to see here is the president.
God, I legitimately
putting pressure on Vladimir Putin to come to the negotiating table
for a ceasefire. How long has this been going on, too?
So I hope the president hears President Zelensky, other European leaders, and their plea to the president that the pressure really needs to be put on Russia and not Ukraine.
That was a lot to get to that. All right. Well, let's do it.
Let's actually go right back to the White House because the press has been led into the Oval Office where President Donald Trump.
I put that on way too. Wait, no, it's just 1.25.
The Ukrainian leader Volodymyr Zelensky. Let's go ahead and listen.
Whoa, they.
Between us. Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to have the president of Ukraine with us. We've had a lot of good discussions, a lot of good talks, and I think progress is being made. Very, very substantial progress in many ways. We had a good meeting, as you know, just a short while ago with the president of Russia. And I think there's a possibility that something could come out of it. And today's meeting is very important. We have, I guess, the seven very powerful leaders from Europe. And we're going to be meeting with them right after this meeting. And thank you very much for being here.
Thanks so much, Mr. President. If I can, first of all, thank you for invitation and thank you very much for your efforts, personal efforts to stop killings and stop this war. Thank you. And
I'm glad that Trump had the, foresight to speak first.
Using this opportunity, many thanks to your wife, First Lady of the United States. She sent a letter to Putin about our children, abducted children, and my wife, she, First Lady of Ukraine, she gave the letter. It's not to you, to your wife.
Oh, I want it. I want it.
Yeah.
I want it.
It's a sensitive topic, yeah.
Jesus Christ, he really is just Cartman.
And thanks to our partners and that you supported this format that after our meeting we can have leaders who are around us, the UK, France, Germany, Italy, Finland, EU, NATO, I mean all partners around Ukraine supporting us. Thanks to them and thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you very much for being here.
President Trump.
Do you think it's fair? Yes.
Did he kiss your ass enough?
Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. So, President Zelensky, you say in a post on X today, Russia must end this war, which it itself started. President Trump, you
This guy's such a dork.
say President Zelensky of Ukraine can end the war with Russia almost immediately if he wants to, which is it?
No, I think that's true. I think we're going to have a meeting. I think if everything works out well today, we'll have a trilat. And I think there will be a reasonable
trilat.
chance of ending the war when we do that.
Is this the end of the road
It sounds cooler if I just say trilat.
for American support for Ukraine?
That's what we call it. Trilateral decision. Or a trilateral meeting.
Is today's meeting deal or no deal?
I can never say that. It's never the end of the road. People are being killed, and we want to stop that.
That wasn't my game show. I was on The Apprentice. Come on, ask me a better question.
So I would not say it's the end of the road. No, I think we have a good chance of doing it. It's been almost 4 years now that a lot of people were killed last week. A lot of people last week. I mean, millions of people killed, but a lot of people last week for whatever reason.
It's because you were leading up to this, you dumb... You stupid fucker.
Number, a lot of soldiers, on both sides. And I know the president...
Occasionally, I can't even make fun of him. It's just like, oh, he's so painfully stupid.
No, myself, and I believe Vladimir Putin wants to see it ended.
No, he doesn't. He wants to... Oh, my God. Oh, my God. He is getting played so hard.
You met with Putin on Friday.
This is wild.
So you got President Zelensky here. As you listen to Russia and Ukraine, which side has the better cards?
Well, I don't want to say that. I'm just here to be. Look, this isn't my war. This is.
But technically, Ukraine, they're playing with Pokemon, where Russia, they're playing with Digimon. Never got into Digimon. They always did the weird evolutions. It's like, okay, I get it. You're a dinosaur. Kind of looks like Charmander. I always appreciated that. Then the middle one got a little bit more sus, a little bit buff, and then for some reason they go into the third evolutions. They all become cyborgs. I don't know what the fuck is up with that. And then they also have, all of a sudden, they'll just have an angel of death there, and they'll just be like, yep, that's a Digimon.
Joe Biden's war. He's the one that had a lot to do with this happening, and we want to get...
NBC is losing its name. It will be called MS Now.
We want it to end good for everybody. We want it to end good. The people of Ukraine have suffered incredibly.
President Zelensky, are you prepared to keep sending Ukrainian troops to their deaths for another...
Oh, by the way, wasn't me. Thank you for the follow.
Years,
appreciate that.
or are you going to agree to redraw the maps?
Oh, you're not kidding? Why do I have a feeling that you're misreporting that, and it's actually going to be MSNBC is doing an app where it's going to be called MS Now?
Thank you for your question. So, first of all, we live under each day attack.
Because if that is the case, then that's interesting because, it almost seems like NBC is trying to offload them.
That today have been a lot of attacks and a lot of...
That's wild because their ratings have been fucking stellar as far as, like, the cable, networks. They're doing pretty well. The top 5 networks are pretty consistently, news networks, with Fox News being number 1 a lot.
People and the child was dead.
But they've been getting knocked out of that position. I hate to say, but here.
1 year and a half. So we need to stop this war, to stop Russia, and we need support American and European partners, and we will do our best for this. So, and I think we show that we are strong people, and we supported the idea of the United States of
Yeah, it's the Comcast spinoff deal. I knew it. No. That's what it was. Yeah.
President Trump.
I knew it. So essentially, Comcast is buying MSNBC, and they're offloading the NBC stuff I have a feeling NBC is about to
stop this war.
Oh, MSNBC is just rebranding completely. It was after the whole Peacock thing. That makes sense.
Triplug
Oh,
and
dude,
Jive
thanks
in
for the $5.
$5.
Dude, you're being
deal or no
super
deal.
generous.
I should
really
have been
appreciate
on
that.
show. No better person at making deals. Art of the Deal. You heard of it? Howie is good, but not like me.
Not like me. Not like no. That's a. Did you see him on America's Got Talent? Did you know that they asked me to be on that? I said no because I had too much going. He said that at one point. I'm pretty sure it was on Howard Stern, and he was talking about, you know, that they were going to give me America's Got Talent.
Diplomatic way of finishing this war, and we are ready for trilateral, as President said. This is a good signal about trilateral. I think
Deal or no deal? I should have been on that show.
this is very good. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Ew! Because it's the one with the ladies in the suitcases. Oh, that's a little too on brand for the Don. Did you know that's how they got the idea for Money in the Bank? Did you know that's Vince McMahon? He saw one of those cases and was like, "That's that briefcase looks like you can hit a man in the head and it wouldn't hurt too much, so therefore it could be used as a prop." Then all of a sudden created Money in the Bank. I love Vince McMahon.
Are you going to be willing to send American peacekeepers to Ukraine?
Well, we're going to work with Ukraine.
Dude, I'm not going to be able to get
everybody, and we're going to make sure that if there's peace, the peace is going to stay long term. This is very long term. We're not talking about a 2-year peace, and then we.
You guys see that episode of Howie Mandel where he outed the fact that Bill Burr and Billy Corgan are actual blood brothers?
End up in this mess again. We're going to make sure that everything's good. We'll work with Russia.
It's one of the most cringy things I have ever seen because the way Howie deals with it is not good. And Bill Burr was pissed.
Work with Ukraine, and we're going to make sure it works. And I think if we can get to peace, it's going to work. I have no doubt about it.
Your team has talked about security guarantees. Could that involve U.S. troops? Would you rule that out in the future?
We'll let you know that maybe later today. We're meeting with 7 great leaders of great countries also, and we'll be talking about that. They'll all be involved.
Duh.
There'll be a lot of...
It's because of his stupid teeth.
There'll be a lot of help. When it comes to security, there's going to be a lot of help. It's going to be good. They are first line of defense because they're there. They're Europe. But we're going to help them out also. We'll be involved.
Vladimir Putin mentioned that the war will not end without addressing the root causes of this war. Have you had an understanding what are the root causes of this war?
Well, look, the war is going to end. When it ends, I can't tell you, but the war is going to end, and this gentleman wants it to end, and Vladimir Putin wants it to end. I think the whole world is tired of it.
It could be in a week, it could be in a year, it could be in 200 years. Who knows? It's going to end, though.
This maybe would be the easiest one, and it's not the easiest one. It's a tough one. A lot of reasons for it, and they'll be talking about it for a long time, but they'll be talking about the others. Look, India, Pakistan, we're talking about the big places. When you look at, you just take a look at some of these wars. You go to Africa and take a look at that, Rwanda and the Congo, Republic of the Congo. That's been going on for 31 years. And so we've done a total of 6, and we really have 6, not including the fact that we
oh, by the way, it wasn't me. Thank you for the chat and the info.
Obliterated, and it turned out to be a total obliteration. The nuclear, as you said, the future.
Okay, enough goofiness for a bit.
Nuclear capability of Iran.
I mean, it's almost impossible when you watch him. Like when you, I don't know. Maybe this is like my coping skill is making fun of this guy is its own hobby.
And this one.
It is the one silver lining. The one silver lining.
I think we're going to get solved also. I feel confident.
Did he just say the Republic of Congo?
We're going to get it solved.
I wouldn't put it past them. They got great condos in Congo. Did you know they got the big silver monkey? I saw the movie. Did you know? They were half ape, half man. I always knew there was something funky going on in the Congo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can you tell us about your conversations with European leaders and what they need to see to support an end to the war?
Yeah, well, we're going to be meeting with
My pleasure. I'm always good at research and fact check. Ooh, like that.
Great representative group, and 7 very powerful, very big countries.
I'll always take a good fact check.
Great people, all friends of mine and friends of yours. And we're going to have some suggestions made. They want to see peace. They would like to see peace. In the red.
And yes, he first said condo. He's a moron. Yes.
President Trump,
All right, now that's the fact check I was... Oh, I didn't know I needed that. Thank you.
For Ukraine and for Russia to achieve a lasting and durable peace if Ukraine cedes its territories that Russia hasn't yet conquered. Do you think it's a fair peace for Ukraine?
We're going to have a lasting peace. Just to answer the first part of your question, we're going to have a lasting peace.
I just want to make fun while he talks. It's like watching Fast and Furious just to laugh at the ridiculousness.
I hope it's going to be immediately. I hope it doesn't have to go on. And I think people of the whole world is going to be very happy when that's announced.
Dominic Toretto is going to be very happy. Very happy. Did you know that they went to space? I saw what they did with a Ford Fiero, and I was just like, Elon, come on, we have to have a chat.
Mr. President, you posted on social media, Mr. President, a very touching letter from the First Lady, and the letter was hand-delivered to President Putin, and it calls for an end to the war, essentially, because of the children and the children's future.
I know that he's, like, gotta have the long microphone because, yeah, I mean, it gives him a one-up there, but that doesn't make him look any less weird with it.
Why did the First Lady feel that letter was necessary? Was it because she believes that Mr. Putin is the aggressor in the war?
At least you're not the guy back here. Look at this guy. Huh? I can almost see.
Is a similar letter being hand-delivered to President?
He's doing the dad thing. Like, he literally looks like a dad at a recital. Like, oh, yeah, you're doing great. Hold on, Daddy can see you.
So the First Lady felt very strongly. She's watched the same thing that you watch.
Trump needs to avoid mentioning children.
Yeah, I watch. I see things that you don't get to see.
I will say this much on social media. With the Epstein stuff, can we just take the small win that is anytime that somebody, like one of these MAGA assholes, like starts to interact with you, you can just say you support a pedo. They do not have good comebacks.
See, and it's horrible. But when
not one. I haven't been able. I would admit where, like, I would save that one and actually show it to you guys where it's just like, no, this guy had a good comeback. A good comeback. Excuse me.
She's got a great love of children. She has a wonderful son that she loves, probably more than anybody.
My mouth just gave up halfway through that. I was like,
including me. I hate to say it, but she
oh,
loves
man.
her son. She
Insert
loves children,
stroke joke.
and she hates to see something
or not
like this happening. And that goes for other wars too. I mean, she sees the heartbreak, the parents, the funerals that you see on television. Always funerals. We want to see something other than funerals. No, she felt it was a beautiful letter. It was very well received.
What funerals? What the fuck is he talking about?
By him. And she did ask me to say, she would love to see this end. She would love to see it end. And
like, he's literally just like, Melania, she sits in a dark room with a little TV. We have a little CRT. She never wanted to upgrade. I didn't ask why. I just let her sit in the corner with her little in the dark with her little TV. And she's always crying, always looks to me and goes, Donnie, she calls me Donnie. Why can't you do something about this, Donnie? We need you to do something. And I'm just like, you know what? I'm going to go do it. Just for you, baby. I'm going to go do it.
Says it very openly, very proudly, and with great sorrow because so many people have been killed.
What you think of the children? I can't do a good Melania. Come on.
Yes, sir. I've got a question for each of you. First of all,
oh, yeah, I can. I don't care.
President Zelensky, you look fabulous in that suit.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, you look good.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, looks good.
I said to one that attacked
this wasn't it. Okay, he didn't get a zinger, and honestly, I kind of want to punch this guy.
you last time. See, that was I remember.
Like, ew.
Yeah, I apologize to you. You look wonderful. No, my first question.
No, that was actually like, that was you trying to also like do the thing where you're just like, oh, you actually put a suit on. You listen to me. Oh, good job. Good job. You actually look like a world leader. Good job.
President Zelensky.
In the same suit.
Oh, you in the same suit? He is dressed just like fucking Trump. Oh my God. Yes. All right. Z-Man with a good one.
Real quickly, upon peace, God willing we get peace, are you open to holding an election in your country?
Oh, he really does. That's disgusting. These guys dress like Trump.
Yes, of course. We are open for election, yes. We have to do safety circumstances. And a little bit, we need to work in the parliament, because during the war you can't have elections, but we can do security. We need...
Oh, the fucking gold. It's disgusting.
Maybe, how to say, we need a truth.
I've never liked gold. So this is weird.
Everywhere at the battlefield.
Sterling silver is much more classy, people.
In the sky and the sea, to make possible for people to do democratic, open, legal elections.
So you say during the war you can't have elections. So let me just say 3.5 years from now. So you mean if we happen to be in a war with somebody, no more elections?
He's so cheeky. Nothing to worry about there, folks. That's he just, wow, my brain's actually processing the fact that he just said it. He just fucking said it. He said it. I've been saying this. And right now, Alex Jones's head should be exploding.
I wonder what the fake
You like this idea?
Yeah.
No.
Speaking of news, I got a question for you. This sounds
No. He's like, no. Oh, look at him smiling because he knows. Like, dude, we're not gonna have a new president until this motherfucker's dead. And unfortunately, that's gonna be a long time. They're gonna they're gonna vampire heart this guy just like Dick Cheney. And there it is, man. The God Emperor.
to ask this, but do you think the American media really doesn't even want?
Cool. And then you got guys like this guy. They're ushering it in.
A peace deal because they
aren't you happy that we're like the biggest dorks on the planet and the biggest glazers?
They've been so critical of you every step of the way as you
weekend at Trump is
charged for peace.
It's an amazing.
Baptox, we have a job for you. You do a great impression. We need you.
I said that if in the settlement you got Moscow, St. Petersburg, and thousands.
There's going to be a seamless transition. Just wait for it. He's going to put some sunglasses on. Just don't break into Macho Man.
Of miles around them, they would say, I made a bad deal. The level of hatred and animosity is incredible. Not with all. I mean, we have great people up here. We also have terrible people up there that I think are told what to say. But
no thanks, mister. No thanks. I can't do that. I do have my principles. Oh, we weren't asking.
In solving all of these wars, they don't even write about it. I saw major wars. I saw wars that have been going on for 31, 35, and 37, and a couple of quicker ones. One that was going to.
My fucking God. A couple quicker ones. Oh my God. Could you imagine? Dude, just put the did you hear that wasn't me. You might be able to correct me on this. But I heard that the White House had scrubbed Trump's interview transcripts because they kind of figured out that if you read this stuff out of context, he sounds like a fucking just a bumbling idiot.
Go into a full-blown deal very quickly,
And holy shit, God damn it. Just apply this to Joe, literally have Joe Biden say the words that he is saying and people would just be like, dude, this guy is what the fuck, 24th Amendment, what?
The one I'm talking about was a big one. But they don't even write about that. No matter what I do, no matter what,
Oh, thank you. Cool. It was.
Not anything to do with you. It's probably to your advantage in a certain way. But no matter what I do, no matter what deal I make, from my standpoint, you'll come out good. Maybe President Putin will come out good. But they'll say, Trump was absolutely horrible. It's just it. And I've lived with that for a long time. I've lived with it since just before the first election. I used to get...
Oh, yes, because you're such a victim. Shut up.
Great publicity. Now I get the worst publicity anyone's ever gotten in office.
Gee, I wonder why that would be. It's almost like, I don't know, there are still people out there that think you should have never been president to begin with. This is ridiculous. This whole idea that we went with a fucking billionaire businessman, that still fucks with me, where they're like, he was an outsider and he represents the people. It's like, huh?
Office, but I won in a landslide, so that people understand. They're the only ones that count, ultimately. But I've also had great reporters. I've had journalists that are very good. But it's very sad when you do the right thing. As an example, they said, because of the fact that Vladimir Putin came to American soil, this was a tremendous defeat for Donald Trump. No, it was really wonderful that he did it. It was a hard thing for him to do, to be honest with you. It was the opposite of what they said, but they said it. Now, if he didn't come...
Wasn't me. Can you fact check me on this one? He only won by what? It was 1% of
They say that was also bad for Trump. Yeah. There's no way. And there's just a great
I'm sorry.
dishonesty of the press, and I think that's why it's lost its credibility. You know, it's
They also stopped keeping records of all Trump's meetings and conversations, which is unprecedented and insanely dangerous. Oh, so you're saying that, like, even if we were to do the Freedom of Information Act, there would be no information there? That's nice. That's cool. How has that not been fucking widely reported on, like, a lot more?
Its credibility is at an all-time low.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last week you warned of what you called severe consequences if a 30-day ceasefire or any type of ceasefire were not agreed to by Russia. Will there be severe consequences? Does that change?
Won't eat on stream, but will cough directly in the mic.
Because
I don't think you need a ceasefire. You know, if you look at the 6 deals that I settled this year, they were all at war. I didn't do any ceasefires.
Well.
And I know that it might be good to have, but I can also understand strategically why, well, you know, one country or the other wouldn't want it. You have a ceasefire and they rebuild and rebuild and rebuild, and, you know, maybe they don't want that. But if you look at the 6 deals that we made peace and you know, long-term, long-running wars, I didn't do any ceasefires. Would I like the concept. You know, I like the concept of a ceasefire for one reason, because you'd stop killing people immediately, as opposed to in 2 weeks or 1 week or whatever it takes. But we can work a deal where we're working on a peace deal while they're fighting. They have to fight. I wish they could stop. I'd like them to stop. But strategically, that could be a disadvantage for one side or the other. But all of these deals I made without even the mention of the words ceasefire.
Can you explain the decision to offer Ukraine Article 5-like security guarantees, but stop short of pushing for their full membership?
Yeah, well, we haven't done anything on that yet. If you look back and you go back long before President Putin, it was always a statement that they would never allow Ukraine into NATO. So that was a statement that was made, but we haven't discussed any of that yet. We're going to be discussing.
You fucking said it on it. Oh my God, did you forget what you put out there publicly from your account? That actually might leak credence that it might not be him.
It today, but we will.
Or he is literally in a little bit of a steep decline, like people have been kind of insinuating.
Give them very good.
Which Midas Touch might want to calm the fuck down on with the sensationalism, because honestly, it's the boy who cries wolf syndrome. By the time we actually get to an election, people are going to be sick of the Midas Touch.
Actually, very good security.
Like, I'm so glad that they're going to reach 6 million subscribers before they do that, though.
That's part of it. And the people that are waiting for us, they are
jealous.
I think they're very likely.
No.
They want to help out also.
I would never want to do that.
Thank you, President Trump. The United States has already given hundreds of billions of dollars to this war effort in Ukraine. At best, it is a stalemate, and the killing continues.
Biden. Did he just really say Biden?
So, President Trump, how much more is the United States willing to give Ukraine? And President Zelensky, how much more do you want?
Well, I'll start off just by saying we're not giving anything now. We're selling weapons. This is something before, I guess the number is well over $300 billion. That was under Joe Biden, a corrupt politician, not a smart man, never was. By the way, go back 40 years. He was not a smart man 40 years ago either.
Dude, he's attacking Joe Biden now. At what point do you also just go, what the fuck, dude? You catty fucking asshole. Like, I am so glad that he has brought out all the worst impulses in every insecure douchebag, whether they be male or female, because people who have actually started to talk like him and think like him, it is kind of nice that at least we don't have to feign decorum with these people anymore. And I love how, like, they throw themselves on the, you know, pyre of victimhood the second that we do respond like that, because they're just like, you meanie bopini lefties, we always knew you were intolerant. Go fuck yourselves.
But now it's in
Tolerant
particular bad.
Always happened.
This was done by a corrupt administration that shouldn't have been in, and frankly, if the right results of the election were given, if I were president, this war would have never taken place, and he would have been very happy, because he would have liked to have seen. I mean, they went through hell. He went through hell. This war would have never happened, and the people that were killed, a couple of million people, a lot of people with soldiers and everything else, and the people.
Again, honestly, I should stop doing the Trump impression anytime I read his shit, because it does kind of, it's normalizing his idiocy. Like, did you just hear what he fucking said?
People that have been displaced and forced into other areas and other countries because of what's happened, none of that would
Again, but corn pop, right?
have happened.
The fuck?
And I'm just saying that he was a horrible president.
I'm just saying, I don't know where I was going with that. He's a horrible guy, horrible president. I'm much better.
Whether it was the borders or this, he was just a horrible, corrupt president.
Jeffrey Epstein? Shut up with your shut up with your fucking corruption, you asshole. Honestly, dude, this is the funniest one where it's like, go ahead. What's more corrupt than the Epstein stuff? What do you have on Biden? What? How are we at this point into August where they have, in a matter of 2 months, gotten to that? Like, this does kind of fuck with me a little bit, where it's like, no. And they do this with the confidence of like, yeah, what you gonna say to me, bitch?
I can. Thanks so much. So first of all, we have possibility now to buy weapons from the United States. We are thankful for this program and this opportunity. We are thankful for Europe. They pay for this. And through NATO program for Pearl and etc. We have some programs where we can have some money to finance this.
Thank you. It's 1.46. Yes, landslide. You know how that goes.
And this is a part, I think. It's not a part for the war and to defend us. It also will be a part for security guarantees, to strengthen our army, to rearm Ukrainian army. This is very, very important. And it depends how much money we need to rearm. For example, the question of air defense, we spoke about it with President Trump, and I'm happy that we have now bilateral decisions and we work on it with production, American production. Nobody in Europe has so many air defense like Patriots, for example. We need it very much, and this is also about defending.
I think the good news, we make the best military equipment in the world by far. You mentioned
he doesn't. He is just trying so hard, but he does he understand how every time he tries to big dick him, he's also kind of like showing his ass here? Where it's like, dude, you took the criticism that you like got mollywopped by fucking Putin and like embarrassed beyond embarrassed. I mean, but this is not playing into the whole strongman argument. You look even weaker, and you look like you're even more of Putin's bitch by doing this.
To the Patriots, how good are they?
Systems.
We have systems.
But Zelensky also insinuating like we don't necessarily need just American. Sorry.
They're literally 100% foolproof, and it's really like shooting two bullets. Two bullets hitting each other in the air in a space like this. The chances.
That is such a fucking funny thought. Just
100%. It's 90.
Trump, he's just like, Mr. Trump, or President Trump, what do you think about this, very serious geopolitical backpack.
99 to 100%.
I was always thinking about that stupid backpack, and Dora, Dora the Explorer, one day she said, "Hola, I am Dora," and she asked my name, and I said, "Me amo Donald," and then I didn't get a response, so I said, "Fuck this, I want to deport them all."
So we sell the equipment to NATO.
Plus, I was always a little jealous of Diego.
And NATO does.
Diego was her cousin. I don't care.
I don't know what the arrangement is.
Like, wait a minute, this got weird.
That you have with, but I know that they want you to have the equipment, and we're getting the best equipment.
Then he deported
into the world, but they pay us for the equipment. Under Biden, it was just crazy what was going on. I believe the number is over 300. I think it could be $350 billion worth of equipment and money and everything else. And we've made more progress.
Dora went back to Dora's the explorer of her own, of her home country, not America. Notice how it's not Dora the American explorer.
4 years. This should have been settled a long time ago, but it should have never happened. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, what guarantees do you need from President Trump to be able to make a deal? Is it American troops?
You know who I'm a big fan of? Bob the Builder.
Intelligent equipment.
Can he fix it? Yes, he can.
What is it?
Everything. Really, it includes two parts. First, strong Ukrainian army. That's what I began to discuss with your colleagues. And it's a
One thing that I noticed is there's been no bananas in pajamas, and America has been in steep decline ever since. I say bring the bananas back.
About weapon and then people and training missions.
Make bananas great again.
It will
put pajamas on them.
We will discuss with our partners. It depends on the big countries, on the United States, on a lot of our friends.
And Mr. President, are you willing to commit American troops to that NATO-like protection in order to get President Zelensky to a deal today?
Well, I don't know if you define it that way, but NATO-like, I mean, we're going to give, we have people.
Sorry, Dora, got to send you back to Mexico where you can be with your family.
Waiting in another room right now. They're all here from Europe, biggest people in Europe, and they want to give protection.
Mr. Trump.
They feel very strongly about it, and we'll help them out with that. I think it's very important. I think it's very important to get the deal done.
I'm stopping myself right there.
Oh, fuck. The peacekeeping in Ukraine since your first day in the administration. What would you say to the Ukrainian people right now who are suffering under the Russian
Hola, soy Dora!
attacks and hoping that the
My family's from Ecuador. Wait, actually, wasn't she? I don't think she. Yeah, I think she was.
Well, I know Ukrainian people. I've known many over the years. They're great people. They're smart. They're energetic.
I had a little, a little brother that he watched all that bullshit. So Dora the Explorer, Blue's Clues, Bob the Builder, and then Caillou. All of those are cool except for Caillou. Caillou is legitimately like, if you hate your children, or that's how you find out that your children hate you, is that if they start watching Caillou first, that means your kid hates you.
They love their country. I mean, they love their country, and we want to get this war ended. That's all I can do.
Little shit.
I love the Ukrainian people, but I love all people. I love the Russian people. I love them all. I want to get the war stopped. Very important.
Which Mexico are you from again? Oh my God, that's one of the most real Donald Trump questions. Wait, which one of the Mexicos are you from? Y'all speak Mexican, right? God, I just had a friend say that recently, where he's like, "Yeah, I just heard them speaking Mexican." I'm like, "Oh God."
Is Vladimir Putin that left you
disappointed? He's not. Trust me, he's not racist. He's just stupid.
Look, we just spoke to. I was just telling the president. I just spoke to President Putin indirectly, and we're going to have a phone call right after these meetings today. And we may or may not have a trilat. If we don't have a trilat, then the fighting continues. And if we do, we have a good chance. I think if we have a trilat, there's a good chance.
I think he just heard the term trilat, and he is like excited to use it, because I've never heard him say trilat.
Maybe ending it.
Trilat. I love a trilat.
He's expecting my call when we're finished with this meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, of course he is, because you're his bitch.
Very much.
I think he may have just realized what he said right there. Like his brain, he just might have had that thing where he's like, "Oh shit, I just gave the game away. Hold on, gotta go, guys. Gotta call my lover, Pootie Poo. Hey, Pootie. Pootie Tang. How's it going, buddy? Just gotta say, got off a long conversation with Zelensky. Did you see how I made him my bitch? I totally made him my bitch. You love me, don't you? Wonder if he changed his diaper before the meeting. God. The fact that that's a real thing that they never refuted. It's just unreal. Amazing that Trump's lead-addled brain can learn a new word. Dude, I saw this like 60-something-year-old driving like an antique car, and it totally had lead additive, and I could not stop thinking about that, where I was just like, oh. Yeah. But millennials are the ones, the ones where you actually did care enough to like remove some of the lead, some of it, Our pipes still weren't great. Still saying your pro-recreational pot nonsense? And medical. Yes, it's confirmed from numerous sources that he wears a diaper and regularly reeks. Yeah, well, yeah. That one isn't just a bunch of, like, leftist, oh, you guys are just being meanie. Alrighty. We've got the ground news segment. You know what that means, folks. This is the sponsored segment of the show. Now, if you guys do not know, I was a big fan of ground news. They were able to break through some of the algorithmic bullshit. Now, this is the thing, and this is why they probably aren't too jazzed about me. I will just say that because the news has been so swamped lately with a bunch of right-wing bullshit, they kind of figured out like how to get their stuff at the top of ground news and other news aggregation tools, no matter what, because they are trying to report everything. So it's kind of the flood the zone type of thing. But this is why I still love ground news specifically for this right here. I am able to see who's reporting on what, and then also go to the blind spot feature and then see what I'm missing. And that's honestly the best. That's the best way to get your news, folks. So if you guys want to try it out, You can use code PEPTALKS, get yourself 40% off. Yeah. It's just a short sponsored segment because I use this for as a just because they are a sponsor. Yeah, I still use it. So this is where we're gonna take a look at some of the stuff that we missed. Vaccine panel fired by Kennedy had lowest rate of financial conflict since 2000. You're fucking kidding me. He reeks. Well, there have been occasional moments where I've smelled myself. Dude, if you don't like the smell of Mary Jane, I kind of understand it. Just stink up entire neighborhoods. Move. Or just, I don't know, get used to it the same way you got used to ozone, dude. Like, dude, shut up. This is coming from a bunch of people that either smoke cigars or, you know, they normalized pollution and are perfectly fine with it, by the way. You know, smog good, pot smoke bad. Oh, you're new here, wasn't me. Groovy Hot Rod is previously known as Repentant Man. He's here to save our souls and also shame us for, you know, reasons. I don't know. I don't know what he has against it, but it is interesting to me. I will admit that. Smoke Buddy, a purifier. Yeah, no, I actually have a Smoke Buddy somewhere. I gotta find that. Oh, God. That filter's probably, like, broken down. Alright, let's see. Ukraine unveils Flamingo. What's that? Name serial production of 300. Oh, that's what he was talking about. Ukraine has started serial production of its new Flamingo cruise missile. That's an interesting name for that. The swinging community's just like, well, now we can start using missile lingo. I guess that made our lives a little bit fun. They make one for entire neighborhoods. Technically, you can get away without using the Smoke Buddy if you set up an air purifier right next to you. Yeah, I mean, just get an air purifier, man. Passed out in the park? Yeah, exactly. No, this guy, he's one of these dudes that, like, thinks that the homeless people that he sees nodding off smoked a little bit of the demon's lettuce. Try plugging it in. Thank you. Oh, Jesus, dude. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, dude. Right. Ethan left of the dial. Oh, shit. Left of the dials? I did not realize that. Okay. Been on my radar. Somebody said that I should start doing a collab with them. Well, that's cool. Trump says he has begun arrangements for face-to-face meeting between Putin and Zelensky. I have a rule on this channel. Whenever it says Trump says, I don't necessarily believe it. If it says Trump team or the Trump administration, then I tend to give it a little bit more credence. But this should really piss off Repentant Man here. You getting flashbacks? Is this your Vietnam, dude? Like, you're just like, oh, the bubbling, the smoke, no! Every time he smells a skunk, he just drops, no! Those potheads again. Good vibes Monday. Fuck yeah, it is. Thank you, man. I'm having good vibes. Hope I'm sending good vibes. I also really appreciate that, dude. You know how it goes, you guys. That really helps out the channel when you guys get memberships and gifted memberships. So thank you. Dude, you're awesome. Appreciate that. No, I just worry that for your eternal soul. What? That's the part. If you're dead serious about that, brother, like, I hope you know that when I was a Christian, I was very okay in the thought that it's like, oh yeah, it qualifies as the of the earth. Although, somebody pointed out, they're like, yeah, poison ivy is also of the earth. I was like, hey! There were trial and error for a reason. Don't put that Darwinism on me. Repentant to Groovy Hot Rod. This guy definitely came in when you recovered. Replant, man. Yeah. Bro, nothing in the Bible says you can't smoke a little weed. No, it doesn't. There's there's literally something called the burning bush. I mean, come on, let's not trying to do the obvious. Oh my god. I'm gonna tinnitus flare up today. I know exactly why that is. A little liquid IV. I find that like when I get some like vitamin B, which this one is specifically a little higher in, it helps clear up my tinnitus. I only have tinnitus in one ear, which sucks. God gave you a body and you deliberately destroy it. That's a sin. Dude, I was just saying, you know how I got tinnitus? This is what's like the most insane part about that. I was at a fucking church function. Like, and that was the first time that I ever had like a severe, like, I could not hear anybody. Like the entire next day I couldn't hear anything. So yeah, it was all because I was standing next to the fucking speaker the entire time because we did this thing where like I was stationed there. It sucked. I always think back to that where I'm like, oh, it couldn't have happened, well, I mean, I've gone to plenty of shows, so that could have compounded it, but it just sucks that was my first, like, memory of just being like, what is that ringing? In fact, we have recently found archaeological evidence of very proto-Judean priests using cannabis mixed with animal dung at the altar of El, who went on to become Yahweh. Oh, there you go. That whole I am trying to save your soul is so narcissistic. Isn't pride a deadly sin? Yes. That's one thing I've never understood about the evangelical community. Because, like, it does like, just by the merit of them being like, I must save you. Like, you were kind of nailing that. It's like, no, you don't. You can give us the word, and the word is God and of God. So technically, if it's so divine, technically it should just do its own thing. Wine destroys the body too. That it does. Doing what he's doing is literally against God's words. He is. Yeah, he's this is what they're talking about. Like when they say using the Lord's name in vain, that's what they were talking about. Not saying, oh my God. But oh my God, I gotta piss. So here, I'm gonna keep the music on, play a little I Spy, and I'll be right back. I am developing a migraine. What's going on? I save articles about potheads. Those are just a few of the things. You save... This guy's got, like, the conspiracy wall with all the string just with pothead stories, and it all connects back to Pep Talks. That's pretty funny. Alright, guys. Well, we're in between stories. I want to do something. I got some magic. Let's see. Do I pull anything good? Kind of wish Kirk were here for this, but I swear to God, one of these days, we'll pull something really good. Oh, we got a wizard token. That's cool. All right. Rook turret. Aerith rescue mission. Light of judgment. Sephiroth's intervention. Gigantitoad. Oh, shit. Hell yeah. I got instant ramen. Fuck yeah. Oh, that's cool. Got a full art. Neat. That's neat. Unexpected request. Jesus! I got a full Chocobo Mog. Okay, there's 2 good cards. Machinist. Oh my god, dude. Arsenal. And then I got a foil Ifrit. Fucking hey. Okay, this was a good one. For those who don't play Magic, yeah, this was a really good pack. So, cool. Now we can move on. More Mog for me. Yeah, did you see it was Chocobo Mog? It was the one that has it's one of the summons from Final Fantasy VII. Next thing you tell me, Sylvie. I've always loved that. All right, so you guys want some bad? You guys want the warning for bad news? Well, too bad. I'm gonna give you the warning for bad news because I'm bad at this. There's bad news. So the Texas Democrats folded, and I think it was right after Newsom said he was doing what he was doing. Now they feel like it doesn't matter. Now it's 5-5. The problem is, with Newsom doing what he's doing, Florida and other red states are already doing this. They're getting ready to do the exact same thing before the next elections, and they're doing a bunch of special elections, and they're making the moves to redistrict, and it's going to, I hate to say this could be really, really bad, because Democrats have spent so much time playing by the rules that they have put a bunch of roadblocks in blue states that, unfortunately, like, you have to get past independent commissions, you have to get, like, majority votes that are really hard to get in certain states, like Illinois. Because we do still have a pretty, decent red contingent. So, we've only got 2 Republican representatives in Congress, but we have, in our state house, I think that it's like 60-40. So yeah, we really don't have room, like, to kind of fuck around with that. And honestly, if Pritzker's enjoying, like, being one of the Democrats that is standing up to Trump, which I'm glad that he is, he's at least gotta, have a plan there. Just saying. My only worry is that Newsom won't gerrymander the F out. He already is trying. He should gerrymander the entire state. He's leaving it up to this. He's leaving it up to the majority of, like, this is the dirty trick that he's kind of using, which this is also ballsy because, yeah, Republicans could come in and find it, like, they could do something where they're just like, okay, like, fuck this. This is the way we do it. Like, we use his stupidity against him, and we, like, because he's so confident that because this is a majority vote, where it's just a majority yes or a majority no, that because of what's going on with Trump, that he's just going to get the votes. But he also wants to do it under, like, the auspice that, like, the populist, or, like, the population, sorry, that migraine is starting to hit me. I did just take some medicine for it, so I should be okay, hopefully. If I start, like, seeing circles, though, I might have to call stream. Because, yeah, if it turns into an ocular migraine, then I'm fucked. Right now, it's just kind of sitting right here. But yeah, I am worried about this. Like, I really am. I'm worried that this could have the cascading effect of us never being able to get any representation. And also, I think that Mehdi Hassan covered this, but he said something really, really poignant about how, you know, with Greg Abbott and all this, like, obvious bullshit, there is the fact that, you know, Republican politicians of, like, Latino and, you know, whether they're Latino or black, they're going to have to really kind of look at this and go, well, hold on. If they do this, there is a good chance that, you know, since I technically am a DEI hire, because, again, love how DEI only applies to, you know, blue states or any of that shit. Like, come on. Like, Jesus Christ. When it literally is the DEI thing where they're using them as, like, token, like they're tokenizing these people, and they're just being like Donald Trump especially. See, the black population and the Latino population, they love me. Fucking A. But yeah, this sucks. This was bad news. Texas Democrats end walkout over redistricting as California prepares to retaliate. The Democrats ended a 2-week walkout Monday, and that stalled the Republican efforts to redraw congressional districts. Okay, so I wonder if they're going to talk about this, because I did see that somebody brought up that even if they vote on this, if somebody challenges it in court before that, then technically it could stave it off, but I don't know how that gets... Did they get arrested? No, they did not get arrested. The return to the Texas Capitol will allow Republican-run legislature to proceed as Democrats separately. No, this literally is just... They saw this... Like, they have so much confidence that California is going to vote for this that they're just like, oh, we don't... Even if we lose our 5 seats, we don't have to care about that. Although Jasmine Crockett, you know, that sucks for her, but if she doesn't pull a fucking Boebert, I don't know what to tell you. Like, also... At some point, gerrymandering or not, the constituency has to fucking do something there. You do understand how that works, right? Like, people actually have to fucking vote. Like, at some point, we have to stop playing this game of, well, people are so disaffected by politics and everything sucks for them and blah, blah. Fuck that. I'm so over that, man. No, that's the one thing that is... I'm tired of carrying the weight of caring about, like, my future and, like, apparently other people's financial futures, and that don't give a shit about theirs or the future of their kids, that when they're just like, oh, they openly fucking vote for things that are going to damage the planet for their children. I don't have kids. Don't plan on having them. But somehow, some way, I'm still not doing that. You'd think, as a white, cis guy... Fucking A. I did, someone sent me a video on Discord about how, like, it's so easy to just, like, do the grift. And we made a joke about it where it's like, yeah, I'll do, Pepper's Preppers. Welcome to Pepper's Preppers. Today, we're going to be talking about the deep state of Trump coming for us. Locking all us up, leftists up. We're all next. You know it. You know it. So before we get locked up, I gotta sell you something, some colloidal silver, and I also happen to have some of those little buckets of food. You know, they're not bad. You got a lot of ramen. Got lots and lots of. Just make mine would literally just be a giant bucket of just instant ramen. Except this instant ramen has been sealed in a way where it'll stay good for any of your apocalyptic needs. Just take comfort in knowing that you too can watch some anime, and every time that they heat up a cup ramen, that you will be able to join them. I mean, come on, can we just admit that ramen is one of the most versatile meals, especially if you know what you're doing? Like, man, you got an egg, you got some chili powder, got a little bit of fresh herbs. Also, if you, I don't know, Pepper Prepper, there's a brand there. The Pepper Prepper, I'm telling you, man. If I, for some reason, need to, I don't know, I should probably just do a character. Oh my God, I could do a second channel and just do it like Colbert and like watch that's the one that takes off, but it's like these idiots don't know I'm joking. That's just a little too real right there. Just a little bit. Excuse me. God damn. Conservative, probably. Today, our president, Trump, is doing... Well, dude, did you guys see fucking Hillary was glazing Trump over the fucking Putin stuff? Oh, my God. If there isn't any more, like, just blatantly obvious, just like, there's your deep state. Like, what are you doing? I have an amazing habit of adding nachos, beans, broccoli, onions, garlic, chicken, and eggs to my ramen. I do eggs. I do, yeah, like chicken. Broccoli I've never done. Onions I do. Garlic. Come on. Who's not putting... If you don't put garlic in your ramen, then I don't know. Is that not a normal thing? I always assumed that was a normal thing. I also add a little bit of seaweed. I like having fresh, like a nice fresh piece of seaweed. It's funny because they flip between the two positions of either let Putin take everything or stop the war. Now peacetime. Just depends on whatever Trump says at the time. I know, right? That's why it's so obvious. They don't give a shit. They literally don't give a shit because it really doesn't affect us that much. Like, it realistically comes down to that, where they're just like, well, yeah, but would that be a bad thing? And then, honestly, these people are such R words that, God, I like to say the word when I do that, because that one does soften it, because they certainly are. That they don't fucking think past any of this, and they don't look at history. They don't care. Dang, you guys make bougie ramen. I had Tabasco. Tabasco's good. I like adding Tabasco. Yeah, hot sauce. Well, that's what I was saying. Chili powder, chili sauce, something with chilies. MAGA cult maxing is so effing creepy. It is, though. It really is. Like, those people, I've been saying this since I started this show, are like, I know they're too far gone, but it is also just, like, alarming, like, how, ew. Like, they are just, it's disgusting. It's disgusting to watch somebody just lose themselves like that. But, they return to the capital, blah, 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 and Texas doesn't have a state or other state, blah, 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 blah. Many of the absent Democrats left Chicago early Monday and landed for the first time. Trump's... How come Republicans always have very slappable faces? It's always because they're condescending pricks. Like, this guy's coming at him in good faith, and this guy's just like, watch what happens the second you guys get a majority. We're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna do the same thing. God, they can't wait. All right, well, I want to do greedflation returns, or I want to do the top 5 Epstein lies, Because honestly, no, we need to always be in the reminder portion of how ridiculous this is, and on the off chance that, well, I'm gonna be fair to myself here. Actually, I get thrown out to the MAGA algorithm, so on the chance that a MAGA person watches my stream and is enjoying it up till this point, well, here's the reminder about how just ridiculous the Epstein stuff is.
We recreated Epstein's prison in 3D to show you the top 5 lies hidden in the government's footage.
That's crazy.
Get the raw file.
Fucking CoffeeZilla gets a little money, and he's out here being a digital detective.
Patreon to explore it yourself, and let's jump into it. Lie number 5.
Holy shit.
You're gonna get a video.
Dude, I have been saying this since he started it, like, going after the crypto bros, but do not mess with CoffeeZilla. This guy will fuck up your life.
Of the cell.
And you're going to get the video of the cell. And you're going to see for yourself.
Cash
MAGA, we can't save you. We can save you.
FBI director told us that
we can't.
This footage was of Jeffrey Epstein's cell, but it's not. Let's fly over to where Epstein's cell
Holy shit, this is going to be effective.
is. I've marked it with a green door.
Oh my god, as somebody who always appreciates a good visual aid, this is, that's crazy.
Down the hall, we actually see a camera marked in red that wasn't recording the night of Epstein's death, which brings us to our next lie. There was only one camera.
There's a video of him. No, not the actual act, but the entire MCC Bay. There was only one camera.
Deputy Director Dan Bongino of the FBI told us there was only one camera in the special housing unit. But that's not true. There were at least 2 cameras recording and 9 other cameras that were working but not recording due to a malfunction only days earlier. Now, the official report says that recording should have been made for about half of the cameras, but in Epstein's block...
It's almost like they were doing something where they wanted to, I don't know, have plausible deniability for all the other where it's just like, oh, we've had camera problems.
Only 2 out of
Why would they need that?
11 cameras were recording. Really bad luck, I guess. Now, I should say all the cameras were working before that, at a time when Epstein accused his cellmate of trying to kill him, and this was contradicted by his cellmate who said Epstein tried to commit. Epstein later got put on watch for this event, and we should have been able to get that footage.
Dude, that's kind of fucked up. He was like...
Except the prison failed to save the correct file. Prosecutors claimed the footage contained on the preserved video was for the correct date and time, but captured a different tier than the one where Jeffrey Epstein was located.
There was only one camera.
So our deputy director lied when he said there was only one camera. There were actually 11. At least 2 were recording. Only 1 got released. And according to our own government's report, 5 or 6 should have been recording, but weren't. When the cameras were working properly, they didn't save the right files. Incredibly unlucky. But lie number 3.
Dude, where was he for Q? Like, I hate to say this because, like, this could be misinterpreted, but where was he during the days of, like, QAnon really being about this? Because just something like this, I don't know, would have been a little bit more like, hey,
There's nothing unlucky about it because we were told directly that the footage we were going to get showed there was...
Dude, it is insane, though, like, how many other, like, just people that we all kind of brush it off because they were so nuts that now we're all kind of like, wait a minute. You never mentioned any of this, and they're like, we didn't know this either.
No one there but Epstein.
You're going to see there's no one there but him. Right. There's just nobody there. So I say to people all the time, if you have a tip, let us know. But there's no DNA, there's no audio, there's no fingerprints, there's no suspects, there's no accomplices, there's no tips, there is nothing.
The footage just directly debunks this. There are several people who appear in the footage
the trash can
released, and actually one even appears after lockdown walking up the stairs. The government's report at first called this laundry, but independent experts agreed, according to one analysis by CBS.
At 10:38 p.m., the report says someone, probably Noel, carries a bundle of bedding or clothing up the stairs. It's a rare instance the video does catch movement on the stairs, but barely. Let's see that zoomed in and in slow motion again. Several of the video forensic experts we spoke with were skeptical about the report's conclusion and thought that the video could be showing an inmate walking up the stairs. Authorities say this was the last time anyone approached his cell block until his body was discovered the next morning. Again, while the video does not contradict that, experts who viewed the video say the limited field of view makes it impossible to definitively conclude that no one used those stairs in that time period.
Yeah, we don't know who that is. The government's not clear. And there are also several people who are housed in the same cell block as Jeffrey Epstein, which, as we've shown, isn't visible to the camera footage we were given. So that raises questions, and so do the 2 prison guards who were on staff that night and had a view of Epstein's cell. Both were charged with falsifying records on the night Epstein died, specifically with them lying about completing mandatory rounds to check on Jeffrey Epstein the night of his death.
Again, like,
despite a posted warning that read,
all right, there's one thing about like conspiracies, but then there's another one where it's just like, yeah, but this is like obvious, like, holy shit. They're like, this is them being very bad at it. And this is why I could always see it. Like, as somebody who always was of the, he totally did not kill himself, right from day one, I heard that. I was like, what? Especially with all the stuff that he was kind of poised to like release. I was like, oh,
rounds must.
Now, did I go full deep state with it? No, I kind of went like, well, he did have connections to Trump. Trump's in charge. He didn't really stop it.
Be conducted every 30 minutes on Epstein.
Thing is, it just didn't rule my thinking patterns because I didn't necessarily know that we'd be back here.
As per God, but they did not do that. Instead,
I'm not even trying to pat myself on the back, just trying to be real with y'all. Like, that's where I was.
They appeared to fall asleep, according to the OIG report, and occasionally browse the internet, where one guard, quote, read a news article about Jeffrey Epstein. So it's just a total lie to say there was no one there but Epstein and no possible suspects. You have several inmates shown on the camera the night of his death. You have one walking up the stairs after lockdown, and you also have guards that just falsified records. But this all brings us to lie number 2, the second biggest Pinocchio, and that's where they told us we're going to get the raw footage so we know there aren't shenanigans.
We are working on cleaning it up to make sure you have an enhanced, and we're going to give the original so you don't think there were any shenanigans.
So yeah, I don't think I need to explain why this is one of the most brazen lies. We were told we'd be given a modified and the original footage. Instead, what we got are 2 modified videos because both were edited in Premiere Pro. Now, it isn't clear exactly what was edited, but expert forensic analysts who spoke to Wired said the footage wouldn't stand up in court, had 1 minute, no wait, actually 3 minutes missing, and now there are reports that the DOJ has the full footage, but just hasn't released it.
And a government source is alleged to CBS News the FBI and other agencies are in possession of the full, unedited footage.
And that brings us to the final point, the final biggest lie of all, and that's a direct quote from the DOJ memo about what the footage even shows. And it says this, quote, anyone entering or attempting to enter the tier where Epstein's cell was located from the shoe common area would have been captured by this footage. The government's entire case is built on this lie, and that's why it's the biggest, because their whole case for saying no one could have reached him is the idea that this one camera angle shows everything. But let's put Maxwell in our 3D twin and have him walk up the stairs. First, we'll put him on the left side of the staircase, and as you can see, you can barely make him out. However, if we put him on the right side of the
dude, this is crazy
staircase,
holy shit. Like, he somehow did this with like a smaller, like, I'm looking, you guys remember those Fox News or the Fox shows where it was like mysteries unveiled?
You'll find that
like this has got a better production value than that.
You can't see him at all.
This is nuts.
He's invisible from our view. So there's just obviously a blind spot here, which, by the way, the government already knew because they
dude, I thought that they like openly said that.
Already admitted in a.
I thought that was pretty much like the whole crux of their case was just like, yeah, it didn't really catch that specific stairwell. It's like, but it did just enough.
Previous Epstein report said.
Also, it did at the time where it's like, you said nobody there. There's somebody there.
That this camera angle specifically was a, quote, partial view.
Just say moron instead, moronic. Okay, thank you.
L-tier stairway. So it's not a full view. You can't see everything.
I just saw that, Sylvia.
And as you can see in this excellent CBS investigation, you could actually access this stairway and Epstein's cell from a doorway invisible to the
Let's just do this. We'll bring back imbecile
camera.
But with the primary entrance here.
Oh, wait a minute. Or does that have negative connotations? Because, I don't know, bringing back something from, you know, the era of, what, 1930s, 50s could be problematic just in itself.
Pathway from the entrance to the stairs is completely out of view of the camera.
Yeah, that's right. You could access Epstein's cell. Our replication of the prison shows the same conclusion. If we have Maxwell walking from the shoe entrance to Epstein's cell, we can't see him from this camera angle, even though if we make the walls transparent, obviously we can see him, But in the raw footage, we'd have no way of knowing if somebody walked this direction. This painstaking recreation of the special housing unit can put to bed the top 5 lies from our government about Jeffrey Epstein.
Dude.
1, we didn't get a video of Jeffrey Epstein's cell. We got a camera that can't see it. 2, there wasn't just one camera, there were 11. 3, the footage shows way more than just Epstein. 4, we didn't get raw footage, we got modified footage. And lastly, there are blind spots on this camera. I mean, it's just perfectly clear, and the government has previously admitted it. This, of course, doesn't mean, I have to say, that Epstein definitively himself, but the government is only adding fuel to the fire when they put out statements that are directly contradicted by their own video. The best you can say is this is either extreme levels of negligence or deliberate incompetence to cover things up. The most honest—
Dude, I hate to say this because this is gonna suck. Joe Rogan needs to see this. This is something that, like, he needs to, like, talk, like, because I think that he's already been on Rogan, but honestly, this is one of those ones that, like, Rogan would do the thing where he's like, oh, dude, I just saw this guy, CoffeeZilla. Did you see that there were blind spots? And I guess they were having malfunctions, but there were 11 cameras, bro. Like, yeah, right? That's crazy, right? But I don't know. Libs suck.
The thing you can say at this point is that we don't have definitive evidence for the night Epstein died, one way or the other, that has been released. The evidence we do have has been modified, does not say what they say it says.
I used to know a conservative was a dick, kind of an idiot with some things, but even he could set up a security system that is more sophisticated than that one.
All of this makes it impossible to know 100% what has happened. That is not a conspiracy.
The one person that cracks this case is the guy that developed the Ring doorbell cam.
That's what the government's own evidence actually shows. Now, as I said, we'll make the 3D version of Epstein's housing unit available on Patreon.
I mean, this is crazy, dude. He literally made it a computer game.
It's a Blender file along with a detailed look of how he created it. I should say the government's not exactly forthcoming about the exact specs.
Jack Bauer would be losing his mind.
Of their prison, so we had to use—
Oh my god, I would love to see a Kiefer Sutherland meltdown on this.
Some approximation.
I didn't think that espionage would be so fucking stupid.
Using the photos provided and taking measurements where we could, but as I said, our conclusions match up with the government's from years ago. So I think we're on safe ground there. That's basically it. Thanks for watching.
Self. You want me to? I've seen the whole file.
Uh-oh. What's this? Hassan calls Gila a valid what? Is this like real, bro? Is this real? Drama. Do I want to do drama?
Sunday afternoon, I'm relaxing with my...
I was tapping on it accidentally. Oh, God. No, there's more context to it.
My family. And I get a text from a friend with a link to a video in it. And it's a video of my good old friend Hassan Piker.
What month is this? How many months are we into this? I'm getting...
Claiming that my wife, Gila, would be a valid military target. Let's take a look.
DFLP, PFLP, or even former Fatah militants, okay? It is perfectly legal, perfectly valid.
Wait, what now?
And perfectly moral, okay? 100%. This is not like a this is not a gray area. This is black and white, okay? It doesn't get more black and white than this. Israel is in the wrong. Israel is actually engaging in an apartheid, which is a crime in and of itself. Israel's doing a genocide in Gaza and an apartheid in the West Bank. 2 crimes in and of itself. And every...
I mean, I would assume... What? Like, they're... Yeah. They're civilians at that point. Wait, what? This is a thing? This is discourse?
Every type of armed resistance...
Wait a minute. We're trying to, like... I missed this one. How the hell did I miss this?
Against both the settlers and also the Israeli...
This is 4 hours ago. This was 4 days ago.
Occupying force.
How did I miss this?
In the West Bank. Doesn't matter if it's your favorite podcasters like Wife that participate in the Israelis. Doesn't matter if they're...
So, Hassan...
Man, his cough has been a lot worse.
...has been trying to claim that he meant only people during the raid... would be
which somebody pointed out to me that it's under like periods of high stress is when he does have the cough.
Legit to
because I remember we were talking when he didn't have it, where they're just like, oh, his cough got a lot better. And somebody made that observation. Like, they're just like, no, he's actually like in a good place because he's happy. And that's when he was doing the content thing.
Exact violence.
Now he's not getting the results from it. And it seems like it's stressing him the fuck out.
It's on it. But even if it's true that that's what he meant, why is he making it sound like she escaped justice? Wouldn't that justify a form of justice catching up to her? Right? It's something she has coming, right? Why even include a specific person who hasn't served in the military in 20 years? Why does he mix up past and present tense?
The only problem I have with this is the forced conscription angle of this, where it's just like, when you have, what, 90-something% of your populace or your population going, like, that could be highly problematic because then you're just like, well, yeah, everybody there is technically a valid target.
While he's discussing,
that's not good.
This, you know, is this a responsible use of his words and his platform? Don't you think that even if what you're saying is true and you meant only people on that raid would deserve violence, that invoking a specific person is really appropriate and true? And doesn't that have the risk for provoking the craziest people in your audience to think
he moved his bed and he's chewing his bone?
That maybe
he did this all by himself. So you guys get to witness something rare.
It would be a good.
Usually he looks up at me and just like will stare until I have to figure it out. It's like, what do you want? What do you want?
Good idea to kill my wife, right? Like, what are we talking about, dude? And also, Hila was a secretary, okay? Him and all of his friends here, they're trying to invoke the image that Hila was somehow some commando that was constantly going into raids and kidnapping people in their sleep. She was not in a combat role. She was a secretary. She never fired a bullet outside of basic training, okay? And Hila is what these people always dream about. She's an Israeli Jew
that's where I'm trying to find the info on that, because again, I don't know. I don't know if that's true, because there are pictures of her in her garb with her
Real.
That's the thing. I have heard that she's gone to the West Bank, but she denies this emphatically and has said that, you know, they took a bunch of her photos from Basic and said that. This is where I take this all with a grain of salt here, folks. Like, I don't know any of this. I'm not trying to take any sides because honestly, I'm over this entirely, but this is a little nuts.
She's an American citizen of 15 years now, a mother of 3. This is the idea of the perfect Israeli, one that leaves. Despite all that, Hassan is suggesting that it would be a moral victory for someone to murder her.
Thank you for the $2.
This is actually the 4th or 5th time someone has directly called for violence against me or Hila on Twitch since October 7th. And so far, none of these people have been punished for making these threats. And I don't expect Hassan to meet any
You can go back to your
repercussions for this.
I'm sorry that I
either.
Sorry,
right? And Hassan himself has a troubling history of calling for political violence.
That fucking face.
Here is the infamous tweet he made.
My dog's being funny.
To Tom Cotton, a sitting
see, but he always does this thing. Like,
congressperson. And no matter what you think about Tom Cotton, what
this is the dumbest fight on the internet between him and Hassan, and I'm fucking over it. Again, the fact that this took a legal turn and he got other people besides Hassan and fucking involved, and he did this thing where I have to worry as a content creator because it literally has fair use on the docket, where it's just like, oh, this could change the entire concept of fair use on the internet. It's the only reason that I have to fucking care about this.
Tweeted is fucking mad. This is
and I'm talking about the personal drama between these two dipshits.
Gun that a vigilante used to assassinate.
In fact, they misrepresents everyone in the thing is, Sylvie, most people who are interested in this stuff already know that. Like, all of Hassan's people know that. Everybody on the left pretty much knows Ethan is kind of a shithead at this point. You know, outside of his main watchers, who you have to constantly remember, H3H3 is not a political show. It never really was. It was a dick and fart joke like show, like legit. He got in huge trouble for making fuck. What was the one about the Boston bomber thing? I remember when that was like a big deal, and that was the biggest like drama discourse from H3H3.
Shinzo Abe, former.
So like I kind of find it unproductive to have any arguments with their audience because their audience doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Prime Minister of Japan. This is the schematics, the exact gun he used to assassinate this guy. So, I mean, he is directly suggesting that somebody make this gun and start killing politicians. There's no other way to interpret this.
See, this is, again, oh my God, now we're doing the thing where it's like, see? First it was the Timothée Chalamet, now we got this.
But nobody seemed to really...
Which I will say, when he said that shit, that one, I knew that would come back to bite him in the ass. He was saying some, like, again, any smaller streamer would have gotten fucking banned from Twitch for that, by the way.
Nothing seemed to really happen from that.
Because that was pretty, like, him not hiding it.
This is his most recent one where he's saying somebody should kill Rick Scott.
But this is where I'm just more pissed, where it's like, why did you even give Ethan the fucking ammo for this, you dipshit? Like, God.
There's about $50 billion.
Stop giving him clips.
Estimated that are lost every year in.
Do you remember that Ethan fan that called the Majority Report and went by Liam? Yeah.
Medicaid. Just in.
Hey, does anybody know what the fuck was going on in chat today? So I couldn't hang out a lot because I had more cleanup to do. But so I came into chat and there was like, this is pretty much right as the show was starting, and there were a bunch of H3H3 people there, and they were just like, yeah, if you're from H3H3, welcome, blah, blah, blah. Glad you're here. But if you're here to troll, fuck off. And Autumn immediately was just like, I'm going to become one of the worst enemies of the snark mods. It's like, what is happening? What did I miss? And nobody explained it to me.
In fraud alone. No.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott.
I hate when they go like, they'll move from their main position. Just
okay?
aside.
You wouldn't make Rick Scott, former governor of Florida, Rick Scott.
Liam is their strongest soldier, which says a lot.
You wouldn't make him a
What'd he say?
Prominent part of the Republican Party.
Was this wait, when was this?
Party.
There's about 50.
So,
because I remember an H3 caller, but
this is once again Hassan referring to a.
I thought that was like the guy. Wait, I might actually have missed this one because I just remember one of the H3 callers saying that he was disappointed and that he was like, yeah, I wish we could go back, essentially like, go back to the old times when you were doing the Steven Crowder shit.
A sitting congressperson looking straight into the camera.
And then I also remember the one caller that was like, hey, like that was not for Ethan that just brought him up, where he was like, hey, can you Uncle Sam this shit?
And saying, kill Rick Scott. Of course, he'll explain it as Rick Scott committed.
I admit, of all his tics, I can usually get over them, but the cough one is the only one where it's like, because I do smoke, well, ish.
Some Medicare fraud and yada, yada, yada. But
you know what I mean?
Again, he has a massive platform and a responsibility to choose his words carefully. He can't be doing this and then also claim that he's against political violence. It's just not what he's exhibiting. And once again, there was a recent example of him sitting next to the great Taylor Lorenz, laughing about how an official. What
the fuck? He's got beef with Taylor Lorenz now? What is happening? What the fuck is happening on the internet? Oh my God, dude, I go away for like all weekend. And I even said that I was paying attention to political content. How in the fuck did this not land on my radar?
Was forced to resign after receiving death threats. He's applauding it.
Whoa, this is weird.
Go ahead.
874 Bellevue Drive, and I'm gonna kill you with my AR-15. Like that's the type of messages they were leaving in this dude's office, and he's resigning. Like he's literally, this is his last term. So I think that people are a lot more radical now.
Threats.
This is an unprecedented time to really get others on board to explain to them that it's not your neighbors, it's not like a Guatemalan migrant that is responsible for all the shit that you're going through on a daily basis, not a trans person.
I think the Rick Scott one thing is one of the few things I really can't or don't defend, or don't really defend this Hassan on, because it was irresponsibly hyperbolic. But perhaps to him, he really, again, it doesn't matter. If this was any smaller streamer, and this is where I will say that there were some good points made, it would have been curtains for his entire channel. They would never let a smaller streamer do that shit.
I think,
which is insane. It's like, you would think that the person with the bigger platform would probably take the bigger hits for that, which, yeah, I'm going to sound like a kind of like bitchy streamer at that point.
This is a unique.
It is just a fact.
Opportunity. You get even Devers and Barba's on board with
get
that.
it.
Like white.
I know where their bread. They know where their bread is buttered.
Maimons. And you actually wrote about this, and it was a great video where you talked about, someone has to do it. See, when I say that, everyone knows exactly what I mean. That which is, I think that shows that there's a lot of anger, a lot of resentment, and untapped potential, untapped revolutionary potential, as a matter of fact. And it's a great.
I don't know. Like there is a point where it's just like, you could just let this go. You could just not give it any fucking air, and then, I don't know, then it just dies off, and then you don't think about Hassan doesn't think about you, and it's just, you guys cultivate your own audience and your own bullshit, and you can get back to, making yucks. I don't know, man.
The opportunity for...
I just think that this is ridiculous. I know personally, I'm getting fucking sick of covering this shit.
For organizing, I think, in these unprecedentedly horrible times.
So when he says someone has to do it, he's referring, of course, to the act of assassinating the president. Now, this
is one of the things I will agree on. I believe if a smarter streamer or a smaller streamer said it, like he said it, they would have also. Oh wait, they would also
hate
get a
Trump.
pass. Oh, you do?
As much as any other lib. But I do not want anybody to kill the president.
Interesting.
I don't think that would help.
I don't think so. I don't know. I see the way that they enforce TOS, man, and the way they just black out the fucking stream.
I think that would probably not help.
And the thing is, you have to appeal it, and there's so many loopholes you have to go through if that were to even happen.
But that's the point. That's what he doesn't want it to help. He wants to collapse society, frankly, so he can, It was
more so the people like reacting to that way, where they're just like, "Oh, he got targeted." I'm like, no, that was them enforcing. Like, oh no. So okay, no, I misspoke here because I can see where the confusion was. In that case specifically, no, he did get like the ban. So I'm saying, okay, that one, it was making an example of him, because if a small streamer had done it and they allowed that to go, okay, no. I'm sorry. I fucked up that point. My
usher
bad.
in this revolutionary period. Do you guys know what stochastic terrorism is? You hear this term thrown around a lot, but let me define it for you. Stochastic terrorism
it's easily passed off as a joke.
Refers to the public use of inciting rhetoric, often vague or coded by an influential figure to provoke.
Oh my God. This is also damage from him being in litigation. Is now he's like his brain's in litigation mode. Everything is an actionable offense to him.
Violence from a predisposed.
Nah, I hate fucking
individual or group, with the perpetrator able to.
I've seen this with I've actually seen this with comedians.
Plausibly deny responsibility for the resulting violence. It is a form of political.
Yeah, this is what Trump does.
Violence, where the instigator's actions are not a direct call to violence, but rather a calculated use of language that is statistically likely.
No, this is him trying to lay the groundwork so he can possibly sue. Like, he has been looking for something that he could sue Hassan on forever. And that's the reason that he didn't sue Hassan, is because, honestly, he knows that Hassan has the money to fucking fight this. So he's looking for something that he could, like, theoretically tie him up in court, but do the gotcha, And every time that he finds something like this, his brain is telling him, like, this is it.
To incite violence and a suspected individual. This is, when I read this, it kind of blew my mind, because this describes to a exact T the kind of language, the pattern of language we're seeing Hassan deploying. This is it, In his own words, by the way, And very ironically, Hassan said this to me when I was on his podcast.
Was he responding to a chatter about this? God, stop taking the bait anytime that's a chatter asks about Ethan.
I think he is a narcissist. I mean, when you watch that video, the narcissism rage at CoffeeZilla was insane because his video was just.
I mean, it's posturing now. If you're going to court,
no, he was so wrong about everything.
Yeah, but listen, if we've learned anything about the court of public opinion, it is deny, deny, deny. If you let on any kind of, I should apologize for this, then the mob, then the horde has something to latch their teeth into. If you go with the Donald Trump school of medicine, no, you're simply wrong. What do you think you see in court? People go, oh, there might be something to that.
Yeah, you deny, you deflect, and then you counterattack the person who launched this
It's kind of ironic that he's watching this.
investigation on you, and you try to claim that there's a hidden bias there. And most lizard brain dipshits who love you unconditionally will go, oh, finally I have an out to defend this person.
Appropriate call out.
Right?
Now, even when he told me that, I was thinking in my head, you've thought a lot about this. I haven't thought about it this, that deep. And if you go back, though, every time Hassan is accused of something, this is exactly what he does.
B+ impression.
This is his playbook. Never.
He's just doing the laziness. He doesn't get the inflection.
Never apologize. Always double.
Nobody gets the inflections. Nobody does the little jaw thing that I do.
Double down. Always accuse your accusers of being hallucinating, crazy, etc. This is exactly his playbook. Since Hassan and many of his friends have employed this violent rhetoric against me and my family, me and Hila rarely leave our houses or make public appearances because of the constant and overwhelming
shut up, you barely did anyway.
Sense of danger.
The
last
yes. This is loss of revenue. He's gonna try and say we were gonna have H3Con guys.
2 years we've spent more time inside than ever before. And we stopped doing our biannual live shows.
Oh my God, he's gonna try and claim loss of revenue. He is literally trying to set up a fucking lawsuit here, and honestly, god damn it, I don't even need to be a legal mindset for this. Here, I'm gonna do all the takes that legal mindsets give you, and I don't need to go to law school for that.
Right, for over a year because of the fear of violence being enacted.
He's just going to do it with the vague assertion that this could actually work because, he's got such a, he has a hate boner for Hassan too. So he has to sell things where it's yeah, Hassan's going to get his. Just watch.
Not just on.
That's 90% of his fucking content right now is watch Hassan orbiters get their comeuppance.
On us, but on our fans and our crew. This, by the way, is resulting.
God, the way that he just condescendingly also refers to DEMS, Casey Tron, and Frogan as girls, just girls,
and the crew directly losing money as these live shows we would don't.
Can we just start calling them boys? You do understand, because they understand that, they understand what they're doing. So we're gonna call them little boys. The way that. He likes to condescend to women.
Donate the entire box office to the crew. And we did this twice a year. It was a significant source of revenue for them that's now been shut off.
Oh my God, Ethan is so pathetic. You can't just rub one out to Hassan and be done with it. Thank you.
Out of fear.
Yes, seriously. Dude, we know that you're love scorned and you wish, Hassan would have been your buddy and you got a little man crush on him or whatever the fuck.
We've been forced to hire a full-time guard at the office because everyone in the office.
Oh my God! So now dude,
was feeling unsafe, and me.
So he's all right. Here, you want to play the litigation game? You need to prove without a shadow of a doubt that this was caused by Hassan.
Taylor are both waiting for our concealed carry license so that we can finally feel safe in public again, which is not easy to get in California, and it's going to take over a year probably. And I usually choose not to talk about this stuff because the provocateurs who will revel in it, because this is their goal, right? They want me to.
Do they understand that, though? I remember when I didn't understand that, and I'm willing to bet that there's a lot of people that don't understand calling someone a boy or a girl versus a man or a woman is infantilizing.
To be afraid. They want me to be in my house. They want me to avoid doing public events.
He does.
They want me to cower.
I'm talking about legal mindset specifically. Yeah, there's no way that he doesn't do that because he also he refers to other Johnny Somali, you know, he'll call him a man.
So this is very much giving.
If he even like again, he'll only do that when he's condescendingly referring to again like the squad, the leftist women's squad of Denham's, Frogan,
them
and
what they want.
Casey Tron.
However,
and he thinks that it's cute, like with the Frogie Yogi. It's like, okay.
However, in this moment, I do feel
this is a guy that literally thinks like one of his bits is he's like, okay, I'm gonna bring up the PP. Or the PP is rising. It's like, what? Like that's your best shit there, huh?
The entire context of how language like this affects me and my family and my crew and everybody around me. Twitch has served.
Yeah, you know, he makes Johnny Somali videos and all of a sudden he's one of the biggest things on fucking YouTube.
As the most prolific source of leftist radicalization.
All right, that's fair. I won't give Legal Mindset any leeway because I know he's disingenuous.
Terrorist
no,
propaganda
sucks.
and anti-West sentiment. They foster, they elevate, they protect.
No, but it is also a good way to kind of check people. I've done that.
Most dangerous.
Where it's just like, okay, boys. And it's like,
and inflammatory voices. And it's obvious to anyone paying attention that Twitch is being run by ideologues that agree with Hassan. And it's obvious to anyone who's paying attention, they use the terms of service as a form of political activism.
Oh my God.
By harshly punishing people that they're opposed to and granting near total immunity.
Only a few more minutes of him ranting about this, but I do want to see like what his summary is. Like, where are you going with this, Ethan?
Impunity to their allies like Hassan. The CEO was even stated.
Again, man, you kind of caused you caused this by litigating it. You caused this. You couldn't just let it go.
On record that Hassan is his favorite.
You don't matter that much. No.
Streamer. In the past, there's been a coordinated pressure.
I will say, though, as someone who's a smaller creator, I have even had to deal with some of the insanity that, like, because realistically, you do have this, like, weird thing when you start content creation where you're like, they can't be that bad. They are. People are fucking psychotic. Like, I don't understand it where it's like somebody gets insulted on the internet and all of a sudden they're literally not just like trying to dox you. They are trying to dox you and they're threatening to kill you.
Campaign against Twitch.
Like, it's fucking insane. I dealt with that within my first 2 months of doing this.
Advertisers. With some success.
So I will say, people out there are fucking nuts and scary. And honestly, sometimes, I don't know.
But the entire Twitch executive team remains protected despite the head of inclusive marketing. The head of inclusive marketing once tweeting out, what is the difference between a Boy Scout?
And I'm not trying to even make a point for him, but like I don't want people to think that, you know, online threats are somehow to be taken as anything less.
And a Jewish kid.
Unfortunately, the police do not agree with, like, they agree with me on this one where it's like, nah, jokes aside, that's an action, like, no, you do need to, like, have a fucking report, have it, like.
And I'll give you a hint as to the answer. It's only one returns from camp. What's the difference between a Boy Scout and a Jewish kid? Only one returns from camp. The head of
Turnabout's fair play is Sylvie's game.
Of inclusive marketing at Twitch. Now, this person, as far as I'm aware, has faced 0 administrative correction and continues to this day to hold her position as head of inclusive marketing at Twitch. The irony is it's
ballsy to put yourself online.
So thick, you could cut it.
I'll be honest, it's like kind of what kept me from doing content a little sooner was because realistically, I just had to get that not giving a shit factor.
With a knife. Now, while some sponsors have no doubt left, there's still enough remaining.
He lost sponsors, guys. Do you think that sponsors, like his sponsorship deals, like he's trying to blame Hassan for losing sponsors? Guys, this is taking a turn that I didn't see coming. But now, like, he's gone, and he, like, a lawyer is going to tell him, no, don't, and he's not gonna listen, and he's going to lose his, like, Ethan could lose everything if he keeps going down this path, because his obsession, like, do you think that he was like in private okay with all this Hassan obsession? Do you think that
that Amazon has not been,
because now he's doing it like by saying, well, they're saying it about you,
forced to intervene.
People are nuts. I understand why some just leave social media altogether. That's why I appreciate your channel. Even when we disagree, you don't threaten to ban or marginalize different opinions.
And I would encourage anyone using Twitch to contact advisors as soon as they're served.
Because I also make no mistake, I do have my limits.
To you, if you use Twitch, if you're watching, when you get an ad,
I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
Write them and say, hey, I would like to know why you are spending directly your dollars to support violent extremism. Why are you supporting a platform that
he's going to get divorced and blame Hassan? Yeah.
Sanctions.
That's what I'm saying. Like, Pinkerbell, I'm glad you said it. Like, I am dead serious. He is on a path. Dude, Dan and everyone in the crew has already kind of gotten over this shit. Do you think that they're like, okay, so, on the lead up to some of like the legal stuff, I had Ethan on in the background because I wanted to hear about the updates specifically on because he was like, we have a big update on Casey Tron. So he did the typical thing where he saved it for the middle of the show, which is a Howard Stern tactic, by the way. Keep on like you mention the big thing that you're doing in the show and save it for the middle, never at the end. Otherwise, you'll lose the people. So yeah, he did that. But in between that, I kind of got the vibe that like Dan and the crew, they've had it with any time that he starts bringing up Hassan, like you can tell that they're just like the closer they get to that segment, you can just see that they're trying to get it to either go long so they can push it to the end, so they will just eventually either forget it or they won't have time to do it, or they'll try and wrap it up like really soon. The last one that I saw, like they did like a fashion show where they're just like, we got to get to this fashion show. And he kept going and Dan's just like, fashion show. And he was just like, fine. Like you could tell that Ethan was pissed because he had to stop talking about, Casey Tron.
Protects, safeguards, encourage, promotes language
He
like
has to
what
feel
Hassan
like he is,
just deployed against Ela, and show them that. Why is Hassan on the homepage every day? Every day when
Yeah, Ethan should read Moby Dick or watch Wrath of Khan. Yeah.
Go there.
Do you think that he would have that, like,
Why?
clarity to be like, oh, right.
I want to give a shout out to AT&T, by the way, who recently has been telling people that they sponsor on Twitch that Hassan's not allowed.
Why aren't you doing the streamer games? AT&T is part of the sponsors, and AT&T doesn't fuck with me. It is what it is. Why?
So they asked Ludwig,
He looks so unwell.
Hassan's friend, who, by the way,
A lot of people were saying that he looked great because of the Ozempic thing, but he does not look well. And I can tell you again, just because I used to fucking listen to H3 for fun back in the day when it was fun. Yeah, he would cough when he was like, he would just say, he's like, yeah, I get my cough tics when I'm stressed out.
who very bravely was like, hey, listen, buddy, you can't be in my videos anymore. I'm going to be your friend. I'm going to openly support you and encourage you. My girlfriend's going to do a podcast with you, et cetera, et cetera. But AT&T, they're crazy. They don't want you in any of our videos. Shout out to AT&T. Let's see more of this and less of Hassan in these videos.
AT&T's a garbage fucking company.
Yes.
I mean, not too bad, but let's just be real. AT&T's a garbage company.
I am encouraging you guys to
he coughed during the Bill Burr a lot. Yeah.
Pressure advertisers, to pressure Amazon, to pressure Twitch as a last resort. This is a plea.
Yeah, he also he did his so when he does this a lot and looks at it, that's also one of his things where that's him mentally trying to control his tics.
For sanity, that something be done before it's too late. On
He's
behalf of myself, my wife, my children, my crew, all whose safety has been compromised, to please help us stop this. This is madness. Thank you.
Oh my God. Okay, so there's major breaking news from the Midas Touch. What do you think it is? What do you think it is? Do you think it's anything? Hey, look, I'm featured. Holy shit. I'm featured on my own. Whoa, it's crazy. let's see. What are they? 10K are watching this?
I got to find Dan and Perino on Fox. So let's show it. We'll go to a quick commercial break when we get.
And that Russia has not been able to take over, show the imperial ambition. Working hard. I know all of you are working hard.
Like I said, they're so full of shit. This is my problem with the Midas Touch. That major breaking news! Midas Touch responds to major breaking news. All right. I want to unplug from the Ethan thing and kind of give my summary on this, because realistically, yeah, that's 1000% him trying to create a case in his head and to have enough people in his audience be like, hey, yeah, you should pursue this. Because I have a feeling that his, like, people in his personal life, Gila included, have probably said, don't. Just don't. Like, do not try to go after Hassan legally. I just wonder if, Gila actually, saw that and said, because I know that she did, I saw a clip on Twitch about that, or on Twitter about that, where she was just like, yeah, here's Hassan saying something about me and saying how I should just, but, Jesus fucking Christ. Here, let's see. Reminder to my haters. Oh, that's not a real picture. Harassment and slander of Hassan Piker. Provide idea when he would start today and Adams is a stinky, lazy loser. He has no friends. Today's? What the fuck? Okay. I'm sorry, but Ethan Klein is so effing insane for wanting this shit. LMAF, fuck this off. Like, this is legit insane. Getting fucking sad. Most of us have already seen the bro tips from earlier days of Hassan's timeline with his uncle, Young Turks, blah, 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 blah. Yes, it's all, but he has changed. He is a... Oh my god, he put like a 5 fucking point bulletin to why you should not watch Hassan together. Oh my god. It's so sad. Oh my god. It probably fucks with your head to cultivate a small army of validation for your worst impulses. That does have to, like, yeah, it has to fuck with you. I don't know, certain streamers seem to be a little bit more impervious than others with that. But I don't know. Again, the fact that, like, most of Ethan's, from my understanding, a lot of H3, they don't care about this because they're not politically active, and that's not the reason they're watching the show. It's kind of the same way that, like, you know, you'll hear, this actually was just a story where they were talking about, like, Howard Stern told MAGA to stop listening to him, and now he's getting, he's not getting his contract renewed. Which, dude, do they understand that the fact that they said that, and they like, I think they pushed him to renew his contract because he just put a thing on Sirius XM, retire or renew, or resign or renew, because he thinks it's hilarious that the news has just been like, Howard Stern's resigning because he's embarrassed that he made fun of Donald Trump. Which, you want to get Howard Stern to do something, tell him that he's going to get fired. Tell him that he's not going to be able to do something. That's the number one fucking thing that guy will stick around for, just to prove them wrong. Like, that shit's insanity. And again, that's a fundamental misunderstanding of Howard Stern and his contract negotiations. Like, this is how it's always gone. You know, But no, the news cycle needs to use Howard Stern as a scapegoat because he made fun of Daddy Trump. He made me feel bad. I can't say Baba Booey and make America great again and be, you know, and like the same things. I can't do that because I'm a little baby. I'm a little baby. God, that's how I just see all these assholes. If I see a 1776 t-shirt with the fucking, like, the rifles on the side of the fucking shirt, and, like, my favorite one is that when you standing at, like, a fucking line and the guys are always like this, but they're doing the trick where they're always, like, popping up their bicep. It's like, you insecure douchebag. I hate him. I absolutely hate him. Nothing is sadder than seeing a dude in his, like, mid-40s, mid-50s, you know, all jacked up on testosterone, fucking talking about, you know, betas and all this shit. It's just like, my man, it's like, you look like Grandpa Hulk. Maybe you shut up. And also, all that's going to turn to fat, and you're going to have a real bad time when you're in your 50s or 60s, because you're already damn near there. It's like, at some point, that is going to turn to weight on your bones that is not going to be enjoyable. Because we all know that you skip leg day. Oh, shit. Thank you for renewing. I appreciate that. I hear a lot about this Hassan dude, but I never actually heard or read anything from him. I have no opinion about him. Good God. Speaking ill of President Trump is wondering if the sun will rise in the east. At this point, it's boring. Oh, really? Oh, boring. It's just so boring to hear you guys talk bad about Trump. You don't like good things for you. Shut up. That's where I have a hard disagreement with you, man, because honestly, I've seen the people that, like, they made half their personality shitting on Joe Biden to the point where they'll still say, you know, F Joe Biden, or like fucking, God, nothing makes me laugh harder. Where, like, legit, there's a guy, not in my neighborhood, but he's like a few neighborhoods over. I always gotta see this when I gotta drive somewhere. Where he's legit got the "Let's Go Brandon." I'm just like, really? Fucking pick one, right? In Texas, we get dudes who come with "Come and Take It" and blue light stickers on their truck. I know. Thank you. I pointed that out the other day, where I was literally talking about those same exact guys. We were watching a police video, and a bunch of these dudes in the comments were talking about just like, oh, he should have just, they should have done what the cop said, then they wouldn't have had these problems. Oh, you know, this is the criminal stuff, blah, blah, blah. Sure as shit. I'm just like, yeah, these are the same guys that if they got fucking pulled over, immediately, oh, you're impeding on my freedom. You're impeding, like, dude, seriously. And it's always these jackasses that, you know, like, have multiple DUIs that also are just like, well, yeah, like, they look at a police checkpoint immediately. That's when they're just like, oh, the tyranny. It's like, I don't know. Maybe don't drink and drive, stupid. All right, I'm not doing the Midas touch thing. I've had it with the Midas touch. As I said, after this weekend of just like covering a few of it. Wait, Newsom requests DHS records on Border Patrol activity outside of press event. Interesting. And talks to take 10% stake in Intel. What? Trump administration engaged last week in discussions about a potential investment into Intel, saying it would take 10% of the stake. What? The U.S. government could receive 10% stake in exchange for federal grants issued. Tax credit. Ohio Factory Hub. Interesting. That's even more boring. President Biden is asleep. Let him alone. I mean, yeah, let him have his ice cream, Jack. I mean, he does have stage 4 like, this is where, I don't know, I haven't lost my humanity. I may not like the guy. I may not enjoy everything he did as president, but I can also admit where he didn't fuck up everything the way that everybody says he did. God damn, he was literally just a fucking placeholder for a little bit just to try and get us back on the right track. Well, right track. The corporate track. The corporate Dem track. Yep, did you see the vid of the truck driver just making a U-turn on Florida highway? He killed 3 people and was like, oh, sorry, my bad. Yeah. Yup. Yeah, the weird part is Florida's one of those states where it's just like, do you think that there's a reason that he thinks that nothing's going to happen to him? He lost that goodwill when he ran for a second term. Oh, there is no goodwill. Like, listen, it's not goodwill to just say the dude's a fucking old-ass dude, and I'm not going to wish ill upon him. I don't have that in me. If you guys got that capacity to hate people that much, I don't know. Get another hobby. I don't have that. I can disagree with a bunch of people, but even dude like Trump, like hate. And this is weird. Maybe it is a remnant of my fucking time in the church, but it's very, very hard for me to genuinely hate somebody. Trump is somebody that, like, he's the closest thing to somebody that I genuinely hate, but even I have a hard time being like, ugh. Like, but I don't know. No, it sucked. Yes, he should have not ran for a second term. But that incumbency was, it was a political third rail to fucking, like, yeah. The thing is, what really pisses me off that's not talked about enough is that he gave himself the out. He gave himself the fucking out. God damn it. Like, he did. He really did. But no, actually, I'm done with that. It's not him. It was the DNC. Stop it. What was he going to say? No? Because the DNC convinced him that if he did not run and run on the incumbency, that Donald Trump was going to somehow fucking take it. Self-fulfilling prophecy on their end. Honestly, like, the Democrats, and I hate to say this, they got what they deserved, and I'm kind of glad that it happened the way that it did. They got profoundly embarrassed. It did something this cycle specifically where they can't just tell every leftist to go sit down at the kids' table and just fucking mind their business. You know, Zoran Mondani's proof of that, and like the majority of his support is coming not from fucking kids, like it's coming from, you know, middle class, and like it's coming from all over all over the place. It's mostly just a bunch of working class people going, yeah, you know what? Rent is fucked. House prices are fucked. Everything, like, yeah, dude, public transport would be nice. Like, actual public transport where we don't have to pay an arm and a leg. Like, that'd be nice. I don't know. Yeah, so radical. Because that's the other thing, is like, guys like Hakeem Jeffries have done so much damage, like, in what they're, like, actually, no, fuck this. I'm saving all of my vitriol for guys like Hakeem Jeffries, who genuinely deserve the just absolute fucking hate that they get. The same with like guys like Chuck Schumer. You know, there should never be any question why. Like, it's fucking obvious. And these status quoists, you know, like, that's also where I'm saying I don't want that. I'm not like sitting here lamenting the fucking status quo. Hakeem is truly asleep at the wheel. I don't understand how he's maintained his position in leadership. Like, I don't get it. You know, you got fucking Chuck Schumer. We need to have decorum. Decorum. We need to keep decorum. Fucking A. Everybody talks about, like, how old fucking Mitch McConnell is. These kids are in their 40s and can usually count us as... That's what I mean. They always count us as millennials as kids. That's what I mean. No, you want to talk about infantilizing? This is why I brought that up, Sylvie, is like, because maybe, and this is why I have this like whole attitude about this, is I get infantilized constantly. I have told the story so many times. And trust me, if you guys have already heard it, I know. But I have had enough conversations with people that are, in their 60s and 70s where they still will talk to me like I'm a fucking child. Like, it's absolutely insane, especially when you have them in a group. You get a group of boomers together, Jesus. They sit there, like, literally acting like we're at a fucking 4th of July gathering. Like, why don't you go play with your friends? It's like, you do understand that, like, most of us have our own kids, right? Like, what are you doing? Because he was groomed, appointed by Nancy, or by the Pelosi's. Yeah. Although, I'm tired of that. I'm tired of the Pelosi game. How did this old bitch get her how? She's so unpopular. But you have a bunch of these fucking old-ass boomer... Alright, sorry. I gotta stop that. But you got people that are Gen X and older that for some reason have this disconnect where they're just like, nah, she's fine. It's like, what? Boomers think everyone who isn't a conservative is a child. That is also true. Yeah, but they'll literally talk about like how mature their son or their fucking 17-year-old is just because he loves himself some MAGA. He's got a good head on his shoulders. He goes to church. God. Oh, shit. I didn't realize we were already there. Cool. Where's this tornado? Oh, fuck me. It is... That's crazy. Apparently this thing is, Okay, cool. Let's move down south. Good. Daily cost. Dude, his daily cost is frickin' 250 bucks? 500? That's right, because, yeah, gas. Okay, sorry. I was watching a Storm Chaser and I was just like, huh? Why does he have all these donation links? That's crazy. What's up, Nate? Sometimes it's hard to discern if someone bad needs something bad to happen to them. Sometimes pain can be a great teacher, but sometimes those teachings are not so great and they reinforce bad behavior. Make you double down. Who knows what could happen in the end? What did the retribution bring? Well, I don't know. Every once in a while, it's just nice to see somebody get their comeuppance when they're just a, horrible piece of shit. If they double down on being a horrible piece of shit, then, I don't know. It's always nice to, it's the whole, it would be nice if karma was a thing. I don't think it is, but yeah, I'm right there with you. I have only so much energy to really focus on negative bullshit like that, and also I just obsession like that kind of stuff. I don't get it. I literally don't get it. But then again, this is coming from somebody that, according to half the internet, has TDS, so BDS. Wait. Oh, no, it's BDE. Damn, I couldn't even get the acronym right. See, try to give myself a little... All right. Let's talk about the greedflation thing. Nah. Do we want to do greedflation? Do we want to do greedflation or get, what are the boomer lib moms saying? Because IHIP, the IHIP news or whatever the fuck?
Cankles.
Yeah. The one that did the Kinkles McTaco tits, which I will admit is a banger, but don't run it into the ground. This is the problem that Tim Walz had with the weird thing, where somebody told him, the weird thing's working. It's working. It's like, yeah, you overused it, though. You didn't move on either. You didn't capitalize on the moment and just be like, well, we could call him weird. We can call him insane. We can call him all these other things. But you're just like, isn't it weird? Woo! Waiting for the buzz thing. But here, let her get her new thing out.
McTaco Tits is so over his skis when it comes to dealing with former.
Okay, so I have to be completely real with y'all. I had no idea who she was outside of like the few things where she was popping up recently from like, you know, the other leftist streamers. But guys like Kyle Kalinske have just totally just been like, this is like one of my favorite podcasts. It's like, okay.
Or KGB.
I don't know. I don't know like anything past that. So if anybody can explain to me, number one, were they more center libs? Because I get that vibe from them, but I could also be unfairly putting that on them. Also, they strike me as kind of like either they came from church and like they don't like mega churches, but they like still go to church. Her maybe not so much, but I don't know. I feel like the other one still goes to church, but like she hates mega churches.
Agent and war criminal Vladimir Putin in a dangerous attempt to distract the American.
You literally have the exact opposite opinion of the general consensus on the Wall's weird moment. Many think that the weird thing was a problem.
Public from.
It wasn't the fact that he dropped it. It was the way he dropped it, where he was like, well, yeah, maybe I am being a bit of a meanie.
From the fact that Kankles is knee deep in the Epstein list.
I mean, the fact, like, look at it this way. For everybody that was saying that he, like, oh, we need to, like, who he was listening to, because, like, this is what sucks about Tim Walz. He seems like a genuinely nice guy, so it seems like if he were to get some, or see some of the internet comments, a few of them were probably along the lines of, well, why can't we take the high road? And he's like, yeah, you know what? I think that we should take the high road.
Invited war
I'm a bit of a weenie.
Criminal and murderer Vladimir Putin on American soil. And Trump is wildly known for having zero respect or even any relatability with anybody in the armed forces. So of course, this guy, this administration, tees up this moment.
It's weird that like so many people love him, but yeah, again,
for Russian TV to play.
I mean, from the military specifically.
Over and over.
No, it was the DNC consultants, the same ones who convinced Biden to stay in the race.
And over again. So all of you MAGA people that say support.
Well, yeah, it's literally like the Debbie Wasserman Schultzes. It's the people that are still in power, which after the Bernie shit, I can still not wrap my head around how that hasn't become a bigger thing where it's just like, oh shit.
Support our troops. This is the opposite of it. Put this up.
Like, how the fuck is Debbie Wasserman Schultz still in a position of power in the DNC to actually make these decisions? Like, you do realize that until that changes,
uniformed American soldiers should not have been used.
Why do you think Hakeem Jeffries will not endorse Zoran?
Is to lay out a red carpet for one of our main adversaries, full stop. Horrible decision, and there should be consequences.
Nah, the big thing here is until the like Brian Tyler Cohen's and like the center guys that are like essentially the cheerleaders for the Democratic Party start holding their feet to the fire and telling them like, you guys are very, very unpopular and it's because you guys don't have balls.
For who?
Like, that's why Gavin Newsom, for all of my disagreements with his policies and his politics and him as a person, the one thing that is being projected is the strength. And that, again, this is where like the whole thing with Trump is even like, it should never be a surprise with the whole projecting strength. Like, do you know how many idiots out there are like, yeah, at least he's saying something?
Whomever made it. Here is
not just doing the, we'll talk about it later. We'll talk about it later. We'll talk about it when the time is right. We'll talk about it later. We'll talk about it when the time is right.
Putin's plane. There's a red carpet, and then you see uniformed American soldiers.
Honestly, this should have fucking pissed off a lot of MAGA.
On their hands and knees. And this has been all over Russian television. This is a dangerous faceplant, a forced error by the MAGA administration. This is so wildly dangerous and weak. This is a man who gets triggered by Jimmy Kimmel and Stephen Colbert. And tweets about it all the time. Late night comedians, he cannot even deal with it. And we're sending this buffoon over to deal with Vladimir Putin, who ate him for lunch.
It surprises me, Zero, that he ate him for lunch. I knew nothing good was going to come out of this because Trump is so uninterested and maybe intellectually challenged in policy, in what's going on in Ukraine. He went there thinking, oh, I can get a peace talk and get the Nobel Peace Prize. The way the American soldiers were down on their knees, I have never been more.
I am glad that at least this podcast, like, it is kind of, from my perspective, shifting some of the narrative more left, but I don't want to take Kyle Kulinski and some of those people, in that, sphere. I don't want to just take their word on, like, them being so good about this. I don't know, man. I just have a feeling that they have some policy or like some politics that I agree. I disagree on.
And thought,
I'm just so used to this, though, for real. Where, like, I was saying about the whole, boomer versus millennial thing. I am actually so used to that, where it's just like, oh, maybe I'm in reverse here, being unfair, just because it's like, oh.
Are all the Republicans that are so pro-strong military and pro-strong America. A murderous dictator walked onto American soil. He would have been arrested in any other country except for, like,
did you Netanyahu?
Hungary and China.
Netanyahu?
It's fucking gross.
The fundamental problem with this is the KGB has been known for years of getting what's called compromise.
I'm doing the thing, though.
Compromise.
Where I'm just like, they're not good enough for me because did they say anything about Netanyahu?
Using information on their adversaries.
Actually, you know what? I'm not helping. I'm going to shut up.
Series. It has been reported time and time and time again that such compromising information has been collected by Putin. And this is why Trump acquiesces. If you think back to Helsinki, if you think back to all of the tweets, if you think about how there is a former Australian leader who says Trump is in awe of him, he turns into a complete beta, that it's like a schoolgirl with a crush on a schoolboy when he's around Putin. It's because Putin owns him. Putin owns him. He put a collar on him and he walked him on American soil. Look at the before and after photos of the meeting. Here's before. You have Putin and you have Taco Tits, shit-eating grin.
You got Taco Tits going to he saw too many Facebook photos of, everybody going to school. He's like, you know what? I want my special going to school photo. Can somebody give me a backpack and a snack pack as well?
From ear to ear, and then afterwards.
Oh my God, dude. It really is night and day.
Putin smug AF.
Yeah.
Trump looks like he saw a ghost. Something happened, you guys.
Something happened.
Something massively happened. Yeah. The Americans had planned a
For real. No, dude. He said, like, he saw some, like, his aides, like Caroline Leavitt has, like,
whole day, a lunch,
Alex AI,
a press conference, etc. Trump is standing on the red carpet.
Grandma's from Oklahoma. They're pretty red.
Clapping like a seal when Putin walked up. He gets into the car with him, the beast, which is completely unprecedented. And the conversation that took place there, I'm sure.
Stop calling it the names he wants you to call it. Oh my God, that's like a capitulation already.
Was pretty alarming.
Just call it his
then
limo.
They go behind closed doors, and something happened there. They rolled out the compromise. They showed the American MAGA administration they were compromised. There's no question about it. People who are a lot smarter than me, who have studied this their whole entire lives, who have studied every move that Vladimir Putin has made, said this is a win across the board for the Russians and an L for America. But don't listen to me. Let's listen to Fox. Play the first clip.
Back there. It was just very unusual, atypical, and I think we're all awaiting, the readout, because the way
I know this is anecdotal, but holy shit.
that it felt in the room.
I have seen an increase in people celebrating their teens' pregnancies. I just saw the second one of somebody that I know that their kid, who is 15 years old, is having a fucking kid. What is happening? What is... Jeez. It's the decline is just so fucking like fast. It's just so fucking fast.
Was not good. It did not seem like things went well. And
what the hell? What the hell? That's a second. That's literally the second one in a year. That's what?
Seemed like Putin came in and steamrolled.
One was in Tennessee, one was in Florida. You guys, you know what? You guys figure that one out.
Got right into what he wanted to say and got his photo next to the president and then left. Of course, that is only the piece of the picture that we have right now. And certainly President Trump, who is the host and who is the president, would not want to, I think, enable some.
She says this is
Yeah, like she knows that this is messed up. And then again, Caroline Leavitt, that's the one that a lot of people aren't talking about.
Fox News. This is inside the Death Star. This is the call.
Oh, Child Bridistan? Yep.
All coming from inside the house. Every American journalist there noticed that when the American diplomats came out, something happened. Something really, really nefarious happened. The lunch was canceled. The press conference was an absolute joke. Cankles and the low testosterone side of Twitter are like, oh my God, he flew planes over the top. He owned Putin. That's not at all what
I'm actually genuinely like curious about this, and you guys can let me know. Is it mean, like, to even insinuate that it's like, okay, this maybe might not be the best, like, okay, like, is this a bad parenting thing? I don't know.
expert who specializes in this even remotely thinks even on the right.
Or is this systematic? Jesus Christ. I'm really having a hard time wrapping my brain around this.
And here's this same journalist pointing out something I think that is very important to Fox viewers.
Becoming a grandmother before you're fucking 35?
I think you and me both, Brian, and everyone else in this room was also surprised. You know, we were told that we were going to have an opportunity to put questions to both leaders.
Bad parenting and lack of common sense? Oh, I mean, I don't know. Like,
after a joint press conference in the event that the meeting went well enough that they could set the stage for a second meeting.
It's a systematic lack of sexual education being available to those who need it, especially minors. That's where I was. Thank you, Sylvie. Thank you.
President Trump said if that didn't happen, he was likely to call off the joint presser and just address the media solo and then send Putin home. Neither of those things happened. And what was really stunning to me as someone who's been in a lot of these press conferences is there were a few things that were very unusual. You had Putin.
Do you think that she got reprimanded after this? Like, do you think we're going to see a lot of Jackie Heinrich
come out and address the press first? I mean, we are on U.S. soil here, and that left the media scrambling to get their headsets in. Usually it is the
again, rolls out the red carpet at a summit to show off, his toys, gets dog walked by him, and then tries to play big dick moment with fucking Vladdy,
Leader
or
of
with Zelensky.
the country,
also 4-2-0.
the host country of a summit that speaks first and addresses.
Okay, right there. Putin comes out and speaks first. These things are highly, highly, highly choreographed. Not to mention Trump's team is so sloppy and so JV. I don't even know if you can call them JV. They're so preschool. They leave the printed schedule, phone numbers, all of this stuff in some hotel printer, and some tourists found it and reported it. NPR studied all of this stuff.
No. A tourist. Hey, guys. I don't know about any of this, but I can tell you that I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express.
In the menu where
I just happened to find a bunch of secrets about Trump's meeting.
they were going to have lunch with him. It's like we're hosting his
in the business room printer. Get the Some dude was just eating his freaking little box of cornflakes, and he's just like, what's that?
Excellency. This is not how you talk to an adversary. This is how you talk to somebody with whom you
I mean, he's a bully, and bullies always bow to bigger bullies.
trying,
That is true.
trying to curry favor.
That is true. Yeah, that is wild.
There's no 5D chess here. This is a wildly unqualified, weak, soft man who is triggered by Stephen Colbert trying to get on the big boy stage and play chess with Vladimir Putin, who owns him, who has compromise on him. This is an American faceplant.
I'll say this much. After that meeting, I believe that, like, before meeting, no pee-pee tape. After meeting, oh, yes, pee-pee tape.
This is where this shit gets wildly dangerous for all of us. These decisions, this geopolitical world that we're sending these morons in to cosplay, they got owned. And even Fox News sees it and reports it on American soil. Vladimir Putin, soldiers on their knees greeting him.
That is still, like, again, optics-wise, for somebody who cares about optics, that is fucking wild that he would allow that.
Trump clapping like a sea.
I mean, honestly, at what point do you, as the soldier, go, huh?
Over there, happy that he's there. He takes him behind closed doors. God only.
Sad part is there is actually a statistical fact, like, that I could be friends, or ex-friends, I should say, with one of those soldiers.
Knows what he showed them, and they all come out completely owned. I really felt.
Yeah. We got in a big argument over, whole, like, loyalty to the people over Trump. And once he said, he's just like, no, I'll always be loyal to Trump. And it's just like, oh, so you're telling me that you would legit lock me up and you would be on the other side of all of this? Okay, well, that was enough for me.
Felt the same thing when I saw this whole thing go down. I was like, Trump cosplays. He's a strong man. He's a big boy.
Like, there are some things that I can definitely be like, okay, so we can agree to disagree, but agreeing to disagree over you literally being like, no, I would totally lock you up if I had the chance. It's like, that's fucked.
And then he went in and he saw who the big boy was, and he has
probably
totally
threatened him with Epstein dirt. Probably.
Qualified. He's
You know what's really funny? Russian media has been making fun of Trump, like, endlessly.
totally incompetent. His administration, they got
Like,
bent
since
over
that meeting.
and fucked by Vladimir Putin because they're cosplaying real political advocates and they suck. And it was so obvious. And the smugness from Vladimir Putin was unbelievable that happened on American soil.
All right, and here's Fox News trying to gaslight the gal that I played the two earlier clips for. Here's Fox News gaslighting Fox News, okay? They realize, like, oh shit, our reporters on the ground are reporting exactly what they saw. We've got a problem here. So I want you to keep your eyes
These damn journalists.
on the
God, they fuck us all the time.
gal that reported that MAGA got steamrolled. The American government got steamrolled by Putin, and then spoke about how unprecedented
The only people that are saying that this was a W are everybody in conservative, like the conservative land, which this does, like, suck, where it's like there's this political fucking difference where just the objective fact that it's like, nah, dude, did you not just see with your own eyes? Like, this is what really gets me, is when I'm watching, like, the Associated Press live coverage of an event and then look at the comments section of, like, or just of the Associated Press even, and, like, the right-wing comments, it's like they saw something entirely different. It makes no sense.
it was.
What up, Angela?
That Vladimir Putin walked out and he was the first person to speak on U.S. soil. How incredibly weak that is. Listen to this dipshit Fox News try to spin it to this gal and watch her face. She's speechless at the gaslighting within her own news organization.
Just was texting back and forth with Sean Hannity, who just sat down with the president, and he said the president noted that he came out and said there wouldn't have been a war if he was president, and that's what part of Vladimir Putin said at the end of his written remarks. And he also said, in a scale of 1 to 10, I give today a 10. So that's the president grading what he thought of the meeting.
And this little boy of a like this perpetual little boy who his daddy is telling him exactly what to say, and his daddy's always gonna beat up your daddy.
Okay.
Doesn't he look like that? Like he just looks like a fucking perpetual little kid, but not in the way that like Chris Hayes does, where it's the actual look. Like no, it's just the way that he carries himself is always just like, yeah.
For those of you listening, her eyes get big and she's like, huh. Okay, because that is not at all what the boots on the ground saw.
Yeah.
That is not even remotely what we saw. Furthermore, it just shows how stupid the MAGA electorate is. Of course, Vladimir Putin. This is a guy who's a former KGB agent who has a psychological file, chapters on on Donald Trump and how to manipulate him. Superficial flattery. Oh yeah, I never would have started the war had you not been president. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. It's unbelievable. But even on Fox, they try to gaslight, and you saw her face.
Do you really think that
funny.
Trump believes that shit, or he's just so insecure he spends it? Okay, because I'm just like, you are so stupid. He has no respect for
Bongino
you.
just
He
got
has no respect
thrown
for
under
your
the bus by
administration.
Trump.
He knows it's amateur clown car hour. He's breaking in to all the government computers. He absolutely would have gone in 50 times out of 50.
I mean, this is such American weakness.
Oh, yeah.
This is what he did to the troops there, inviting him to a military base on American soil. This was a win for Russia. He has been completely sequestered out of the international stage. Trump brings him, claps for him, lets him take him behind closed doors. God only
God only knows what happened.
Knows what they showed him. There's rumors that maybe
sorry. This is so...
Putin has video of the Epstein stuff, or who knows. But you know he's got something, because that's what these type of intelligence agencies do. They arrived with receipts, and it spooked the shit out of the entire administration. And here's another journalist talking about exactly what he saw when the MAGA, over their skis, completely incompetent people walked out of the closed door meeting with Putin. Here's what he witnessed.
Struck me, Jen, in particular, was really just the looks on the...
Hey, it's the guy that wouldn't sit the fuck down. Who's he with? Let's see. If you guys don't know, this guy would not sit down until like the very start of the presser. MSNBC.
The faces of a lot.
Oh, but I also appreciate how it was actually like an act of defiance where he didn't raise for them.
Of the American delegation here. Caroline Levitt, the press secretary, Steve Witkoff, who came into the room, then left quickly, then came back in. Levitt appeared to be a bit stressed out, anxious. Their eyes were wide, almost ashen at times. Those were some of the sort of images that will stick with me as we leave here. This was not the way the president likes to do things. He likes to be the producer of this presidency. He got that in the first half of the day, but when he was behind closed doors with Vladimir Putin, it looks like he didn't come away with anything that he claimed he wanted. He said he'd go home unhappy if there was no ceasefire. They didn't declare one here today.
Instead, the president comes out, calls Sean Hannity the most friendly, non-objective dipshit that he could find, and says, I give the meeting a 10 out of 10. If this guy were tough, if this guy were as tough as all of MAGA thinks he was, he would walk out and say, I'm sending Vladimir Putin back to Russia. He has no business being on American soil. I told him I wanted a ceasefire. He didn't.
Yeah, honestly, for everybody that was looking for the strength in all of that, and what looks at what he did with Zelensky today and still thinks that it's like, oh yeah, he big strong man. It's like, dude, you do understand just how this also proved that he's no big strong man. Also, with more bad economic news, we are on a downturn again. All right, let's move on from that. All right, so I found this video. I was saving this for the fun half. I did not know about the state of Kate. I don't really know her content, to be completely real. So when I saw this pop up on my algorithm, I was kind of like, huh, interesting. I don't frequent this type of content. So, the worst trend that's killing the internet right now. So when I saw that, I was kind of like, what is the worst trend? And I was kind of like, is this going to be some kind of clickbaity bullshit? It turns out to be a very very in-depth look at internet rage bait. So,
somewhere along the way, influencers stopped trying to be liked because being hated gets more views. A controversial take, a scripted scene on TikTok, an overly chaotic personality, and boom, the comments are on fire. Influencers, celebrities, and politicians alike have learned that they don't exactly need your trust, and they don't even need your respect. All they need is your attention. And if anger gets it faster than admiration, then rage bait becomes the business model. I started thinking more about rage bait when this video appeared on my TikTok. A woman writes that her husband is always walking ahead of her, so she stopped walking to see how far he'd go, and his reaction wasn't exactly loving. So immediately, I'm scrolling through the comments because I'm like, this guy's a dick. And everybody's saying the same thing. There's outrage. You know, this man hates you. Leave your husband. You need to get a divorce now. So I'm curious. I'm like, what happened? Did she resolve it with him? Did he
I want to know what Unimoogle thinks about that one.
apologize? Did she get a divorce? And then I look at her page and every video is the same. It's a formula about her husband doing something mean to her, and then cue the outrage in the comments. In this one, she says her husband's upset that the girl he met on Tinder a week ago stopped messaging him back, but little does he know, it's his wife. Or in this video, she catches him looking at hot girls on his phone. So
this is like a whole thing this is her whole existence, huh?
on and so forth. Rage bait is a term that's used to describe content that's intentionally provocative, not to inform or entertain, but just to make you mad enough to click, comment, and share. And it works. Platforms are designed to reward intensity, not nuance, not authenticity, not accuracy, just pure emotional charge. Outrage is no longer a byproduct. It's a strategy now. So musicians, marketers, politicians, celebrities, influencers, everybody uses this as a strategy to get attention.
Yeah, notice how the political game like really shifted with that.
People who once built their careers on being
My God. If we could ever pinpoint one moment that changed the way that internet like interaction, right there.
liked now build their careers by doing and saying
You think he still has that hat?
controversial things, or just
Like it
flat out.
I just realized this is not my joke. Somebody made the joke about how do you think that like it haunts him kind of like
being hated,
like the way that the Green Goblin mask haunts the Green Goblin?
because being respected takes a lot of time to build, but
come on, Logan, do it.
Going viral can happen in an instant.
You want to go to the woods again? Ah!
And rage bait isn't just a trend, it's a central part of how influencers grow and maintain visibility. It's not about being real anymore, it's about being reacted to. And I can't help but feel like everything I see is fake now. And it doesn't always mean that these are bad people saying and doing bad things. Take one of my favorite accounts, Itty Bitty Farm 1.
You see that coyote? You better be careful.
Oh. Look at
You better be
him.
careful. There's a coyote in the yard. It's coming this way, I think.
He's like rolling around.
Something.
The comments are filled with emotional charge and reactivity. People laughing that the woman is so close to the coyote, people angry.
Wow, a grown man wearing a Shrek hat. We as a nation are doomed. That was Logan Paul wearing the alien, aliens from Toy Story hat while he was in the S Side forest in Japan.
Angry.
I'm not sure if you knew about that one, dude.
At the woman for risking her dog.
It's one of the most famous like online videos ever.
And her life being so close to the coyote, just so on and so forth. But just look at their page. All of their content
somehow got bigger after that.
Is just videos about their coyote, but they market it as if it's wild. And that video alone has 13.6 million views, so you can see why they do it. Acting like the coyote's wild and just wandered into their life is sure to get more of a reaction.
I envy the fact that you're so offline.
The line between rage bait and clickbait can get a little bit blurry, so some of these kind of fall in the middle.
if only.
But take a look at this account. This video popped up on my feed the other day of a woman eating an edible that she thought had 10 milligrams of THC when it actually had 100 milligrams. This video has 2.2.
How the fuck is she getting monetized?
Million views and thousands of comments from people laughing or really concerned about her. And I was one of them because I was like, oh my God, is she alive? And it turns out every single video is the same. And not only that, but it's all a content strategy to promote her edible company.
Those cones are good, though.
This account posts videos of someone breaking and entering onto their property and acting really creepy, garnering thousands of comments and views from people who are super freaked out or really concerned and trying to help. And unsurprisingly, it's rage bait. Or take Butter Girl, who's been posting videos of herself eating tubs of butter and different various types of butter since 2020. She racks up thousands of views and comments per video, but if you look more carefully, you can see that she almost never swallows what she's eating. And it's certainly not just on TikTok. This video popped up on my Instagram page. We can see
someone went to commercial class.
Woman dancing on stage in front of a DJ deck as if she just kind of
Kirk, what up?
Rushed on stage.
Hope y'all are well. Gotta go to bed. Happy streaming.
And made it her own.
Thanks, brother. Well, I hope you catch the VOD, and I hope to catch you in the live one tomorrow.
The comments are full of people saying that she's a narcissist, that this was so inappropriate, or people hyping her up, saying it was amazing. But actually, that is Janet Planet, one half of Confidence Man, one of my favorite electropop groups. And I immediately knew this video was fake because that was Coachella and I was in the audience for that performance. Everybody's doing it because it works. It simply gets more engagement.
Sorry, I was at Coachella.
Than saying something nice and positive. Or
There's just something about that sentence right there. I was just like, okay.
Just simply telling the truth. And I am frustrated with it because I'm extremely gullible.
Like me saying, I went to Lollapalooza, but the thing is, if you ever see like pictures of Lollapalooza that aren't aerial view, everybody is miserable.
And very trusting. And every
If you want to be arm in arm with people and, you know, wait in lines, you know, almost hours long to even use the bathroom, have fun.
Single time I see the rage bait videos, I go,
did it once and I hated it.
God damn it, it happened again. And every single time I have to go to the comments of every single video that I come across with just to make sure that I'm not being tricked. And I, for one, am exhausted. There's a reason rage bait works so well, and it has to do with how our brains are wired. It's called negativity bias. Negativity bias basically just means that our brains tend to focus on the negative more than the positive. And that's why, you know, hate comments can be so intense.
No, actually, it's literally where if your life is going so well, this is, I definitely have this. It's almost like the other shoe syndrome is what I call it, because when things are going so well, I'm always waiting for that moment. And then because when something small happens, I react horribly.
You may not remember or internalize the really nice comments that someone leaves you, but you will remember that one mean comment that someone left on a video. We're all wired to remember an insult more than a compliment, or stop scrolling for something that enrages us versus something that soothes us. And that bias is content fuel. When we see something that makes us mad, we don't just move on and forget about it. We react, we comment, we stitch, we share with our friends, we engage on that content. And all of those reactions signal identity, whether subconsciously or not. Because if you leave a comment like, this is disgusting, you're not just criticizing, you're also signaling to your followers, like, this is me and this is what I stand for and what I don't stand for. The moral signaling, even when it's totally unconscious, is part of why rage bait spreads so easily. Mob mentality and group identity are core psychological forces behind how rage bait spreads.
I am so glad that I don't watch TikTok, and I really, like, this is where, Deke, me and you can fist bump on this one. This shit makes me literally feel like my brain is rotting. So, I don't know.
And why it feels so satisfying to engage with. Mob mentality doesn't...
People will say that about politics, though, so I gotta be careful.
Doesn't feel like a mob when you believe that you're right. It just feels like you're involved with something important. And the more pile on, the more justification for that reaction.
Honestly, the best concerts so we have this place called the Ravinia, right? Ravinia has, like, the best spot because it's kind of like one of those old operatic spots, but it also, like, the way that they set up the park, it's so beautiful, and it's better to just sit on the grass and enjoy it, because honestly, the better acoustics are back on the lawn.
Reaction. And that's exactly what rage bait counts on, not just the reaction, but a group reaction. Because when one person...
Yeah, okay, so if this is all it is, God, I hate the attention economy. I hate it. I fucking hate it. I hate the fact that I get lumped into this too, where I have to play algorithmic games, and it's like even faint. Like, this is not the type of fucking attention that I want. And honestly, do they put any thought into, like, I get it. Like, there is something a little addicting about seeing your videos do well and, like, get the, like, the likes and the clicks. But I don't know, man. I had a situation early into my streaming career where somebody bot swatted me, which they just like sent a bunch of bots to my channel, and it was like, it put me at over like 1,000 followers, and nothing about it felt good at all. Like, I just waited, like, I reported it the first day that it happened, and I was just waiting for it to correct itself, because like, I got nothing from seeing that fucking number. I actually got anxiety from seeing it, where I was like, oh no, I know it's all fake. I want my stuff to be organic. I want there to actually be people behind this shit.
It's angry, it's content. But when
trust me, that's one of the things that I'm scared of with AI.
thousands do it together, it's momentum. The platforms don't care why you react. They only care that you do, because it's all engagement, and engagement is what matters. It's kind of like the saying, there's no such thing as bad press. And that's how rage bait wins.
Yeah, my favorite, the worst part about this is like, I think a lot of these people don't understand the payout structure of like, say a TikTok or a YouTube.
When you engage, even if it's a negative reaction, the algorithm boosts it. It's not about what's true or thoughtful. It's about
okay, yo.
what keeps you watching and reacting. Meredith,
no amount of cleavage can take away what you just did.
Duxbury built a massive audience.
What the fuck?
On TikTok doing her makeup by smearing on thick layers of foundation, and after the jump cut, it always looks flawless. And every single time the comments explode. People accuse her of wasting the product. They argue about the technique. They accuse her of trolling. And all while that's happening, the videos are climbing and climbing the algorithm.
Yeah,
The performance.
I want off. I want off this ride. I don't want to do this anymore.
This is the point, and the outrage is the engine. Meredith doesn't need you to love her or respect her technique. All she needs are people who are mad enough to react and watch. And she built then the rest of her social media career on that. Like, not all of her videos are like that anymore, but that's what catapulted her to a massive platform of something like 18 million followers. But for some influencers, rage bait is the entire strategy. Being real used to be the goal, but now with the rise of short form content, being reactable is what matters. The modern
Oops. I guess I fucked up. Oops.
Influencer isn't just posting content. They are performing a character, and sometimes it's meant to annoy you. That's why so many creators online seem to have a personality that's either like overly cocky, kind of snarky, say things that are somewhat controversial, or are just like chaotic and over the top and energetic, because that pushback kind of just fuels the fire. A hate watch is still a watch, and a hate comment is still a comment.
I unfortunately got that one.
So within this system, hate can be monitored.
Yes. I have been like, YouTube like definitely is just like, just so you know, even if they're negative, you don't have to look at it. It does help.
If you randomly saw this video, what would you think?
Somebody actually said that the more like, this is why like nice content out there, unless you are like doing something, you know, to teach kids to be kind, that honestly you should just be like always.
What do you see? I sat myself. Do you have a problem with that? 25 people leaving outside. What does that have to do with me in this situation? Can I get the video back? I have a family of 12 waiting on this table, and you really think you can sit here by yourself? Do I really look like I care about the family of 12? Can you tell me things that have to do with me? Which basically is just the menu given back to me. Yeah, I need my dinner. I don't really have time to really fast pace.
Does she not see the fact that this is on a stand? Like her phone is just sitting on a stand and she's recording herself with perfect lighting.
Her comments are filled with brutal criticism, disbelief, and sometimes pure rage. But that's the point. Last year, Winta made $150,000 posting these videos, and now she has nearly 1 million followers.
See, now that's where it... Okay, I get it. Oh, man. All right, well, in real time, you just watched me realize it's like, oh, that's the game? That's why they play this? That's why there's so many fucking, like, prank tubers? Like, what? I hate this fucking world. I really do, guys. Anytime that you're grinding, just remind yourself that this is what gets rewarded. What the fuck?
Followers. But rage bait isn't limited to just persona-based content. Some people skip the character and just go straight for the stunt. Belle Delphine sold her bathwater.
Yeah,
Amaranth sold her farts. Both were met with moral panic and viral confusion, which only drove more traffic to their pages. And it's not just creators. Take WAP by Megan Thee Stallion and Cardi B. Explicit lyrics and unapologetic visuals sparked a whole wave of cultural backlash.
It was hilarious.
Conservative.
What it gave us was the Ben Shapiro moment, which he told on himself something fierce.
Condemned it. Feminists debated it. Everyone was talking about it. And even Cardi B said that the song's outrage helped the song climb the charts. Controversy became marketing and identity politics became promo. And this strategy is so effective that entire marketing campaigns are built around provocation.
Notice how, again, he can say, your P word, your P word. It's like, but the president literally said, I can grab him by the pussy. I could totally do whatever I want.
Outrage marketing is...
They let me do it.
Rage bait with a PR team. It's the same...
Again, that should have been the moment, but... Oh, I'm sorry. I realized that, yeah, we live in just a fucking hellscape.
Strategy of provoke and watch it spread, but just with a little bit more polish and planning.
Jesus.
It's carefully designed to spark just enough backlash to go viral while remaining ambiguous enough to dodge accountability. In my opinion, Sabrina Carpenter's album cover for Man...
I hate that I know this, but I think it was confirmed that the bathwater she sold, most of it wasn't even actually that bathwater.
His best friend used this...
You'd think that you would at least have, like, I don't know, just a modicum of like honesty to the whole grift that you're doing, and just give the pervs, like, if they're buying it's bath fucking water. If you're not doing, like, you can't even do
this playbook perfectly. The first cover showed Sabrina kneeling in a submissive position and a sexy face while a man lightly pulls her hair. Immediately, the internet split. Some called it submissive, anti-feminist, regressive. Others read it.
My favorite little, just like, I am proud of this. I know maybe like one song by her, but I do know this. She's a wrestling fan, and like an actual like WWE wrestling fan.
As a satirical commentary
Gotta say,
on
I
the male
appreciate
gaze,
that.
or Sabrina just simply expressing a kink.
The same
And
with Selena Gomez.
People that argued about what it meant, the more visible it became. And then the second album cover dropped, and the cycle continued. Controversy gave the album context, meaning, and most importantly, attention. Then there's Gwyneth Paltrow. There's always Gwyneth Paltrow. She's always going to be in one of these. But she launched a candle on her brand Goop's website called This Smells Like My Vagina. And the internet lost it. She was absolutely roasted online. I mean, people were calling her a narcissist. They were saying she's disgusting. Everybody was talking about it. But the thing is, the candle sold out not once, but multiple times. The actual scent of the vagina candle was floral and citrusy, really nothing shocking or innovative at all. But the name was the point. It wasn't about fragrance. It was about being provocative. Gwyneth Paltrow later said that it was part joke, part marketing.
Can I don't know, if I'm smelling citrus, and it's like, wait a minute.
And in the process, she turned a $75 novelty candle into a cultural flashpoint. Another example is Lil Nas X.
I'm sorry, but that would be kind of a funny visual. Just hold on.
And his
Not necessarily discussed, but curious.
Satan shoes that launched with his music video for Montero. The shoes looked like custom Nikes, but with a pentagram, a Bible verse, and even a drop of blood in the sole. Cue outrage. People accused him of promoting Satanism. Nike filed a lawsuit. News outlets couldn't stop covering it. And the shoes sold out in under a minute. And the music video...
Humans created the mess we're in? Oh, I mean,
went absolutely viral. Lil Nas X didn't back...
It's so weird to, like, have that, like, where you just don't you feel such a disconnect from the like the entire rest of the human race that thinks like this. Like, and then they try to make it like, oh, that's a political difference. It's like, no, dude. No, this is like the whole difference between people that don't know what enough money is and like just they need more like all the time. They just don't have a concept of what actual happiness is, and they just think it's acquisition of more.
He
like no matter what it is.
Played into the controversy, responding with
I feel bad for that
meme
ish. I mean, at some point they also like, yeah, fuck them. Like, honestly, like if their goals truly are that, and they have to understand like that it's like
and deadpan tweets. The more people panicked,
I was trying to be like, they have to understand how toxic it is to them, but
the more visible he became. And there are so many other examples I wrote down, like
it's the Streisand effect. Wait, has she mentioned that once?
Doja Cat's demon aesthetic rollout for Scarlet, possibly Kim Kardashian's Met Gala Marilyn Monroe dress.
Most egregious thing she did was shave her head and her eyebrows and just like not get the attention that Britney Spears did.
Lady Gaga's meat dress, or
she was so pissed about that. Oh my God, nobody talks about like the. That's kind of funny because that shows like that probably pisses her off even more.
Or
oh God, the meat dress.
pretty much everything Julia
The
Fox
meat
has ever
dress,
worn, which is why I love her so much. Outrage marketing isn't new, but what used to be seen as like risky or accidental now is just part of the playbook. Controversy is no longer something that.
Oh yeah, dude, the Calvin Klein ad is now literally the go-to. Like the fact is, the what was it? God, I forgot who did it. Was it Naomi Watts? No, not Watts.
Brands try to avoid. It's something that they kind of plan for. But even if it works, there's still a cost.
I was a kid when it happened. Kate Moss. No, it was Kate Moss.
What happens to us when outrage becomes the default? When everything feels like it's meant to provoke you all the time.
Never thought she was like, I don't know,
you can
she was
start to live
never
in
my type.
reaction mode and really just kind of get in the headspace.
Although I also kind of I had this discussion with somebody recently. I would like to kind of like talk to somebody on stream about this, about like types
of like being angry.
It's like, yes, some people have like some types, but you can get them to move off of like their like go-to
all the
like
time,
pretty
or
easily. So
you-
I don't know how like ingrained that is.
You can go the opposite end and you become really distrustful of people and kind of ambivalent to everything because you just assume it's all fake. Personally, I'm so gullible. I don't think that'll ever change about me, unfortunately, but I'm just tired. I'm tired of feeling like I'm being tricked all the time. I'm tired of every piece of content being, you know, satirical or faked or scripted. I'm just
AI.
tired. I think a
Yeah.
lot of us have become a lot less trusting of content or even people that we like because, you know, we wonder, are they genuine or are they just baiting us? And the people that we hate, they
What I hate is the fact that they even try to make me play this fucking games.
keep doing the same thing.
And like you always like, I'll admit when I do, this is the bitch of it. It's like I'm gonna get in trouble one of these days where it's like you have to stop telling your audience what you're doing. It's like, but they need to know.
We keep engaging, and so then we end up being kind of complicit in the very system that we claim to resent. And I'm sure I don't need to elaborate too much, but the consequence of this is that it bleeds into our political system. When rage bait is paired with ideology, it becomes a devastating combination. They say something extreme, trigger backlash, and then ride the controversy to more exposure. It's not about
Yeah, look at that. I mean, look at the mom that did the N-word mom.
governance. It's about going viral.
Who literally like she has generational wealth now because of it. I hope that like again, I don't know, man.
For example, Marjorie Taylor.
I'm sorry. I know that people come here for like a good time, but every once in a while I'll have a realization like this and it does hit me where I'm just like, oh, just
Green compared vaccine mandates to Holocaust.
listen, nothing bad, but just giant meteor. Just giant meteor.
Outrage exploded, even from within her own party. But the result?
I don't know, or like a Frieza. Can we get like a our own version of Frieza?
Headlines, fundraising spikes, and more attention from her base. She didn't lose momentum, she gained it.
Not saying anything to that except that I just want Earth to go the way of the same.
This is super depressing, but Marjorie Taylor Greene saw a massive increase in fundraising after she started incorporating rage bait into her strategy, like the vaccine Holocaust comment. And the more pushback she gets from Republicans, Democrats, and mainstream media, it just solidifies her as an anti-establishment figure. And it's the same strategy employed by people like Donald Trump or manosphere influencer Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate's content is designed to provoke misogyny and hate, and critics stitch him, journalists condemn him, platforms ban and unban him, and people comment like crazy on his videos.
Yes, Pep, give in to your dark side. We have cookies and we.
And yet his audience grows.
You know?
Yes. Because every reaction, even
What made you join the dark side? Well, they said they had cookies and herb. They weren't lying. That Kylo Ren fellow's not that bad.
disgust, just reinforces his brand. He's selling outrage as an identity.
You know, maybe he did get a raw deal.
Andrew Tate doesn't just provoke for attention. He uses rage bait as a strategy to radicalize and ultimately monetize.
Wait, I'm gonna go viral right now. I'm gonna say the most controversial thing ever, and yeah, people are gonna hate me for it. Clip it, make it viral, guys. Last Jedi. It's actually a good movie.
Misogyny. And he weaponizes that backlash to pull young
Except for that whole part with the floating Carrie Fisher. That should have been the end of Leia. That would have been much better. Or just not have that scene.
And further to the right. And for his followers, that backlash becomes proof to them that men are under attack. And that's the devastating consequence of rage bait when paired with ideology. It doesn't just spark out.
That reminds me of that scene from Family Guy when they're all drowning. You know what? I got something to say. I got to get off my chest. Godfather? Overrated.
Rage, it offers.
Oh, God. I was just waiting for you to say it. I thought everybody loved that movie. Oh, man. It's just
people a place to belong. The strategy is trigger the opposition, get their reaction, use it to galvanize your own side. And the more you're hated, the more authentic you appear. That's why outrage is now baked into political branding and why we're no longer just debating ideas. We are reacting to performances. One side provokes, the other reacts, and the cycle feeds itself. While Donald Trump, Sabrina Carpenter, Andrew Tate, Meredith Duxbury, Lil Nas X, and Marjorie Taylor Greene may not all be doing the same thing, but they are using the same tools. Outrage, performance, and attention in whatever form it comes. So when being hated or doing insane controversial things becomes more powerful and lucrative than being respected,
I feel called out by that one.
What kind of culture
It's like,
is that?
oh, well, technically, just by merit of being a political streamer, I'm doing that.
Create. And what kind of audience does that turn us into? Ultimately, I think rage bait is just a mirror. It reflects what the algorithm rewards, which is what we respond to. And it doesn't have to be fair or good or true. It just needs to get a reaction. And when you start to see that, and I mean really see it and really take the time to pay attention to it, the internet starts to look a little bit different. And you don't have to quit it altogether, but I think, you know, maybe you pause before feeding into something that only exists to upset you. Maybe you'll notice when a creator is provoking on purpose and you'll look at their page before commenting. Or maybe you'll notice when, you know, a headline is framed for clicks.
I'll be honest, Luke force ghosting and like then just disappearing, that kind of sucked.
Not clarity. Because if rage is the currency and attention is the transaction, then we're the ones
It would have been nice if they kept him around for the third movie.
who get to decide.
Because like it kind of... Yeah, actually, I just realized that I have a much bigger problem with that because it was just a way to like kill off the old guard.
It's worth paying for. I hope you like this video. It was a quick and little casual one. I just wanted to share some rage bait videos that came across my feed. And
No, honestly, and I appreciate that. I hate to say I'm probably not going to subscribe to her just because I'm not really into that type of content, but I do appreciate the fact that she did the long form breakdown on rage bait and the attention economy. That needs to be studied a little bit more. But I hope you guys enjoyed that. All right, we've got a Piers Morgan thing I'm debating. Do I want to save this for tomorrow? Let me check something real quick. Hey, there's drama with Bad Empanada again. What is happening? Dude. We're going through, like, this is what's really weird about, like, the political space, is just how this constantly follows, man. Like, I thought that, like, with the bread tube stuff, that would have been a little bit of a warning, where it's like, no, don't do that. You know, don't play into that. Like, you guys are just, like, we're just dividing a lot of people who would otherwise agree with us. Like, this is insane. I'm gonna save this for tomorrow. Let's see. Bro, Bad Empanada is on drama all the time. I don't think it's gonna matter that much. Well, so why is he going after Hassan? Because that's what I saw. I'm just like, wait, he's going after Hassan now. You gotta be kidding me. I thought him and Hassan were buddies over the whole Destiny thing. Oh my god, because Destiny is, they just did this. I did see that though. I saw out of all the stuff that I was able to keep up with this weekend, outside the politics apparently, was there was a little bit of a thing there with Hassan and Destiny, where Destiny did say like some just completely out of pocket shit. Go figure. Why is he the representative, though? CNN went and fucking was just like, he's the representative of the online left. He's what, like, look at him. Go on, Democrats, blah, 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 blah. Like, I'm glad that they did a similar thing with Hassan, but, like, I don't know, the bad empanada stuff, though. Like, he's been getting called out by a lot of other people for just drama farming. So, like, how is this not kind of playing into that? Where it's like, dude, like, you couldn't even give it, what, a month? All right, what is it? What the fuck is it? What are they feuding about? Give me a second here. God damn it.
I believe that address the liberal Zionist allegations, JK, hoping you're having a wonderful. Yeah, I will, of course. Yeah, I'm getting canceled. We're gonna do that. We're gonna get into that in a second.
Zionist.
Please don't take the cancellation seriously. It's just bad empanada and 2 mLs. No, I know. I'm not taking it seriously. What? I know.
Oh, okay. Well then, wait. Well, you got me to click on the damn thing anyway. Well, that seems to be just misreported in Twitch or Twitter. Literally, the tweet is saying Bad Empanada is calling out Hassan for being a liberal Zionist. What? Did he actually do that, though? Yeah, this goes back to my why does anybody take Bad Empanada seriously at all? Like, that's ridiculous.
No, I know that it's not real. I'm gonna address it in a second. Hold on a moment. Saw some fucking nasty shit all up and down Reddit. Saw that I was getting canceled simultaneously.
All right, screw it. My curiosity got the better of me. The rage bait. The rage bait got me, guys. And now I'm biting.
By Bad Empanada as not being sufficiently pro-Palestine, which is true. That's right. It's mine now, so I'm pro-Israel. I'm Israel.
It's time to dump Hassan Piker. The best thing Hassan could do for the Palestinian cause is disappear entirely, because his purpose is to funnel people to the Democratic Party and thus continue everything unabated. This goes for lesser morons like you too. Fuck Hassan Piker, absolutely disqualifying until the end of time. Anyone who follows him after this should be considered a Zionist. Yes, it's rage bait. But is he fucking serious here? Like, dude, Bad Empanada is gonna literally like do the whole oh my god, what's the thing? The virtue signal. He's a virtue signal himself out of a career.
Real high, you know. That's right. I can't wait for my major media career. None of it is relevant. We'll talk about some of it as a joke. It doesn't really matter. Squirrel has been trying to cancel left.
Oh, is he back to using music?
For a while, Fed behavior.
Hey, cool. I appreciate that.
No, they're very passionate about this issue. They've yelled at me in the past.
Is mine that loud?
Again, like I said, we can have healthy and reasonable disagreements with one another.
Seems
It's
louder.
not a cancellation. You deadass platform is genocide denier. That's a bad faith misinterpretation of song. Come on now. The irony, of course, is that if you were to listen to the interview, these are some of the things that I addressed. This is some of the things that he also said. He says it's a genocide. So, but I do believe that a lot of people are going to come back in here today and just like make a mountain out of a molehill, which is fine. If you guys want to be on this wavelength, that's all right. I'm going to keep it pushing. I'm going to keep talking about things that I think are relevant and important. Yeah, because he's covering his ass after 2 years of genocide support. I told you what my policy is.
He's got to be careful with that, man, because he does this thing where, like, if he gets called out on that, then he'll just be like, yeah, but dude, I do a 7-hour stream. I got to do some fun stuff. It's like, bro, just be okay with being... Stop taking all this criticism to heart.
You say he's a
like, God, that's, again, one thing that I must have that Hassan doesn't, where, and I'm not, like, trying to flex this. This legit might be something broken in me, where I don't care.
Genocide, you want
I don't care about that.
Fucking stop weapons transfers to Israel, and you are an advisor in the foreign policy blob, keep pushing. As long as you don't try to limit others who are more radical than you, try to stop others, and try to actively deplatform
soulless death and despair.
Form others. If you are
literally living up to your name with your first comment. Nice to meet you.
Unconditionally and uncompromised.
Wait, you've been here before.
On board, then it is what it is. Good. Only time will tell if these people are being cynical or being bad. But it's not like we agreed. There was a back and forth there that I think a lot of people fail to consider. I mean, you're talking to people in the Democratic Party structure, like zero shock. They've had horrific takes up until this point. So you very clearly pushed them on things and didn't tone down your language at all. I know. But I think a lot of people, the issue is a lot of people think that a conversation that you have with a person who's like a foreign policy guy who you have disagreements with, that you let your disagreements be known, is going to...
It's not a giant fucking Labubu behind him. Oh, God.
Lead to like a bloodbath. You know what I mean? It's not like I'm talking to fucking someone who is an ultra Zionist, or
God, that thing could probably pay for a house,
or someone who is like refusing to say it's a genocide. Like you know what my red lines are. You know, someone who is a significant hurdle, like someone who says like, oh, you can't speak about this, you can't speak about that. Someone who places the feelings of Jewish people cynically in front of like an actual genocide. The irony, of course, as always, is that it's the same principle behind the Nelk boys. Like I had a conversation with them in the immediate aftermath where I directly told them like, what you guys did was like interviewing Adolf Hitler, and there were a lot of journalists that were tried at the Nuremberg trials in the aftermath of the Holocaust for their participation in it. And yet that in and of itself did not come across as like being sufficiently antagonistic to a lot of people, because some of you guys, I think, are more invested in the bloodbath of it all, and not necessarily.
What is the point of making these two idiots like even think about the Nuremberg trials? All they're gonna take from it is like, are you saying that I should get killed for platforming that guy? What?
Necessarily the information
Jesus.
you can derive out of that.
It's just, does he not think of the shit that this invites?
And
honestly, that's not the argument. Like, if that's the argument he wants to spend time having, fine. But he just said how he wants to cover important shit.
What the reason was. I also didn't know a lot of the stuff that Matt Duss had said, to be fair. And I wish I had known, so I could just like push back on some of this stuff, right? I think there is a difference with the way that I
okay.
have.
He did not articulate that there.
Adversarial or adversarial interviews with like someone like Matt Duss versus someone like, what's her face? Elise Stefanik, right? Crystal Ball's Stefanik interview is fantastic. Everybody loves that. Just apologize, man. I will never apologize for that. The fact that you are demanding an apology for this is the most idiotic thing I've ever fucking heard in my entire life. Who the fuck are you? Like, what the fuck are you saying? Who the fuck do you think you are? Like, this is what I'm talking about. The sense of entitlement that a lot of people have in this situation is so fucking insane. I don't know much about Matt Duss beyond the interview and his commentary yesterday. He seems like a fine dude. What's going on? It's because of a bunch of the stuff that he has said in the past that even I
don't know who Matt Duss is.
Total fucking early genocide apologia. And I wish I knew more about that, because what he's saying right now is that it's a genocide. You got to stop, weapons transfers. And part of the reason why I wanted to address some of that was because I wanted to hear what he would say in defense of like offensive weapons versus defensive weapons. And I made these exact points about like how you wouldn't give Nazi Germany anti-aircraft weapons, right? Like those are the kinds of conversations that I think are important to have. Having said that, people are once again making an insane mountain out of a molehill. And not only that, but he conceded on that front. That's the other thing. Like there was a bunch of stuff that he actually there was a bunch of things that he conceded on in that situation. One of the things that I
get hair fidgety too.
I find important to address is having disagreements with people even to the right of myself that would still be in the center left sphere. He also appeared on Amy Goodman and Sam Cedar. I know, but it's really interesting because obviously their audiences are not going to fucking yell at them and be like, you're platforming an ultra Zionist or whatever, you're a Zionist. The difference there is because I am more accessible than those people. And also because like, I think I am more radical than Sam Cedar. And also
that guy, the guy who looks like Fat Vosh.
Amy Goodman even as well. I guess the only thing I will say is eyes on the prize. Keep it pushing. Eyes on the prize. You must have a singular focus in this moment. If you hate me for it, if you think I'm a Zionist, that's fine. I've been having to deal with the inverse of that.
So that is insanity. Somebody on the, because all this breaks down to is a leftist content creator is calling out another bigger leftist content creator for not being left enough. And honestly, that's the meme that everybody thinks it is. And they're just playing into it. It's kind of, that sucks.
Entire life.
Like fucking, this is where, can I just levy the accusation that Bad Empanada might just be a fucking PSYOP agent? And if he's not, then he's like one of the most useful tools against online leftism that has ever existed. Because he's such a, apparently just like a contentious asshole. Or contentious asshole.
It's a new meta.
At least I correct myself.
Instead of being called a terrorist, now I'm being called a Zionist, which is ironically enough, in my opinion, worse than being called a Hamas supporter.
Welcome in, everybody. If you guys are new here, I'm Pep. Nice to meet you.
Israel supporter is worse than being called a Hamas supporter, except
hit that like button if you're enjoying the content, and just hang out.
Of course, in the eyes of the broader American public, one is the established norm in
We're going over Hassan apparently getting called out by Bad Empanada.
American politics.
Which, again, insane in itself.
The other...
Because he got called, he got accused of, supporting Zionism, which in itself is just... What
is
the one person that you? It's like that. I wouldn't even do that. What? Unless he overtly just said it. But this little underhanded, just oh, you platform Matt Duss, you must be a liberal Zionist.
Of course.
By that metric, then I guess literally he said Sam Cedar and anybody that has platformed the guy. Bad Empanada is a troll and he shouldn't be taken seriously. He'll rage bait until he's bored and then leave to troll someone else. Yeah, I know.
Anyone that recognizes the humanity of Brett.
The problem with it is people take him fucking seriously. His audience takes him seriously, and then they become the insufferable little toads that go into other chats and they're just like, "Oh, you're a Zionist."
Brown people.
And then he'll make a fucking... No, actually, no. That's almost irresponsible to say because Bad Empanada makes these fucking, long-form essays about people like this, hit pieces. No, a troll usually does it for, getting the lulz out of them. There's something behind it that, they get some form of joy. I'm not sure if he even gets the joy from it. Honestly.
Automatically means you should be shot and killed and possibly.
And if he does, then that might explain the whole him moving on so fast.
Sent to jail. So in this community, and in I think in the minds of honest people,
all I know is I have been turned off of his content forever since he did the hit piece on Vosh. I think, 2-3 years ago almost?
In the minds of people who recognize the reality.
Serial troll.
That is unfolded here.
Well, dude, when BreadTube folded, half his content was gone.
Which is unfortunately...
Seriously, Demon Mama, they stopped making anti-demon mama content, then all of a sudden you just saw Ben Empanada become irrelevant for a while.
Still a very, very, very small percentage of the population. Of course, I will continue pushing to try to make that percentage of the population size larger. But, you know, the stuff that goes back and forth in...
I think he's just an opportunist that takes advantage of larger ire that's on him. So he's utilizing the tool of rage bait and knowing how many people that will be susceptible to it are now paying attention to him.
Inter-leftist circles.
While that's not necessarily the worst thing, like if you're trying to capitalize on the rage, continuously putting it out there and sacrificing other content creators who are trying to actually, you know, bring people to the left, and like then also positing that you're doing this with the intent to help leftism. I don't know. That's a bit cunty. Like, honestly, that's like a whole new level of fuck that guy.
Are not things that the average...
There's nothing redeeming about this asshole.
Average American is thinking about. And my job is to try to make the average American more primed and more...
Sorry, like I in real time am realizing how much I dislike this guy.
Open-minded to the things that we talk about here. And I think I do a fairly good job at it. So I'm going to...
It's not a defense of how he's doing it,
continue
though.
doing that.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I misread that then.
It's not the first time people have yelled at me over stuff like this. Can you explain what you were hoping to get out of the conversation if you think it was productive? The initial reason as to why I had Matt Duss on was to talk about Ukraine and Russia, because that was, you know, that's the big thing that's happening. This was a day before the Vladimir Putin summit. You and ContraPoint should collab. You were putting such a spin on this to make everyone who's criticizing you look irrational. Does it make you feel irrational when you hear my perspective on this and that upsets you? So you have to say something that's irrational. I think demanding an apology for having a dude on who said liberal Zionist shit for far too long, for the record, only to turn around and talk about how Israel is committing a genocide, and also as a foreign policy advisor is like demanding the halting of weapons transfers in the grand scheme of things, in an overwhelming sea of course, interviews that I conduct from far more radical positions, is utterly...
I was about to say, Matt Duss is like, I don't know, man.
Ridiculous.
Like, that was the bridge too far? What?
Notion that I am similar in any way, shape, or form to a content creator who was silent for 22 months only to come out with a liberal Zionist position at the end of that 22 months.
Yeah,
when
wild.
Half of the people who are now yelling at me learned about fucking Israel-Palestine for the first time ever post-October 7 from me, only to become, I guess, in their own estimations, more radical than me, and now have these kinds of...
Again, the biggest virtue signal bullshit that I can't stand that.
Opinion.
All right. You want your fucking special sticker? Like, do you honestly, like, do you want your, you know, your hat that says #1 Gaza supporter? Fucking Christ.
Also insane. Bad Empanada's farming this shit. I know.
Like, no, with that fucking attitude, Jesus.
And it's fine. I think ultimately...
I'm glad that he's handling this the way that he is, but like, I don't know. As
Bad Empanada,
as somebody who has consumed some of this bullshit,
is a force for good. He will get some drama out of it.
The biggest offense I could say with the leftist politics on his side is that with his aggressive nature, like he is, he's stopping people from going down leftist creator pipelines, skipping them way too far ahead, or stopping them at him.
You'll farm it. It'll annoy me for like the...
Well, that's, again, that is egregious. That is the opposite of leftism. Like, so he wants to be the number one, like you said, he wants people to stop with him. How is that leftist? Like, what? Honestly, he wants to be judged this fucking hard, especially because he's, again, #1 Palestine supporter. Well, what the fuck? Like, you're just comfortable burning other leftist content creators and, again, hyper fixating on them, too. That's another thing. Like, most of his content is there criticizing other leftists.
which is ironic because like I'll be talking about some shit that's going on, something that's like going on that's like immediate, something that we must talk about with respect to like the plight of Palestinians or whatever, and chatters will be coming in to be like, you're a Zionist because my favorite content creator, Bad Empanada, said you're a Zionist. You platform Matt Duss. And I'll be like, look at this screen right now. Like, look at, do you feel like this is a more important conversation that we should be having as this one that we have every single day? And then people will say, you're admittedly not a good interviewer. You let him get away with too much. And then like
there's people who view their politics as social clubs rather than political projects.
It'll just be like an aesthetic conversation. The fall off is legendary. Not even 20K.
Never been really big into clicks.
Okay, I know. It's over. My career, I think, is over. I'm being canceled, like I said.
I'm glad that he's,
you're too
handling it this
charitable
way. Oh shit.
with your haters. I swear. It's because I have been a leftist for many, many years publicly, and in that time frame, I saw a community that I developed grow into the size that it did. And therefore, I am forever grateful for what I've been able to accomplish in that time frame, and that I know this position that I'm in is far better than my starting point. That's number one. Number two, I'm charitable to every single person, including my fucking haters, always, because I believe that I can change their perspective. Number three, especially if someone...
Yeah, but he's gone out of his way to prove that you can't. Like, dude, Hassan, have some self-respect. The fact that he keeps coming back for you, like, you do realize that this isn't the first time that he's gone after Hassan, right?
Is on the same wavelength in general. Someone like Bad Empanada, who I am in agreement with in terms of anti-Zionism, but we have maybe different methods. I don't really give a shit if he farms me too much. It's just a nuisance. It's annoying because like people, because of our collaborations and whatnot, and because of our ideological similarities, there's going to be a lot of people that watch both of us that will come in here and be fucking annoying. But ultimately, it doesn't matter because those guys are still going out and fucking protesting. And as long as they're doing that, I'm happy with it. As long as there's not like an active demand to deplatform someone like myself, then it's fine. Also, last but not least, as someone who is
he's gotten better at responding to criticism. Well, at some point, you also just
a socialist in the United States of
aging.
America, as someone who
34. I mean, let's see, 33, 34 was about the age where I just stopped giving a shit.
Who's a leftist in the United States of America, as someone who's a progressive in the United States of America.
Now that I imagine 40, I'm just like, fuck, do I care?
America. I eat it from every angle. I have for the past 6, 7, 8 years at this point. This is the only experience that I know. There has never been a moment in my political commentary career, where I have had broad support from every aspect, from every ideological group in this country. That's never happened. My position and your position is not popular. A lot of people might agree with our worldview, empathy first politics, but they don't have the tools to recognize that they agree with our empathy first politics. On an issue by issue basis, people might say, yeah, why don't we have fucking free healthcare? Oh yeah, I don't want my tax dollars to go into unlimited slaughter in the global south. Or they won't say that, but they'll say like, I don't want my tax dollars to go killing like people overseas. I want them to, pave the roads and whatnot. But they don't understand that like the entire compilation, like the totality of those ideals actually point in the direction of socialism. Most people don't recognize that. My job is to try to get them to understand it. And of course, because this is a position that is not something that people know, this is not something that people understand. Socialism, the word is like spooky, scary, right? Either they don't know anything about it, or everything that they've learned about it is just like false and incredibly uncharitable. It makes it all the less likely and far more difficult to get this message to a broad audience. As I've said time and time again, being a leftist is a really annoying prospect.
Well said. It is. This is why I call this out. This is me being the old man here, where it's just like, all right, you whippersnappers, I don't know. If there's any, like, pat on the back that I could give Hassan is just like, oh, you think you don't care now? Just wait. Just wait. You officially hit that one point where you're just, like, so comfortable in the way that you do everything. But, you're not necessarily stubborn. Because you realize that you're not always right. You realize that, you know, kind of, that comes with maturity sometimes, too, is just realizing that sometimes, just sometimes, a bit of a bonehead, you know? Isn't Bad Empanaye his mid to late 30s, too? Yeah. That's what's crazy to me, man. Whatever. If he needs, like, because he made so much content off the Destiny loaner box shit. He made so much content off the fucking Vosh and, like, I don't know. He made a few, like, honestly, and like I agree with you, Sylvie, it's almost, that's where I think it is almost discouraging. Like, if his content fully sucked and wasn't engaging, I would just be like, oh, Bad Empanaye's, you know, his content sucks anyway. He's completely irrelevant. The problem is he does make engaging content. The problem is that he has the power, like, he has the power to formulate people's opinions about some of this shit. Do you know how many people he turned off of the letterbox thing without people even looking into it? Or, like, going in and checking, like, any of it? Like, no, there's a lot of that shit that is, it's dangerous to the, like, broader project that is online leftism. If we're going to constantly have somebody inside doing the self-policing, but they're not doing it in good faith. They're doing it for very, very egregious reasons. And honestly, why wouldn't we call him out on doing it for what's borderline capitalistic? You know, as much as he likes to fucking say he's a leftist, he's doing it. He's literally feeding the outrage economy. He's literally profiting from it. So, nah, honestly, I didn't realize how much that I really just do not like that guy. Like, I've always hated people like that in real life, too. Because you know what the most, again, the thing that sucks is if, like, there was, like, a stream con or some shit, he would literally go up to Hassan and try and, like, be cool. Like, nah. Kind of shows the terminally online fucking thought process. Like, I'm not sure if he ever gets out of the country that he's from. I had to have this real, just this look at people who function like that. I remember when it was before I was making content, obviously, but yeah. Energy vampires. Like, they're energy vampires, they're drama farmers. Because, like, Sylvie, my one problem with that comment is I could say the same thing about Illuminati. Illuminati made really engaging long-form content, but you know what? Too egregious. The person behind the Illuminati avatar, too egregious. I could never watch her content without thinking of the shit that she does to other content creators. I'm sorry. It's the same thing with, God, there's another one that I used to enjoy, where I found out they were just, like, certifiable pieces of shit. I was just like, fuck that. Don't come to me. Because, yeah, man, I don't know. I think that there's other people out there. ContraPoints, that's who it was. It was ContraPoints. Because, like, look how fast the left abandoned Contra. So, I don't know. I don't think that drama farming stuff is egregious enough for me to look away from the pieces of content he made. I'm saying some of the content pieces that he has made are good. Can't deny that. It's the same thing as Illuminati. The problem is, it's the intent of the person making the content. So if his intent is always to put himself over the other person, fuck him. Like, seriously, because the way that he presents himself is that he's better than that. And you can't, like, I'm sorry, like, I'm not trying to content police, I'm really not, but I did realize just how much, no. She was horrible. It took me by surprise when the whole Illuminati thing came out. Yeah. Yeah, I used to enjoy the shit out of that content. The anti-MLM content. Do you know how many of my MCP, Marvel Crisis Protocol, and Warhammer figures I painted to that content specifically? Like, half my fucking army, for real. So, and it was very educational, informative. People, like, informing people of multi-level marketing schemes and all that kind of bullshit. But, I don't know. And it's not just the drama farming. Like, calling what he's doing and just calling it drama farming is being disingenuous. What he's doing is he's being a cunt to other leftist streamers trying to put himself over on them. Plain and simple. Sorry that I'm using the C word a little freely today, but for real, this really does describe his actions and the way that he, like, the way he comes off. Like, oh my God. I just thought about it too. Like, going back to the loaner box stuff, like, ugh. Fucking A. We'll agree to disagree on this one. It's okay, Sylvie. As I said, I'm not trying to police the content you watch. I just hope you can look at it with a little bit of a different view because, honestly, like, he's not just doing what you think, like, just the little, it's not harmless either. It's literally divided an entire community. Like, fuck ContraPoints, to be honest. Downplaying the Palestine conflict. Like, that was fuck, going into a diatribe about anti-Semitism on the left for multiple paragraphs after giving a small section of condescending, capitulative, whiny message. But to your logic, hasn't she done more good than bad? The thing is, I agree with you on this one, but to your logic, shouldn't you still give her a chance because she makes great long-form content that is informative on a lot of subjects that matter to us? She just happened to have one oopsie, right? I'm just trying to apply this, like, all the same. Also, I think that kind of proves that you understand where I'm coming from. Like, if you feel that way about Contra, then you can understand how I feel about Bad Empanada. Now, here's the difference. You cannot judge me if I said that I chose to continue to watch ContraPoints. In my opinion. But because you think that what she did is a little bit more egregious. Because yes, I know that this is apples and oranges on that one. Trust me. You don't even have to make that argument. As far as, like, the substance between the, conflicts. Breaking it down to just, like, the creator, and then letting them have bad takes or do something, I don't know. I'm glad that we're having this discussion, because honestly, it's kind of bringing me to the fact that I'm like, oh, you know what? Maybe I am a little more forgiving than I thought, but ContraPoints would have been better off never writing that weird-ass letter to Reddit. She dug her own hole with that one. She did. No, of all the people's breakdowns of the Contra stuff, Vosh had the best one. Just gonna be honest. Maybe it's because he actually, like, knew her on, like, a personal level and, like, had dealt with her before, where he was also like, I'm trying to be charitable here, but holy shit. Like, what are you doing? I watched Hassan's take on that one too. No, I just hope you understand what I'm saying. Like, again, just for the point. Because, okay, to add to this, what would it take for Bad Empanada to have that same reaction? Not really. Most of her content was pretty surface level, with a lot of fluff. If people get something from her content that's cool, I don't care as much. Okay, back to my point, though. What would it take for Bad Empanada to fucking have you just go, oh, nah. I don't know. I also kind of feel like there's other places to get that don't cause major rifts within the left and also drama farm to a degree that they literally are trying to ruin careers. Dude, he tried to do that with Xander Hall. Like, come the fuck on. No, honestly, I'm starting to remember. He's gone after Xander Hall. He's gone after fucking Vosh. He's gone after Hassan. He's probably gonna come after me because honestly, like, I might be just barely breaking that, like, breaking into the leftist online content sphere, but I wouldn't be surprised. Like, it's cool. I just hope you don't, like, if he does come for me, I hope that, if that does happen, you choose the right side. Because honestly, I think that what he's doing is severely, severely fucked. I have to see those videos, but if they are bad enough, that would be enough. Well, just type in his, like, it's not that, like, trust me, like, I'm not trying to be a dick, but it's not hard to, like, cross-search some of this stuff. So, literally, just cross-search Bad Empanada, Vosh, Bad Empanada, Xander Hall, Bad Empanada, Loner Box, Bad Empanada, Hassan, Bad Empanada. I mean, Destiny deserves everything that he's getting, so I'm going to leave that one alone. So, even if he did go after Destiny, fair game. But no, and Sylvie, again, I hope you understand that this isn't like, I'm not trying to do the, content police. You go to jail. You watch Bad Empanada, you go to jail. I'm not trying to do that. I just hope you understand where it's like, no, like, I can literally see this guy being such an asshole that he would come after me for having these opinions of him. To be fair, the Lunderbox stuff, he kind of deserved to be done. What'd he do? What exactly did he do before, like he went on the tour with Destiny, but did you hear any of his content on that? Because I'm not even that big of a Loner fan. Yeah, he's had some disagreeable takes, and I haven't watched his content in a long time. But I did watch that. I watched his wrap-up on it, and I watched how he was completely taken out of context in a lot of ways. Also, never able to explain what he saw and his version of it. They just said, oh, he went on the IDF tour with Destiny, and he just took all Destiny's talking points, and he's just a Destiny orbiter, blah, blah, blah. It's so much easier for people to just have a disagreement with a content creator, say, like, some two-dimensional fucking thing about it, and then for people to take that and run with it because it's easier for them to hate that creator. Trust me, you could say that I'm almost doing that about Bad Empanada, except I'm using 3 dimensions because I've watched enough, like, I've suffered and watched enough of his content to go, oh. Unfortunately, that's the one, like, disservice I do myself with doing this, is I watch a lot of content that I don't necessarily like. You think I like Piers Morgan? You think I actually like Piers Morgan as a person? As a content creator? Well, alright, the uncensored thing is actually pretty entertaining. I just have to admit when something's good. Ish. What's not good is when he, I don't know, is not a fair, mediator but in the debate. Do you need to go see your mother? Is that what's going on? Alright. It's been too long, to be honest. I listened to a bunch of the debates and really disliked him. Didn't want anything to do with him. I'd have to go look at one of the bits of context again. I mean, info in my head. That's also part of my. Actually, Sylvie, you're kind of proving my point. You don't necessarily even know why you dislike Loner. You just know that he said some shit, right? That could be directly from Bad Empanada's content. Not you don't even know it. That's the fucking problem. He packages it into sound bites. All of a sudden, now you have a predisposition against another leftist content creator that you don't want to check out. You don't want to give any good fit. Like, you don't even want to try to give any, credence to, because honestly, in your head, you have this preconception of like, oh, I've already had a bad experience. Listen, everybody's entitled to like and not like what they like. Any content creator on any of these platforms, obviously. I'm not, and I have to reiterate, not trying to do that. I don't give a shit. It's just I feel like in this case, I will bring up, I feel like you're being a little too charitable. But also, I don't care. I'd rather agree to disagree and just move on. Even though, again, because I could see this. I hate the memes. I've been doing I've had my channel for a year. I'll have been doing this for a year in November. I can say with certainty that my number one fear is leftist infighting fucking tanking. All of it. I remember not liking his positions and approach. He was being an idiot and spreading misinformation. I remember my internalization, but I don't remember what led to that internalization. Okay. Well, maybe give him another shot, see what he has to say. And then and then just be like, oh no, that's what I don't like about him. You know what I don't like? The fact that he's Scottish, but I can't necessarily peg that he's Scottish. Sometimes he just sounds like, I don't know, a dorky American. And then he just looks so much like Egon Spengler that it's like a travesty that he's not cast in a young Ghostbusters film to play Egon. But that's just me. Whatever. I mean, I got turned on to Lonerbox from who the fuck was it? He was on some panel show and he roasted the shit out of Chud Logic, and anybody that can put Chud Logic into a corner kind of made me all right, I'll give you a chance. Because fuck Chud Logic. That guy sucks. Man, I'm just I'm going out. I'm just fucking guns a-blazing. It's like, here's all the creators I don't want to work with. No, his whole demeanor, his whole thing has always pissed me off. Am I left? Am I right? I don't know. I'm just trying to make the fucking jokes. Maybe I like Trump. Maybe I don't. Outrage economy. We got your back, Pep. Oh, thanks, Angie. I just saw that. How did I miss that? Weird. It's literally sitting here in chat, and I just was like, oh. But... No, that's why I was so disheartened to see, Bad Empanadas going after Hassan now. Okay. And, if he was joking about Hassan being... somehow a Zionist, fine. I could almost, I could see that. I could see where, it's so out there that it'd be hilarious. But the fact is, no. He's literally doing the, oh my god, you had one bad opinion. I'm going to expose how you're no longer the leftist of leftists. I'm going to take all of your audience now, and I'm going to also expose you through long-term or through long-form content, and I'm going to make a 45-minute video about how you're a fraud to the left. Ugh. Frustrating for authentic people when disingenuous people act a fool, and that's the thing people remember. Yep. Well, because honestly, I'll be, again, you want real? Why the fuck should I work so hard to just be myself, to just be my authentic self? When, no, the grift gets rewarded every fucking, literally, around every corner. Like, there. We have been talking about what the online grift is. We have been talking about it, but right there, it's literally like, yeah, I know he's kind of a shithead grifter, but you know what? I'm going to reward him. Like, fuck off. God, I just realized why I'm so pissed. Thank you for that. No, Pinkerbell, thank you. I just realized it's just like, and this motherfucker's sitting out there like he's the only genuine person on the left. I'm the only genuine person on YouTube. Fuck off. The long-form educational content I like from him is usually his stuff on historic events and general leftist policy. I don't know. There's other people to watch, honestly. You like history? Watch a ton of She films. You like history on leftism? Let's see. I got actually plenty of them. Oh, current affairs. Watch current affairs for some good. They do some pretty good long form history of leftism. Hakeem does good leftist historical content. Yep. Actually, it's funny. I was passing, like, scrolling through this. I just saw Hakeem as you said that. Oh, let's see. I want one more before I give up. Ooh, status coup. You should follow status coup, like, regardless. I think I'm gonna stop there. No, I'm not gonna stop there. Tennessee Brando. There we go. Tennessee Brando's a pretty solid dude. No, but like, at what point does Bad Empanada start going after Noah Samson? You know, because Noah Samson's out there going, like, doing all this fucking, you know, bringing everybody's attention to the genocide, which is good. This is good. Like, that whole thing about, like, Ethan suing him and then he raised all the money. I'm glad that he did. I want receipts. I hate to be that guy, but after the whole, oh my God, what was her name? Fuck. Well, that's good. When we're putting her Keffels, the whole Keffels debacle, where you found out that she was ripping off her audience. I had the same existential crisis while cooking dinner tonight, while my parents watching Hannity in the next room, just grifters feeding people emotionally manipulative slop people internalize. Yep. As their own opinions. Yes. Because immediately, like, how much does it piss you off where they don't know that you were listening and they come in and they just make that argument that they just heard on TV? Fucking nuts. I know Noah got flack for having Bad Empanada on his stream. Well, I'm literally just waiting for Bad Empanada to do a hit piece on Noah. Like, no, that was my broader point. Like, if he's going after Hassan, what's to keep him from going after fucking Noah? Because this also comes from a, like, platforming angle. Hassan has said the right thing here, where he's like, I will go on any platform, and I will platform people to challenge them. This idea that it's like, you platform this person, therefore you must be bad person. I don't think Bad Empanada sees anything as barred from holding. I think that he just doesn't see the value in having the community, and he wants it all for himself. I think that he's a detriment to the leftist online experiment, and if he causes one more rift, I'll fucking make some long form content calling his ass out on it. Like, that's just ridiculous, man. And honestly, again, this is why I get fucking pissed, because all of this hard work can be just tossed aside just because, one guy is just like, yeah, platform somebody bad. I don't like your opinion. Because do you know how many fucking people will unfollow somebody like Hassan based on that? Because it's then playing sides. You're automatically doing this thing where it's like, oh, so he decided to attack Hassan. So now we're kind of doing it now where I'm not necessarily like fighting for Hassan, but I'm fighting for that side while you're fighting for a fucking bad Empanada side. We're having a spirited debate and a good debate while it is, completely civil. But realistically, I just hate that disingenuous bullshit from people like that. I would call anybody else on this too. It's not just a bad Empanada. You know? Fuck, I'll call Vosh on it. I kind of feel like Vosh has been disingenuous with some of this shit lately. Vosh kind of strikes me as, like, if all the world were to blow up as long as his life were completely fine, that he would be completely fine. But I could be wrong about that. He's making me hungry with all this empanada talk. Did you guys see that the caramel apple empanada is coming back to Taco Bell for the 2000s menu? I'm not really fighting for his site or his side. Okay. I'm just saying that I don't know if he's done anything bad enough for me. Oh, no. Again, I am not trying to get you to stop watching his content. All I'm trying to do is give you an extra tool to go, all right, why? You know, because a lot of people will just take that one and just go, okay. Sorry. I know I'm bad at that. I don't know if he's done anything bad enough to just not watch his content, but that's why I got to do the research into the videos you told me about. But because there's oftentimes where I come across these creators not knowing their history enough. Oh, okay. Oh, that's how creators can rebrand, I guess. I was wondering about that. Y2K resurgence is making me feel so old. I'm not even 40 yet. My youth is retro already. Yeah, I know. Yeah, did you guys, I'm not sure if you saw this, Pinkerbell, but they were like, there's this viral news report where it's like, if you have a bunch of your stuff from when you were in high school, it might be worth like a fortune to these kids trying to get retro Y2K stuff. I was like, get the what now? No. You're telling me my bullhead jeans that I've had since I was a fucking kid are worth something? You're telling me my American Eagle sweater that I saved since high school is worth something? Why? I only saved that shit because I never grew out of it. Like, it's the benefit of, like, kind of spiking. I went from, like, medium to small, which I got rid of all my small shit. That ain't never happening again. I had a 29-inch waist at one point. That's what happens when you smoke cigarettes and you barely eat. Because vintage fashion is always trendy. Oh, I mean, well, kinda. I don't know, because, like, as much as I want to say I was into, like, the vintage fashion, I just made, like, 70s fashion my own, where, you know, I didn't do, like, the big collars or anything. Like, I got my dad's fuzzy 70s coat upstairs, which is still one of my favorite pieces that I own. That's one of my favorite pieces because, get this shit, he sold that to a thrift store. And years later, I fucking bought it. And, like, it was the same exact one because he was just like, hold on. Because, like, he starts feeling right here. He's like, oh, my God. He's like, kid, you just bought my jacket. I'm like, what? He's like, you just rebought my jacket. I'm like, no shit. He's just like, I tore this right here. He's like, that's crazy. Different era of fashion will take turns being the trend. That's all right. I mean, I kind of dug when Stranger Things and, like, the 80s trend was kind of coming back, like the synthwave and all that kind of shit. I'm glad that is still, like, that hasn't faded out. At least, I don't know. Trends suck. I'll say this much. For this one, I might sell a few of my pieces, like my stuff that I've saved, but the rest of it, no, dude, because, like, honestly, I've been wearing the same shit for years. I think I've mentioned that, like, these jeans. Let's see. When did I buy these? It was 20. Ooh. It was like 21 or 22. It was like the first time that I could afford some good diesel jeans. That was like the first thing I did. I'm so sick of always having like jeans that would break down. And I always heard that Italian diesel jeans were the way to go. So I've got 2 pairs. I've had those same 2 pairs since then. So I'm 38 now. You do the math. And I have made sure that they are in good shape. Well, as in good a shape as you can. Actually, this sucks. I just found this weekend. You see this? Let's do a little thing. I might even sew that. I don't know. Triple H just went viral this weekend for wearing the same swim trunks that he had 20 years ago. And people were making fun of him. I'm like, what's wrong with that? I don't get it, man. What's wrong with being kind of a minimalist and also just if you treat your clothes well, you wear them until they die? Well, you're not trendy. I don't give a fuck. I accidentally became trendy. You see what happened there? I never stopped dressing like a 90 or like a mid-2000s skateboarder. It's capitalism at work. I think there's also a recognition that even 20 to 30-year-olds years ago, quality in clothing was way higher. Yes, it was. That Shein bullshit and the fast H&M. I remember like H&M and Forever 21 were like the ones that really started ruining that shit. And then you had fucking Old Navy just be like, hold my beer. Like, oh my god, fucking Old Navy, dude. Can we just admit that Old Navy has like the worst fucking clothing? I bought a DBZ shirt there that was an extra large. It fits my wife who wears a small. And guess what? I hang dry my clothes. So what in the fuck? Yeah, I hang dry like most of my clothes just because, yeah, keeps them nicer longer. Hence my jeans lasting as long as it. My jeans are old. My jeans are blue. My jeans. They're good jeans. They're old. Well, capitalism, yeah, fast fashion is like the work of capitalism. Also, trend, the whole trend thing. I actually made a comment on somebody's Facebook randomly, which I barely do anymore. I know, like, I'm trying to keep my mental health, but it was for like a local thing, and they were just like, does anybody know of a hair or a salon that does perms? Because my 14-year-old boy wants a perm, and I guess this is the hairstyle that's in right now, and I can't find anyone to give him a perm. And I just made the sensible comment. I'm like, be a good father, tell your kid to stop chasing trends, he'll thank you in his adult years. And a lot of people agreed with me, except for the dad. The dad decided to do, like, the little laugh react and then fucking just say, like, mind your business. It's like, you put this out there, dickhead. What the fuck? You're the one trying to fucking get your boy a perm. Because, you know, he's not going to get that pussy without getting a perm. Fucking weirdo-ass dads. I'm so glad that my dad... Like, listen, there's a fine line between, like, the millennial dad... where it's like the millennial dad spends, you know, up to 10 times more with his kid. It's like, there is a halfway point. I'm just going to say, I'm kind of glad that my dad stayed out of my business for as much as he did. I'm kind of glad that my parents let me go do things and not worried all the fucking time. I watched this with my one buddy. He's a Gen Xer, right? He's got 2 daughters. This motherfucker has such a dependence on his kids. It's kind of sad. Because, like, I've realized just how much he needs them. Like, and there's something beautiful to that, but it, like, turned into something where they can just say, I have a tummy ache, and he's like, oh, we gotta keep you home from school. To the point where one of his kids got threatened with truancy. Now, the only time I ever heard the word truance, or like truancy or truant, was when I was in high school, and I might have made a fucking little bit of a think. I'll never forget that phone call. My dad was pissed. I dress like a hobbit, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. Nice. You go to the grocery store just looking like Samwise, and you're just sitting there, potato. Just, I appreciate that. Planned obsolescence because things last longer isn't profitable. Well, yeah, I mean, the light bulb. Literally, the light bulb is the biggest example of that. Like, one of the first light bulbs ever developed was, like, it would still run today. Like that one in New York. There's the one at the firehouse in New York that was installed in 1908. It's still burning. But yeah. Yeah, did you know that their monopoly laws were actually written because of the light bulb companies too? The light bulb industry specifically had so much influence on the way we do things. It's kind of disgusting. But yeah. I don't know. You know what my one regret is? Not this is gonna you guys are gonna make fun of me for this one. It's okay. Not saving my Ed Hardy shit. I had some Ed Hardy stuff, and the thing is, like, I've seen what that stuff is going for on eBay. Holy fuck. Like, oh my god, because you want to talk about following trends? Well, that's when I did, and oh, fucking so much. It's like, it was kind of the same feeling I had when I'm like, I had that. Oh, it's like when you see a Pokemon binder, you're like, I had all 151, and I had doubles. God damn it. I just learned I need to be far more OP. Oop. No worries. Imagine developing such a revolutionary and freeing technology and charging people for it. Yeah. Did you know that the developer of the seatbelt actually he did not patent it because he knew that it would save so many lives that he decided not to patent it? Small things. Also, random bits of history that I know for reasons. Profits being the priority limits innovation and hinders progress. Oh, absolutely. It's also so short-sighted because, like, these people, like, do you know how every rich people, or like every rich person to ever exist has thought that they could just buy longer life? For real. Like, Dick Cheney so far is the only one that's kind of proving that, though. More Jonas Salk, less Elon Musk. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but you got to give people the want to actually strive to be a Jonas Salk instead of Elon Musk. I have to learn to be more assertive with my doctor's assistant. I threatened to drop them as a provider, and there was instant action on my requests after so much inactivity. Ooh. Hey. That's kind of nice. Just assert yourself, and you're just like, well, fuck. I got everything done that I needed to. Oh, God, guys. I just realized what time it is. So I'm going to the old dusty trail. I got some dinner waiting for me upstairs, and I want to eat at a semi good time. So, catch me tomorrow at noon, or 1 o'clock Eastern on this space. I'm looking forward to it. I'm gonna have a fun show. Have a few things lined up. Also, I'm gonna be starting stream at 4 tomorrow, so look out for that as well. So, I missed a Ferrari on eBay by 4 seconds. Wife said no more eBay when drinking. What up, Jeff? Just popping in right before I take on off, but waiting to live forever is so silly. Yeah. Oh yeah, the whole or wanting to live forever. I thought you said waiting. My bad. No, dyslexia. No, I don't understand it. It's the inability to conceptualize not like you not being here. Like this is also like narcissism does play into this a little bit. But this is like the religion thing. This is also like I don't know, man. For every day that I have been okay with the idea of just not existing, you know, of the idea of where was I before any of this, same thing. It's just, yeah, I know it's uncomfortable to think about. Most people, they get pushed to a religion or they get pushed to something where it's like, no, I need like at least some kind of like forever thing, but I don't know, man. We really are just one with nature. Nah, that's not how it works. Like, I'm sorry. But alrighty. To set up my outro. There we go. But like I said, guys, I will living forever. Is a curse, not an aspiration. Damn it, I actually really am enjoying this conversation. Shit. Seeking it is also a curse. Well, think of it like that one guy, that one dude that's using his kid's plasma. Like, fuck that. You know what? I'm having a good conversation. I'll leave yet. No, hold on. I could theoretically I could hang out for a little bit here. I just have to use the bathroom and go check my dinner. Because if my dinner's ready, then I'm going to bring that. No. I've got to get better about this. You know, shh, don't tell anybody. you know what happens, like when you do stream, like long streams like this, people will tell you, like, I don't know how you do what you do. I'm just like, what? I don't know. I just really enjoy hanging out and I get talking about something and then I just continue to hang out. Yeah, things come and then they go. That's life. Still little a-holes need to learn that. Go have dinner, enjoy your family. Yeah, no, Yes, my wife is waiting upstairs as well with the dogs. So yeah. All right, guys, I love you. I love you all. I will catch you all tomorrow. Okay. As I said, look out for me on this space and join in the fun there. I will look forward to seeing you guys there. All right, like I said, love y'all. Appreciate you. See you tomorrow. Oh my God. Wow, that is so far off. What happened? My screen. No. All right, good night, guys.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction.
My fellow Americans,
It has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
This Pep Talks guy can't get the last word. Only I can get the last word, so no, sorry. Pep Talk sucks. I'll see you guys later.